So the real estate law is known as Title 45, Chapter 15, but they'll refer to it on exams as either 4515 or the New Jersey statutes. And the rules and regulations the Real Estate Commission creates, those are Title 11, Chapter 5, or also known as the Administrative Code. The purpose of licensing law was to protect the public from unscrupulous brokers and salespersons. And who enforces the real estate laws?
The REC, the Real Estate Commission, is that
The
right?
REC, the Real Estate Commission. How many members on the REC?
8, I think, right?
8, consisting of, what's the breakdown? Do you recall? 5 of them are brokers who have been brokers for how long?
10 years.
10 years.
At least 10 years. How many chosen? Go ahead.
2 are from the general public
Okay.
and 2 are from the state government.
1.
Oh, 1.
And 1 is appointed by the governor. And they all serve how long of a term?
3 years.
3 years. But any of them can be replaced at any time. They all ultimately serve at the leisure of the governor. All right. And what are the 4 license types, highest to lowest? Not the order that the book gave it, but highest to lowest.
Broker, salesperson.
Salesperson and salesperson licensed with a real estate referral company.
Yeah, or referral agent. I'll accept that as long as you know on exam it won't be listed as referral agent. It'll probably be listed as that SLWR ERC. All right. So yes. So broker, and every company has how many brokers?
1.
Only 1. Doesn't matter how many offices they have, there's only 1 broker. That's the person in charge, the big honcho, the head cheese, right? What is the broker also known as?
Realtor.
Broker of record.
The broker of record is what I was looking for, because they're in charge of all the record keeping, okay? But yes, the broker is also the realtor, and everybody else is a realtor associate if they're members of NAR, the National Association of Realtors. Which, do they have anything to do with your license?
No.
No, they have no connection with state licensing, correct? They're just a member. That means that you're a member of a trade organization, a trade group.
Like a union, probably.
So as a salesperson, what does your broker have to provide for you?
Office space, guidance, and basically make sure you're not breaking the laws, but they are not required to provide training.
Okay, so office space and guidance and direction of the rules and regulations and the laws of the state, correct?
Yeah.
Let me see, who can manage a branch office?
Broker salesperson, a broker realtor.
Broker or broker salesperson can, correct. And who's the person who's authorized to charge the public for fees for services performed?
Broker.
Only the broker. So then how do we make money? How do we charge the public?
We don't, we get paid by the broker.
We do charge the public, but we do it when we work in the name of the brokerage under which we are hanging our licenses, right?
Yeah.
No.
Because we're a representative of that broker, and they
Yeah.
give us the authority to charge the public under their name or the brokerage's name, the company's name, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're an extension of the brokerage, okay? And which license type is not required to complete CE in order to renew their license?
Broker? No.
Salesperson, like the referral agent.
The referral agent, correct. It's easier to say, just say that. You know, so yes, the referral agent's not required to complete CE in order to renew their licenses. Everybody else is. Okay, so which license type is not permitted to work directly with clients?
The referral agent.
The referral agents. And which license type is allowed to send referrals?
Referral agent.
Trick
And
question. They all
Everybody.
are.
All of them.
They all are. It's a trick question. All right. Let's see. How much does it cost to initially get your salesperson's license
160,
and to renew it,
$100.
and for brokers to renew theirs?
200.
And brokers
200.
salespersons as well, correct. Can we sell mobile homes?
Yeah, if it's like
Yes.
without Excel.
We can sell,
If you remove
Yeah.
We can only do the resale.
We could, that's what I was looking for. We can only broker the resale of mobile homes. We cannot sell the initial new motor home because we are not licensed as motor vehicle dealers, correct? Who's exempt from having a real estate license to sell real estate?
Vet.
attorneys, executor, that's been appointed, that's doing it under the court. Bank and trust companies, or insurance companies, or people who are listing their own homes.
Okay, so for sale by owners, that should be number one right there, because the majority of that covers is for sale by owner. Or anybody else that's appointed by a court to help somebody or to do it, which would include attorneys. An attorney, however, that wants to engage in the brokerage business, they need to get a real estate license just like you. Okay, they could just get a waiver for this class. Who else can get a waiver from the real estate licensing class that they don't have to take this class? They still need to take the exam, but they don't need to take this class.
Someone licensed in another state,
Okay,
or someone that's taken the class in the past year, or something like that. They've taken it.
so somebody with an equivalent pre-licensing course in college.
Right, yeah, if they have a real estate major, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Who else?
Someone who's taken the course in another state, or
So let's stay on that same thing for a second. So you would assume that they would be licensed, right?
right, or I mean, I've taken the course, but I'm not licensed in another state, so I didn't know if that counted, but I need it anyway.
Yeah,
Question I
somebody who's licensed from another state, if you just took the course recently in another state, it would have to be at least a minimum amount of hours.
5 hours, right?
5 hours, yeah.
Yeah.
Who else?
Someone previously licensed in New Jersey in the past 5 years.
As
A broker. Yeah,
Right.
broker.
Or one more,
Oh, someone who's broker, who was a broker and it lapsed, I think you said.
well,
Something
that's
like
what she just said. Yeah, that's one she just said.
Oh,
Or
if
an
it lapsed.
attorney.
Um,
An attorney can get a waiver for this education requirement and just take the exam.
I think she said that before.
Oh, she-
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, then we're done. All right. Okay, who can you pay?
Nobody.
Nobody. Who can you be paid by?
Broker.
Broker.
Only.
Only your broker. And who can your
Right.
broker pay?
Who can they pay? Like their salespeople? Is that what you mean?
Yeah,
Or-
so any of their licensees, that covers all the license types.
Right.
Who else?
They can pay.
Oh, a referral, like someone who throws them a referral? Is that what you mean? Like a
Yeah,
referral?
so another broker, because they wouldn't pay someone else's agent. They would pay that broker from a different firm that sent the referral, correct?
Yeah. Okay.
And then that broker would pay their agent. Okay,
Yeah.
so when they pay out a referral fee to another agency, so they would pay another broker.
Right,
Who
right.
else? One more person.
Can they pay the person, the lister, the buyer? The person that they're working with? I don't know.
A buyer of a primary residence in the form of a rebate.
Okay.
They're allowed to pay out a rebate in the form of a credit or check at closing, but it's only for buyers of a primary residence. The
Oh.
first-time home buyers are allowed to get rebates. Okay.
Buyer.
Of a primary residence, not for commercial property, vacation homes, second homes, or investment properties, only for purchasers of a primary residence. They're allowed to pay them out a rebate in the form of a credit or check at closing. All right. Can an unlicensed person answer phones?
Yes.
Can they give any information out about the properties?
No.
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 Can they attend an open house?
Yes, with a license.
No.
Only as long as the licensee is there with them, correct?
Right.
Can they put signs on properties?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, they can. And can they deliver documents?
Yes. They can't explain them.
They just
Right.
can't explain them. Can they make copies of keys for company listings?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, they can. Mhm.
Mhm.
All right. Does New Jersey have reciprocity with other states?
No.
No.
No, we
No.
do not. And what does that mean?
Like if they're licensed in Pennsylvania, New York will throw them a license and vice versa, but we don't do that.
Correct. If you're licensed in one state, they'll just give it to you in another state. Correct. But we don't have reciprocity with any other state.
Right.
How much more education is required to get your broker's license?
Is it double, I think? you said?
150 hours.
150 hours, an additional 150 hours, which consist of 3 classes. Can you give me the breakdown of those?
Ethics.
Office management.
Ethics,
Core.
agency law, office management, those 2 are 30 hours
And
each.
the core.
Profit.
Core something you said,
And the
right?
core class, which is a 90-hour class, which totals
150.
150.
150 hours, correct. Can you ever have a home office?
Yes. Only
If
if
you're
there's
a broker.
people from the street.
If
Right.
you're a broker.
Only a broker.
Only a broker can have an office in their home, correct. How long do you have to get your license from the time you pass this class?
A year.
A
a
year.
Years, a year, and not a day more, right?
Yeah.
If you don't live in this state, can you get your license here?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
you just
gotta
have to
do.
sign a court paper. You just have to sign a paper agreeing to be sued in Jersey.
Correct. So you got to sign that consent to be sued in the state. Correct. And what's required for a corporation to engage in the brokerage business?
Someone.
Someone under them has to be licensed as a broker for 3, yeah.
Somebody has to be licensed as a broker. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
And then they would become the broker of record for the corporation. Mhm. And who could take over for your broker if they die or become mentally or physically incapacitated?
Either someone licensed as a broker or someone who has
It's
worked
their
there.
license within a year.
If they've worked there for a certain number of years and they have basically all of the.
All right, we're getting a little mixed up on this next one. Okay, so somebody who already has a broker salesperson license, they could step in as that broker of record.
Yeah.
Or if in the lieu of that, somebody who meets the requirements to get their broker's license, and what would be that requirement?
Having worked full-time for 3 years.
Okay, having
years
worked
as
as
salesperson.
full-time salesperson for the last 3 years, okay? Then they could request a temporary broker's license, which is good for how long?
1
1
year.
year.
1 year, and in that time, they need to make it legitimate, take the broker's classes, the
So
150
Do they
hours.
still have to take the exam though for temporary?
Yeah,
license?
no. They're just granted the temporary broker's license, and then they have to make it legitimate within that year by taking the classes and taking the exam.
Yeah.
And getting
Oh,
paid.
okay.
All right. What's the purpose of the guarantee fund?
To pay people who've been defrauded or been hurt by real estate transactions.
Who suffer a monetary loss to reimburse those. They're not making out on it. They're just trying to get their money back. Those who have basically been robbed or financially harmed by a licensee or one of their unlicensed assistants of a broker.
No questions.
Question? What's the maximum payout from the guarantee fund?
20,000.
$20,000. How long does somebody have to make a claim from the guarantee fund?
6 years.
6 years. And where does the guarantee fund get its money from?
From us.
Salespersons and brokers.
Yeah,
When and how much?
when we renew our license.
$10.
No, when we first get our license, and then for the salesperson, it'll be $10, and for the broker, it'll be $20.
Correct. They could require you to pay into it again if that fund runs low. But otherwise, it's just when you initially get your license, they pay $10 and $20 respectively. Correct. And what would happen to your license if there's a payout from the guarantee fund?
It gets revoked.
Your license is immediately revoked. All right. With rental referral agencies, how often do you need to check to see if a unit is still available if you are advertising it?
Every day.
Every day,
And if you have a listing that's not
every
being
2
advertised?
days. Every 3 days.
Every 3 days, correct. And a broker can have an office in their house, right? Tell me about it.
They have to have a door that's visible. They have to have the entrance that's visible from the street.
So a separate entrance though, separate from your
Separate.
house entrance, visible from the street, and
And a sign that says real estate broker.
and the words. Okay, so it has to have
License.
the words licensed real estate broker and the broker's name.
Okay.
Okay, it has to be displayed somewhere on the exterior of the brokerage. After your clients give you money as a deposit, how soon do you need to give it to your broker?
Wait, can you repeat the question, please?
After your clients give you deposit money for purchasing, for example, how soon do you need to give it to your broker?
As soon as possible.
As soon as possible, immediately, but as soon as possible. Because your broker has to do some record keeping before they deposit it into the bank. And how long does the broker have to deposit it in the bank?
3 days or 6.
I think it's 5 days.
5 days from the time that you received the money, not the time that they received it. They have 5 days to do their accounting and deposit that money into the escrow account from the time that you received the money from your client.
Wait, so what is this deposit money for again?
When somebody's making an offer to purchase a house, you know, they put a deposit down.
Right.
Anytime somebody gives us money, or whether it's security deposit for a rental or deposit for, the down payment or initial deposit for purchasing a house, anytime somebody gives us money to hold temporarily for them, we have to put it in the escrow account within 5 days. And if
Okay.
that money that's already in the escrow account should become commission, how soon does the broker have to take it out of the escrow account?
Yeah, as soon as possible.
5 days.
Within 5 days again. Everything with the escrow account's 5 days. Because if they leave it in for longer than 5 days, well, that money's already the broker's now. And what do we call it when the broker mixes their money in the escrow account with their client's money?
Commingling.
Commingling, and that's illegal. You can't do that. So they got to take it out within 5 days, right? 5 days in, 5 days out with the escrow accounts, okay?
Yeah.
Are we allowed to accept cash from our clients?
Yes.
Yes.
But
Yes,
we
we
don't.
are. But if they give us a certain amount of money, we got to report it to the IRS, right?
10,000.
$10,000, correct. If they give us $10,000 or more, we got to report it to the IRS. But we're allowed to accept that cash. But my advice to you was don't, right?
Don't.
I gave you a bunch of reasons why it's not in your interest to do that. But can you accept cash? Yes, you can. You could also accept personal checks, although it's my personal office policy not to. Because if they bounce, that's drama. And we don't want drama in our lives, especially our business lives, right?
Right.
Right. Drama is good for what?
TV.
TV.
That's right. The Hallmark love stories. That's what it's good for, right?
Right.
All right. Okay, we left off on page 17.
Yeah.
Well, record keeping is one more thing. How long do brokers need to keep all records for?
6 years.
6 years.
All records?
Except for the,
expired.
like projected offers for 6 months and
Expired list.
months.
And expired listings, correct. So they got to keep all records for 6 years except for unaccepted offers and expired listings that never had offers on them that were accepted for 6 months. Correct. So copies of brokerage bills, deposit slips, commission checks, what have you, they got to keep them for 6 years, right? It's easier to remember this way. Instead of having a list of all the things that they got to keep and how long you got to keep them for, just to remember they got to keep everything for 6 years except for 2 items, right? Which they need to keep for 6 months. Offers made that were not accepted and expired listings. Boom. All right, regulations of documents. Anytime that we sign any kind of a document with somebody, any kind of a contract, what do we need to give them right away?
A receipt.
Duplicate.
No,
original.
a duplicate original.
A duplicate original, which is a multiple original copies. So we have multiple originals, and one for the buyer, one for the seller, you know, one for the broker, one for the other broker, one for each side's attorney, right? Everybody gets an original. There we go. So often when we're making contracts, we make 6 of them. Get your hands ready to sign, right? Okay, so boom. So here we go. Regulations of documents. We got to give that duplicate original. Anytime we sign any kind of a contract with somebody, immediately we give them a duplicate original. This will definitely be on exams. All right. So all commissions are negotiated between the client and the broker, or their liaison, which would be you, right? So licensees can prepare contracts only for 1 to 4 family homes and single building residential lots, because anything else is considered to be commercial. And even though we're allowed to sell commercial real estate, we're not allowed to prepare the contracts for sale or lease of commercial real estate. They can only be prepared by attorneys. All right. Now, so what's our involvement? Our involvement is that we start the process by putting it in writing, the agreed upon terms between the parties. But it's a non-legally binding document. We refer to it as a term sheet, a non-binding term sheet, or an offer to purchase or lease, okay? But it's non-binding. It's subject to attorneys drawing up the actual contract. All written offers must be presented, forwarded to the owner. It's not always possible to present it if they're not around, but at least we could forward it to them, maybe by an email, for example, within 24 hours. Anytime we get an offer in writing, we need to forward it to the owner within 24 hours. Or I don't want to say the owner, because the offer could be a counter offer too. So all offers need to be presented or forwarded within 24 hours. Need to know. And that's not in the book right here. I think it may be written in the book in a later chapter, but either way, good to add to your.
It's there. It's after the commission, after the letters of intent, there's the next paragraph after written off.
Which paragraph are you on here?
Pardon?
Which paragraph are you on here? Oh, wait. Okay, I see. Next to the last paragraph on the page. Gotcha. All right. Well, we're going to be going over these. We're going to be doing some highlights anyway. I'm just going over, running down the highlights of what's going to be on this page right here on this slide. Okay, thank you. Okay, all listings must be entered into the MLS within 48 hours. Okay. The MLS, or multiple listing service, is a way that brokers share their listing inventory when we have properties for sale or rent that we've been hired to market to try to fill or sell. How do we share? How do we fill them? How do we get buyers or renters the quickest way possible? Well, seeing as there's so many licensees in the state, if we were to share that inventory with each other, you know, I mean, how many buyers or renters are you possibly working with, or every agent in your office possibly working with, versus if you opened it up to every agent in the state, right? So your odds greatly increase when you open up who can see it or show it, right? So licensing law requires that we share our inventory, our listings, with other brokers unless the owner directs us not to. And in that case, I'm going to always suggest to you guys, anytime you do anything, you got to cover your butts and get it in writing. All right. So our CYA form, our cover your ass form, we refer to that as the waiver of broker cooperation agreement. Okay. In this case. So if the owner does not want us to share that listing and put it in the MLS for others to see, we're going to have them sign a waiver of broker cooperation agreement. And that'll be on page 18 and 19 when we get to it here. Now, buyers, sellers, landlords, and tenants can choose also whether they want to incur the cost of hiring a lawyer or not. They don't have to have a lawyer. But if they don't want to use a lawyer, sitting as the cover page of any contract that we prepare has to be the Opinion 26 notice, which informs them that they do have a right to hire one. So this is especially important. We should always use that as the cover page for any contract that we prepare. However, it's really important when they are not using a lawyer, because we don't want to get in trouble by them telling us, saying later on, accusing us of telling them that they didn't need to have a lawyer. All right. Okay. All right, so let's do some highlighting, catching up. Page 17, we have the duplicate original stuff highlighted already under sales contract, the first sentence.
Yes.
Okay, and then the next paragraph just talks about that commissions are negotiable between the client and the broker, and no contract can contain anything indicating a prescribed fee schedule. Okay, so that wasn't listed on here because it's it just wasn't listed on the slideshow. But what is a prescribed fee schedule? A prescribed fee schedule, let me give you an example on the whiteboard. I'll pull up the whiteboard. So a prescribed fee schedule would be something like this. That's not a negotiable commission, is it? I'm giving you limited options to choose from. That's what we refer to as a prescribed fee schedule, because I'm prescribing you the amounts that you can select from. All right, that is not considered negotiable. In New Jersey, any contract commissions have to be a blank line that then will be filled out by pen with a hand, cannot be pre-typed in there. And commissions can be expressed as a percentage of the sale price or a dollar amount. But it needs to be written in, because otherwise, when was it negotiable? If you already have it typed in, when was it negotiated? It cannot be a prescribed fee schedule like this. Okay. And let's see, the commission requires the following statement be included in all listing contracts and sales contracts if there was no listing contract on the property for the 1 to 4 family house. That says this. Hold on, let's see if I have this on the next slide at all. Nope. Okay. That says this. As seller, you have the right to individually reach an agreement on any fee, commission, or other valuable consideration with any broker. No fee, commission, or other consideration has been fixed by any governmental authority or by any trade association or multiple listing service. That statement is basically saying that we do not engage in an illegal practice called price fixing, that all commissions were negotiable, and that the commission that you ended up selecting, or we agreed upon, that the owner would pay, was not fixed or set by any organization or individual or groups working together, that it actually, they did have an opportunity to talk to us and negotiate with that. I want you to write to the left of that paragraph, that third paragraph under sales contracts. In the margin, I just wrote, because this is pertaining to basically FSBO offers, right, for sale by owners. Write FSBO off to the left of that, FSBO offers, page 51. And then we're going to turn to page 51 momentarily. Oh, look at that.
You said right page 51 next to it?
Yep,
in
as
the
your
margin?
cross-reference, correct. Remember I told you I'd be giving you guys cross-references throughout the book?
Yeah.
Should we be spelling FSBO a certain way or just enough for us to understand?
You could
what it
write for
is?
sale by owner or FSBO.
Okay,
FSBO stands for sale by owner. We pronounce it FSBO. Well, you can pronounce it however you want, you know, but FSBO or for sale by owner. FSBO. And then we go to page 51, because here's where my OCD is going to kick in now. You're going to see what I mean by that. All right. That statement, by adding that statement in, we're saying that we do not engage in an illegal practice called price fixing. Okay, I have to forward a bit to get to that, but here we go. Which is a violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act. Okay. So on page 51, where it says antitrust laws, I want you to write, as you see here at the bottom of this slide in front of you, Sherman Antitrust Act. I want you to write that next to antitrust laws, the title, on page 51.
What are we writing? I'm sorry. Antitrust law.
You see, it says here Sherman Antitrust Act on the bottom of the slide. I want you to write that right next to the title where it says antitrust laws on page 51. So this is a violation of federal law called the Sherman Antitrust Act. All right. We're going to have a better slide of this when we go over it in, I believe, the chapter 3. I don't know. We may have more slides on this later on. I'm not sure. Nope, maybe not in this chapter, but the next one. Oh, no, we do. All right. So this slide over here shows what is price fixing. Well, it's an agreement between competing firms. We need to know this. This will be on both of your exams. Price fixing is a violation of what law? The Sherman Antitrust Act. It's a federal law, but there's state laws that make this illegal as well. Price fixing is a practice where agents from competing firms talk with each other to try to set an industry standard. They talk with each other and work with each other, trying to set an industry standard for pricing. They get together and they collude with each other. Collusion means that they're working together when they shouldn't be. So we have agents from competing firms. Why are you working together with an agent from a competing firm to talk about the prices that you charge the public for the services you perform? There's no reason for you to be doing that. So the Sherman Antitrust Act makes that illegal, because when agents work with each other to try to set an industry standard for pricing, which they call price fixing, it drives prices up for the public. See, if we were competing against each other like you should be, instead of working with each other, then how would we try to get the business away from the competition?
I don't know.
Can you ask that question again, sir?
Yeah, how would you try to, instead of, if you're not competing with each other, or if you are competing with each other, how would you try to get all the business away from the competition?
Oh, if you are competing, it's by, underbidding them, like giving out a lower.
So you're
price.
competing by offering a better price.
So if
right?
they're colluding together, then how would they?
So exactly. So the thing is, when competing firms are working together, they're colluding with each other. They're not getting a better price. It's like you work for one firm and I work for another firm, and we get together and we say, hey, listen, don't accept any listings less than 10% commission. All right. What we're saying here is, if enough of us do that and agree to that, pretty soon, no homeowner is going to be able to sell their house with a real estate agent for less than 10% commission.
Yeah.
So federal law makes that illegal. When we compete with each other, that means that we're trying to get all the business. We're not working with each other, setting agreements like this. I'm trying to get all the business from you. How am I going to do that? Well, I'm going to underbid you. All right. And that is good for the public. Bad for us, good for the public. Okay. But the laws, state laws and federal laws, what federal law makes that illegal, that practice?
Sherman and
The Sherman Antitrust Act. And what do we call the process? The process of agents from competing firms working with each other to try to set that standard.
Colluding.
We call it price fixing.
Oh, price fixing.
Price fixing. Okay. Now, price fixing would also include, or the Sherman Antitrust Act covers price fixing, but also includes allocation of markets. What is allocation of markets? Well, once again, that's when competing firms are working with each other. For instance, you work for one firm and I work for another firm. We work for the two major firms in town. And I say, hey, listen, anything on this side of Main Street, our company gets. Anything on that side of Main Street, your company gets. Or we could divide it up a different way. Instead of doing it geographically, we could say, hey, listen, our company will only take listings above 350,000 and we'll refer all the ones below 350 to you if you agree to do the same, right? So we're trying to divide the market by pricing, by value as well. So either way, that means that our two competing agencies are not competing against each other. We have an understanding that we're working with each other on how we're going to divide the market. That's illegal. So what should you do if another agent from a competing firm tries to talk to you about setting pricing or allocating markets? Immediately separate yourself from that situation. That's it. You don't need to call the cops or report them to the real estate commission or your broker or anything. Just remove yourself from that situation and the problem is solved. And that would be the answer for most exam questions. Hint, hint.
Mhm.
All right. So you guys have an understanding of the Sherman Antitrust Act? What is its purpose?
Yes.
Prevent price fixing. Yeah, and allocation of markets, but I don't know if you're going to get this one on exam. Price fixing you usually do, but just understand that those both could be involved in the Sherman Antitrust Act. It makes price fixing and allocation of markets illegal. And what is price fixing? When agents from competing firms, that's keyword is competing firms, talk about the fees for the services that they perform to try to set an industry standard. Now, you could have agents within your office have training on it. You could not only talk about it, you could have training about how your office policy is going to be on how to set your office policies pricing standards. That's allowed. You could have training on that stuff. But when talking to the competition from competing firms, it's strictly prohibited. Right? Okay, so we're going to highlight on the second paragraph under the antitrust laws on page 51. Illegal price fixing occurs when the brokers conspire to set prices for the services they perform rather than letting those prices be established through competition in the open market. Continue highlighting, real estate licensees must disassociate themselves immediately from the slightest discussion of commission rates with any member of a competing firm. Key word there is competing firm. So I would underline competing firm. And then go down to the very last paragraph on the page. And about midway of that first line, highlight Sherman Antitrust Act. People who fix prices or allocate markets may be found guilty of a misdemeanor crime, punishable by a maximum $1 million fine and up to 10 years in prison. Wow. It's a hell of a misdemeanor, huh?
Mhm.
Now, in a civil suit, a person who has suffered a loss because of such activities may recover triple the value of their losses from you, plus legal fees and etc. Guess they ain't joking around with that one, huh? Anybody watch the History Channel? Any of those things on the History Channel at all? Program? No. History Channel had something called, there's a whole series of shows that they made up. I think it was called Men Who Made America or Men Who Built America. It was about the titans of industry, you know, the Rockefellers and all those super uber rich people, right? They owned the steel industry, oil, railroads, you know, and how those families got super rich, but also helped develop this nation in the process. But the problem is, you know, they helped develop the nation. They did do good. They did get uber rich, but they also crushed a lot of competition and businesses through their price fixing and other ways of crushing the competition out of the business. They basically bought up a bunch of businesses and they would set pricing, industry standards for pricing on all the businesses. They'd simply buy out the competition. Now, Standard Oil was one of those, was the largest oil company in the United States. There was no competition for them. And so they were eventually such a big company that the United States government broke them up by taking them to court. And they broke them up under the Sherman Antitrust Act, which divided them into 32 different companies. They were that large that they had to break them up into 32 different companies. So that was the Sherman Antitrust Act that did that. It tries to prevent the monopolies as well. So this law has been around for a very long time. Okay, go back to page 17. Whatever slide we were on. All right, here's where we are. All right, so let's see. Let's continue on page 17. The next paragraph, the fourth paragraph down, under sales contract. Licensees, we're going to highlight that first sentence. Licensees can prepare sales contracts on 1-4 families and single building lots. Let me know when y'all got that.
Yeah.
All right, next paragraph down. We're going to highlight the commission requires that all sales contracts prepared by licensees contain an attorney review clause, giving the buyer and seller the right to to consult an attorney who may disapprove of the contract within 3 business days after delivery of signed contracts to both parties. We'll go over that in detail in a little bit more detail in other chapters that are coming. So what needs to be the cover page of any contract prepared by licensees?
Letter of content.
Opinion 26 notice tells them that they have the right to hire an attorney. Okay, and the attorney can make any modifications, changes, or cancel that contract within 3 business days. That's basically what that paragraph was talking about too. All right, all written offers, next paragraph, we'll highlight all written offers must be forwarded to sellers within 24 hours. And at the time of listing, owners of property must be furnished with a copy of the Attorney General's memorandum regarding the New Jersey laws against discrimination. We'll be going over that in chapter 4. But that's another document that we give to people at the time of listing. So who are we giving it to?
Someone?
We're giving it to the owner. I'm going to refer to them as the owner, not the seller, because what if they're listing their property for rent? Okay, so yes, we only give the Attorney General's memorandum, which is a document that informs them about the laws, New Jersey laws against discrimination and the federal anti-discriminatory laws. How come we're only giving that to the owner of the property, not the buyers or renters? Well, buyers and renters are free to discriminate all they want. They could choose where they want to live. But if you're offering a property for sale or for rent, you cannot discriminate. Okay, but buyers and renters, they could choose where they want to live, who they want to live next to. Buyers and renters can discriminate till their heart's content. But owners who are offering a property for sale or lease cannot.
Right.
All right. So it says the next paragraph just goes on to say that the New Jersey Supreme Court has ruled that buyers and sellers of residential real estate can choose whether or not they want to incur the cost of hiring a lawyer. So that's why we put that opinion 26 notice advising them, though, that they do have a right to hire a lawyer. And if we turn to page 18, we're going to highlight. What are we going to highlight? We're going to highlight this notice must be attached as the cover page to any contract of sale prepared by licensees. Now that's kind of vague when it just says this notice. So I want you to write underneath that paragraph, that sentence that you just highlighted, opinion 26 notice, like it's written here on the slide at the bottom, opinion 26 notice. And I'll give you a cross reference of page 174. Everybody got that?
Yes.
Awesome. If the real estate broker is also licensed as an insurance broker, for example, if you're licensed to have multiple licenses in different fields, mention of the buyer's purchase of insurance from that broker, if included in the sales contract, must be confirmed separately in writing, not less than 5 days before the actual closing of title. Just put an asterisk or a bracket around that paragraph and underline not less than 5 days before the actual closing of title. Basically, if you're licensed as a real estate salesperson, but you also have an insurance sales license, right? You can do both. However, a lot of times when you have real estate companies that are offering both these both these license types, they offer both these services, insurance and hey, they got these one-stop shops, real estate services, insurance, mortgage, everything under one roof, right? Well, a lot of times they end up having their own custom sales contracts, and on them, they'll just have a checkbox that if this box is checked, boom, you're getting insurance and mortgage and all that stuff through us. That's so easy to have that box pre-checked, right? So and have it just do some fast talking and get it by that buyer. So they require that it needs to be confirmed in a separate document, not on the actual purchase contract, that they in fact do want to get that insurance through you, but they don't have to. Okay. And that needs to be put on a separate document in writing, not less than 5 days before the actual closing. Okay. Everybody got that? Understandable?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. No, we're not there yet. All right. And other documents. This just continues on talking about those time requirements, right? The broker must keep copies of all unaccepted offers to purchase for 6 months from the date of the initial offer. All copies of contracts of sale and listing agreements must be kept for 6 years. If you want to highlight that there again, go ahead. But we already wrote for record keeping. Brokers need to keep all records for 6 years except for 2 items, right? Unaccepted offers and expired listings, which must be kept for 6 months. Then in the next paragraph, it says all records and files must be available for inspection at any time by the Real Estate Commission, and they always remain the property of the broker. One thing that we did go over once before, and I'll have you highlighted here, salespeople may not remove anything from the broker's files if they leave that broker. Now, broker business relationships. Boom. We have something called the CIS form. What I want you to do is in this next paragraph, the first paragraph under broker business relationships here, I wrote CIS, capital letter CIS form, just like here at the top of the slide, CIS form, page 4344. I wrote that right on the side of that paragraph. CIS form, page 4344, just as your cross-reference. And let's read this. It says, any licensee involved in the sale of residential real estate containing 1 to 4 family dwelling units, or the sale of a vacant 1-family lot or residential lease transactions for more than 125 days, this law will pertain or apply. It's required to supply information on business relationships to both the buyers and sellers or renters and landlords in accordance with 11.5.6-9, 11.5-6.9. What is that? 11:5.
That is the laws, right? Not the laws, the statutes.
Yeah, well, it's the administrative code, the rules and regulations of the Real Estate Commission. So if we continue reading, it actually says that. The New Jersey Administrative Code. In addition to disclosing the nature of the licensee's relationships to all parties involved in the transaction, both verbally and in brokerage agreements, offers, contracts, or leases. The licensee must provide a copy of the CIS, that's the Consumer Information Statement, on New Jersey real estate relationships. All right, so CIS form is the first document we give to anyone we intend to do business with. Its purpose is to inform the people that we're planning on working with, letting them know who, as of now, our agency is representing in the transaction and how. If you're going to be working with me as your real estate agent, wouldn't you want to know in advance if I'm already working with the other party in the transaction too?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is why the CIS form is a document that it informs us, right now I'm only representing you. Well, right now we're already representing the seller, but we'd also be representing you. I mean, all it is a disclosure like that. Okay. So the 4 ways that an agency can work with somebody is a seller's agent only, as you can see on the slideshow up here. A seller's agent only, they only represent the seller. A buyer's agent only represents the buyer. Or disclosed dual agent means that the agency is representing both parties in the transaction. It's not who you're representing, because who do you represent?
Okay.
The broker that you're employed under, correct? So it's who your agency represents. It's not all about you, right? So dual agency is when your brokerage is representing both parties in the transaction. I say it's not all about you because it gets you better understanding of this. Let's say that both you and I work for the same company and I have a listing and you got a buyer that wants to see my listing and you bring them over to show it to them and they get into a contract with each other. Who is our agency representing in that transaction?
Can you repeat that?
We both work for the same agency. I'm a listing agent. You're working with the buyer. You bring the buyer, you introduce them to the property that I listed, and they put an offer on and they get into a contract with the seller. Who is our agency representing in that transaction?
Broker, so both the
Both
broker.
buyer and seller.
Both the parties, both the
Yeah.
buyer and the seller. See, it's not about just who you're working with, because you're only working with the buyer, but the agency is representing both the seller and the buyer in that transaction. So it's not necessarily just who that one particular agent is representing or working with, it's who the agency is working with. And the agency is representing both parties in that scenario. So you see, there is a possibility that your company, is representing both parties in the transaction, even though you never met the seller. See how that could happen? So first of all, if you're working with a buyer and you're showing them one of your company's listings, it's dual agency. You have to disclose that. How do we first disclose that to somebody?
Yes. Right.
A CIS form.
The CIS form. By giving them a CIS form and checking off disclosed dual agent, we're going to work with you as a buyer's agent or disclosed dual agent if the opportunity arises. Now, if they want to see one of our company listings, has the opportunity arisen?
Yes.
Yes, it has. So now you need to get them to sign another document called an informed consent to dual agency for them to give us implicit permission to work as a dual agent. Okay, these are all just CYA forms, cover your butt forms, because somebody got sued at some point in time because they said, hey, they never told me, and they took advantage of me.
I actually want to tell you this because I ended up sharing it with.
Hello? Oh, that wasn't for us. Okay. I'm ready for a story. Okay. And lastly, there's transaction broker. Nothing in the law says that we need to work with somebody and represent them in the form of an agency relationship. So a transaction broker is simply somebody who is a manager of the transaction. They do the same thing as an agent would. However, they don't have what we call fiduciary duties, the legal responsibilities to the parties that they're working with. All right. We're going to go over in chapter 3 what all the fiduciary duties are as an agent when you are representing somebody as their agent. Okay. So look at the top here. It says, when talking about business agency relationships, the word agent is not referencing the individual agent, but talking about the agency as a whole. And so it's who our agency is representing. Now, why does that matter? Because when you work as a seller's agent, buyer's agent, disclosed dual agent, what do we have in common? That word agent. And when you work as an agent, not as a transaction broker, you owe legal fiduciary duties to the person that you're working with. Transaction broker does not. They just need to treat everybody fairly and honestly in the transaction. So the consumer information statement, this is the first document we give to anyone we intend to do business with. All right. It's required for residential transactions only. This is important. You will get this stuff on exams about the CIS without a doubt. You'll get probably a couple questions on it. So what's the first document you give to anyone you intend to do business with?
CSI form.
Highest form.
Not CSI. That's a TV show.
I'm
I
sorry.
know you watch a lot of TV now.
CIS.
CIS. I know a lot of people do that. The CIS form, the Consumer Information Statement. Correct. It's only required, however, for residential transactions. It's not required for commercial, because when you're dealing with commercial, you have attorneys involved, so they're going to protect you in that regard. But in residential transactions, we have to disclose who our agency is representing. If you have an attorney involved on commercial real estate, you don't got to worry about that because the attorney is representing you. Okay. Now, it's required for both the sellers, buyers, landlords, and tenants. And if the leases are long enough, if they're not short-term seasonal rentals. So if that means if they're more than 125 days, it's also required. All right. So this is a good little slide to show you when it's required. And that paragraph that you wrote that cross-reference next to, you put a little highlighted bracket around the corner of it, like I did. That's all I did. Boom. And then you know the study from there. So here's a bunch of forms and disclosures that we got to give to people. The CIS form is the first document you give to who? Anyone you intend to do business with. So if you're hosting an open house, you got to have these at the open house?
Yes.
Only if you intend on working with anybody that walks in that front door, right?
Right.
So yes. Now, if somebody walks in that front door and you want to work with them, how are you going to be working? Let me back up and give you those options again.
The buyer's agent.
Really? You're hosting the open house and a buyer walks in that front door, you're going to be working as a buyer's agent?
Oh, the seller's agent.
Sellers.
Mhm.
Well, it could be seller's agent, but it could also be disclosed dual agents.
Dual agent.
See, seller's agent wouldn't be representing that buyer at all, though. So that buyer, you'd be working with them how? As either a disclosed dual agent or as a transaction broker, not representing them because you're working as the seller's agent, representing the seller, and a transaction broker for the buyer. Because those are just two sides of the transaction, right?
Mhm.
You're working with different parties in a different capacity. If you're representing the seller, but you also represent your buyers, I always represent my clients. I don't care if they're sellers or buyers. I represent them all. So how would I be working with that buyer that walked in the front door? As a disclosed dual agent, correct? Because I represent my clients. And if I represent my clients, I'm working as an agent, and an agent that's representing both parties in the transaction is working as a disclosed dual agent. Because undisclosed, if I don't disclose the fact that I'm representing both parties in the transaction, undisclosed dual agency is illegal. See, undisclosed dual agency is illegal. Disclosed dual agency is not. So the opinion 26 notice, that's the document that we learned that needs to be the cover page of any contract prepared by licensees. And what is its purpose? To inform them that they have the right to hire an attorney and have them make changes to the contract or cancel it. Because if they don't, that contract becomes legally binding within
7 days.
3 days. 3 days is the attorney review period. Okay, you have 3 business days to start that attorney review period, or that contract becomes legally binding the way that it is. Now, the Attorney General's memorandum informs the owners about the New Jersey law against discrimination as well as federal laws. Who do we give that to again?
Say that one more time.
Who do we give the Attorney General's memorandum to?
The buyer and the seller?
The owner.
The owner of the property. Buyers and renters are free to discriminate till their heart's content. However, owners offering their property for sale or rent must not discriminate. This is why we have to give them this document. We refer to that as a memorandum. Memorandum is a fancy word for notice, right? And it's this notice or memorandum is coming from the Attorney General. What is the Attorney General? What is that position? It's the highest law enforcement officer in the state. Okay, so the highest law enforcement officer in the state, the Attorney General's office, has written a memorandum, a notice, that we need to give to all the owners who offer their property for sale or rent. That informs them about the laws against discrimination. What do you suppose the reason for that is? Telling them that they can't discriminate under any circumstance, whether they hire us or not. Owners cannot discriminate. So we have to give them this document that informs them of that. Make sense?
Mhm.
So the Attorney General's memorandum is about the law against discrimination. Are we giving them the law against discrimination? No, we don't give people the law. We give them the memorandum that talks about the law. Follow?
Right.
All right.
Mhm.
I know that this was kind of confusing for me when I was in your position studying, because I had in my notes, Attorney General's memorandum is a document, yeah, was about the laws against discrimination, that the owner could not discriminate when offering their property for sale or lease. And then I had written the LAD, the laws against discrimination, informs the owners that they about the anti-discriminatory laws that they cannot discriminate. And it sounded like the same exact thing. And that's why I got confused. I'm trying to explain to this, make sure that you don't get that confusing explanation in your notes by defining for you that the LAD is the law. You don't give people the law. You explain the law by giving them the memorandum, which talks about the laws against discrimination. So the LAD is the laws against discrimination. The Attorney General's memorandum is the document that you give to the owner that tells them that they can't discriminate. There's a distinction between the two. One's the law, one's a document that talks about the law. Got it? Hopefully that clarified things for you, because I know when we start taking notes and start studying them later on, that some of these things start looking the same after a while, and it could get confusing. And I just want to make sure that it's not, so that you fully understand. Okay.
Thank you.
Now, here's something we're going to learn in a much later chapter, but lead paint hazard addendum is another document that we give to the owners at the time that we get a listing. So if that property that they have was built before 1978, the federal law, so it doesn't matter what state that you're practicing in, all states this law applies to when working in the real estate field. Whether you're selling the property or leasing a property, the owner must disclose the presence of any known lead hazard on the property, not just lead paint, but any lead hazard that's on the property. Lead is a heavy metal. It's dangerous. It could cause developmental issues in anybody, but especially in young children under the age of 6 that are still in that developmental stage. It could cause problems with their nervous system, their brains. It could cause a lot of health issues. Heavy metals can kill you, but it's especially dangerous in children. So federal law requires that we disclose that owners disclose the knowledge of any lead hazard in the home. And then we need to supply that form that was already filled out by the owner to any potential buyer or renter. Okay. When the property was built before what?
1978.
There you go. We don't give this first to the buyer or renter to fill out. And I'm going to tell you why. No, I'm going to do you one better. I'm going to show you why. How about that? You want to see why? Okay, I'm opening up the document. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to show you the document. So here's the actual document that we give to the owners or renters, but it still needs to be filled out first by the owners. This is the lead paint or lead hazard disclosure. We put down the property address there. Section 1 describes what the hubbub is about. Section 2, you have the address of the property, and then section 3 is where the sellers disclose all their knowledge. So they have to initial by all 3 of these lines. They initial here. They don't put a checkbox here, by the way. And then they put a checkbox in one of these sections. Okay. So section A, they have to initial next to it. Make sure they initial and they don't put a check there. Okay. And then they're going to put a check here or here, disclosing whether they have knowledge of any lead hazard in the home, and then to explain, or to check that they don't have any knowledge. And then over here, do they have any reports or inspections pertaining to lead hazards in the home? Yes or no? And if yes, to further explain. And then to initial here that if there's any changes, if they become aware that anytime during this transaction of any lead hazard that's in the home, that they'll disclose it to everybody in the transaction. And then the seller will sign, and then their listing agent will sign, or the owner, seller or owner will sign, then the listing agent would sign. And then we have the buyer or renter section, where the very first thing is that they're going to initial next to says, purchaser has received copies of the information stated above in section 3. This is why you can't have the buyer or renter fill it out first. It must first be filled out by the owner. Then the purchaser has received a pamphlet about protecting your home that discloses about the lead hazards in a home. We'll get to that in a later chapter. And then they initial here and they check one of these options, because the law requires that the owner give them a 10-day opportunity to conduct an inspection for lead hazards, or that buyer or renter can waive that opportunity if they want to close quicker on that transaction. And then the purchaser or renter would initial or sign, they would sign here and date, and then their listing agent would sign here and date, and you're now in compliance with federal law. Okay. If this is missing from the transaction, I believe the fine is $11,000 for every transaction that is missing this, or the form is improperly filled. Big deal. Mm-hmm. Hello.
Yep.
All right. So license law requires agents share all their listing inventory with other agencies. We've already went over this. The listings also have to be put into the MLS within 48 hours, unless who directs them not to?
Owner.
Unless the owner directs them not to. And then we got to cover our butts by getting them to sign.
Yeah.
The waiver of broker cooperation.
Waiver of broker cooperation agreement. All right. So it must be signed by the owner when?
Time of listing.
And at the owner's request only. We're not supposed to introduce this form to the owner. There's no reason for us to introduce this form to the owner, okay? Unless we're looking out for our own best interest, and we're supposed to be looking out for our client's best interest. Because this would, by having them sign this, they're basically telling us don't cooperate with other agencies. You're only to market this property by your own resources, and you're only you're going to be the only agent that I want to work with on this transaction. No other outside companies. Okay. So some agents try to do this to try to get that secret pocket listing. They try to convince their owners to sign this form, but whose best interest are they working in when they do that?
Their own.
Their own. This is why we're only supposed to introduce this form when the owner requests it. And we're not supposed to introduce it to them at any other time. Because when the owner requests it, we got to have them fill it out to cover our butts, because the law requires us to cooperate with everybody unless the owner tells us implicitly not to. And then this is our CYA form, right? So agents must never introduce the form or the idea to owners about not sharing the listing in the MLS. If we go to page 18, down at the bottom is the actual waiver of broker cooperation agreement form. I don't know if I have one that I could open up on screen. I only have a crappy one from Middlesex County, but this one's branded and all right, well, I got a crappy one. That's a customized crappy one now from Middlesex County MLS, which has now rebranded themselves as Central Jersey MLS. And this is their form, their version of this form. Okay, it says, this is the form. It says waiver broker cooperation. I understand that cooperation amongst brokers produces wider exposure of my property and may result in it being sold or leased sooner and at a higher price than would be the case were my broker not to cooperate with other brokers. I further understand that when my broker cooperates with other brokers, I can still have the arrangements for the showings of the property and all negotiations with me or my attorney made only through my listing broker's office should I so desire. However, despite my awareness of these factors, I directed the properties to be marketed only through the efforts of the listing broker. The listing is not to be published in any multiple listing service. I will only consider offers on this property obtained by and will only allow showings of this property to be conducted by the listing broker or their duly authorized representatives. The listing broker is hereby directed not to cooperate with any other broker. And by signing this below, the parties hereto confirm that no pressure or undue influence has been exerted upon the owners as to how the property is to be marketed by the listing broker. And then you get them to owner to sign, the listing broker signs, or you, their authorized agent. All right. So how is that in the seller's best interest to get them to sign that? It's not. But sometimes an agent will just stick the form in front of their face and give them some cock and bull story talking. It won't give them the opportunity to read it. They'll tell them, yeah, this is just about that. And they'll make something up and I'll just say, just sign here, okay. Boom. This means that all offers need to come through me, or they'll make some kind of cock and bull story. They're basically lying to them. So they don't have to share the listing in the MLS, and they get when they think that they already have a buyer lined up for it, so that they could get that secret pocket listing that only they're going to be able to sell right away. All right, don't do that. Okay, first of all, it's illegal. It's against licensing law. See, 11.5.6-4. What is that? That's the administrative code. This is a section that says the obligation of the licensees to the public and each other. And what does that section say? It says, unless directed not to do so in writing by an owner, as provided herein, every licensee shall fully cooperate with other New Jersey licensees utilizing cooperation agreements, which shall protect and promote the interests of the licensee's client or principal. Collusion and discrimination with respect to commission rates and splits are prohibited by NJAC Administrative Code. 11.5, you know, they're quoting to you what sections of the administrative code you'd be violating here. Okay, which require you put the listing within 48 hours in the MLS, that require all offers be transmitted to the owner within 24 hours, and that no unreasonable restrictions of placing the property and listing property to prospective purchasers who are working through cooperating brokers, okay? And all requirements imposed by the obligation fully cooperate shall be complied with. Okay, you could see that it's not in the seller's best interest to only work with the listing agency, that they should put it in the MLS to cooperate and share that listing. They'll sell the property probably at a higher price and more quickly. Okay, so here's the actual form on the bottom of page 18, that form that I just read, but it's actually, they just wrote it here on the in the book. So let's highlight under listing broker and seller principle on the second paragraph, the second sentence. Anytime a seller directs an owner, directs a broker not to cooperate, the licensee must have the seller sign a waiver of broker cooperation form. And then it's followed by the actual waiver of broker cooperation form, which if you wanted to, you could put a box around it and highlight the title, waiver of broker cooperation form there. Okay. So, buyer's agency. When an agency is only working and representing with the buyer in a real estate transaction, we could only work with the buyer. If that's the case, we would have them sign an exclusive, what we call an exclusive buyer's agency agreement. And I suggest that you guys do get buyers. We'll go over this more in chapter 3. That's where it really gets into it. But I mean, we could go over it now too. Exclusive buyer agency agreement. It helps establish our agency relationship with the buyer. We owe that buyer our fiduciary responsibilities, and it helps establish evidence if there's ever a dispute between two buyer's agents as to who's owed the commission in the transaction. And that person who's owed the commission, we refer to them as the procuring cause of the sale. They're the procuring cause. They're the one who had procured the cause. The agent who did the most work leading up to the sale in a transaction would be the one who's owed the commission, and they are called the procuring cause. It's difficult to prove who the procuring cause is in a transaction. But if you have an exclusive buyer agency agreement signed with that buyer and the other agent doesn't, well, that helps establish your being the procuring cause a little bit better, right? And the more work that you do in a transaction, the more you are the procuring cause. But look, if you only showed that buyer the property and then they put the offer in with another agent, and then they go to attorney review, and then they go to help them get the mortgage and the home inspections, the more work that that other agent does, the more they become the procuring cause in the transaction. So it becomes harder and harder the longer that you wait. And it's not necessarily that you're waiting, you just may be unaware that they're working with another agent as well. So wouldn't you want to know at the start, in the beginning of a transaction, if that potential client, that buyer, is going to be cheating on you or not?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Right? So this exclusive buyer agency agreement, it basically asks the question straight out right at the beginning. As of right now, are you working with any other agents? You think that's a question you may want to know when you start working with a buyer? Could it make a difference in your decision if you want to work with them?
Mm-hmm.
All right, or at least you could address the issue. If you're working with another agent, then why are you here? Right?
Right.
Look, you guys start a relationship with somebody, a personal relationship. Do you start a personal relationship with somebody outright when they tell you up front, hey, listen, I'm going to be cheating on you? What did you at least want to know in the beginning?
Right.
Right? So this is kind of the same thing. And then at least now you can make that decision knowing up front if they're going to be cheating on you or not. All right? You have them sign that exclusive buyer's agency agreement. I think I have a sample one I can show you too. Hold on tight. I'm opening it. La, da, 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 da. So this is the exclusive buyer agency agreement, courtesy of New Jersey Realtors Association, put this together for us. They dropped the word association, now just call themselves New Jersey Realtors. Basically, it's between the buyer. You put the buyer's name there, the name of your brokerage firm. You put down either all the municipalities that you're working with them in, but that's too many. Instead, I write down the names of all the counties that I'm going to be exclusively working with them in here. And look at number 2. What is it asking here? Does buyer have a business relationship with another broker? You think you may want to know the answer to that before you start working with them?
Mm-hmm.
Especially if they check this box, right? Yes, I do. Then you know what my question is going to be, right? Then why are you here? I mean, I would want an answer for that, wouldn't you? You're telling me that you're working with another agent, then why are you here? Did the other agent tell you to come here and just have me show you properties and then you're going to be putting offers in through them? No, let them do their own work. Right? Wouldn't you want to know that?
Right. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, you could decide if you still want to work with them or not. Maybe they say, well, you know what? I was, I'm working with an agent, but I really don't like them. They're not doing this, they're not doing that, so I really like to find someone else. Well, okay, then let's address that issue. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have you write them a document right now. I want you to write something on paper that you're terminating your relationship with your agency relationship with them and you don't want to work with them anymore as of today's date. And then we could wait 3 days. 1, 2, 3. And then I'll start working with you. Because at the end of this document, it basically says somewhere in here that upon a 3 days written notice, the agreement can be canceled. It says it in here somewhere. That's in there somewhere, that it can be canceled. Okay, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to have them basically fire their agent. And then I'm going to wait the 3 days and then I'll start working with them. And then I'm going to have them sign this form again and it's going to say no. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, additional information on this form isn't just to make sure that they're not going to be cheating on you. Because, I mean, it's hard to get somebody to sign a contract and still make it that they're not cheating on you, right? You could have your boyfriend or girlfriend sign a contract saying they're not going to cheat on you and they still cheat on you, right? Mm-hmm. So there's no be all end all to this. So we'll now set our agency relationships here. This is what a disclosure of agency relationship looks like on different contracts. It's just a checkbox. As of now, I'm going to work with you as a buyer's agent and disclose dual agent if that opportunity arises. For how long? That's the term. I'm going to put in here 1 year. And then I'll put the date when it expires. Oh, here it says, or 3 days after receipt by a buyer's agent of a written termination of notice from the buyer. Okay. And then what's the minimum I'm willing to work for? So I'm going to discuss with them the commission. Now, who pays the commission in a real estate transaction? Do you know?
Broker.
Well, who pays the broker? Where's the broker get it from?
Oh,
The seller?
The owner of the property, correct. So the owner of the property pays the commission always, because they're the ones that you get the listing agreement with, right? And that listing agreement, that's when we negotiate with them the commissions on the listing agreement, right? So it's always, and then that commission gets split 4 ways in the transaction, right? There's a buyer side, seller side, and then the brokers split it with each of their agents. So there's 2 sides of every transaction in that regard, buyer side and the seller side of the transaction. So this brokerage fee would get split up. But what if the listing agency took the listing at a really low commission to begin with? You guys need to be able to set a price. What's the minimum you're worth? What's the minimum you're willing to work with somebody for?
Mhm.
Sorry, excuse me. So,
Is this,
Speak up, whoever was just talking there, I could barely hear you.
that,
is this percent?
All right, hold on. This I'm not seeing who's talking. I could just hear you guys.
I was going to ask, does do the broker normally have a minimum that they set for their cut for their
They
office?
may. It's a good question. They may. You need to check your office policy. Typically with buyers, no, because most buyers agents do not use this form. So most brokers don't even have it in their policy. Most brokers, they just have it on the listing side, the minimum commission that they're willing to accept on the listing. So if you're a listing agent, they may have an office policy that you can't take a listing less than X percent, you know? And then you need to know that policy. But pertaining to buyers, a lot of brokers don't have that even addressed in their office policies, because who usually sets the commission rates anyway? The seller. And then they split that with the other agency. However, I'm telling you guys about this right now. You guys can decide what you're worth, because look, if the listing agency took a low fee listing, say they took a listing at 3%, a listing at 3%, and then that's going to get split between the buyer side and seller side 1.5%. And you still got to split that with your broker.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. You're practically making nothing on that transaction, right? So what I would do is I would say, look, if it's a 5% listing, it would get split 2.5% on each side. You know what? I'm not going to be greedy. For a seller side, I'm going to say, you know what? Let's say it's a 4% listing, 2% and 2%. You know what? I'll go with that. So on this buyer's agency agreement, the minimum I'm willing to work for, I'm going to put 2%. Would you guys agree that I'm not trying to take advantage of somebody? I'm not trying to rape them on a transaction and get rich off of one transaction here.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what I put down on mine. I put down 2%. Now this is the minimum. If they're offering more, I'm going to get paid that more amount, the higher amount. Okay, don't confuse the two. This is the minimum that I'm willing to work for. So if they're offering less, whoa. I'm willing to work for 2%, not 1.5. So now I'm going to ask that. Now I'm going to ask that buyer, hey, the minimum I'm willing to work for is 2%. I'll put on here. If they're offering less, you need to pay the difference, because the minimum I'm willing to work for is 2%, and I don't set the commissions on the seller side. Okay. So are you willing to pay the difference, or do you just not want me to show you the properties that are not offering the minimum that I'm willing to work for, that we just both established was a fair amount? See, that's the way I'll approach that conversation. I'm not just gonna say, this is the minimum I'm willing to work for, and will you pay the difference? I'll start off by getting them to agree with me that it is a fair amount, that I'm not trying to get rich off of you on a transaction. You don't even pay this, the seller pays this commission. Would you agree that it's a fair amount I'm asking for? I'm not trying to get rich off this transaction if the minimum commission I'm willing to work for is this. And then wait for them to answer you with an affirmative, right? Because it is a fair amount. We established that just 2 minutes ago, right? So wait for them to say yes, and then say, okay, well, if they don't offer that minimum, because I have no control over the listings, what the listing company does with the seller, are you willing to pay the difference? And if they don't want to, then I would say, well, then there's 2 ways we could go about this. You either pay the difference, because that's the minimum I'm willing to work for, or you authorize me not to show you properties that are not paying this minimum difference. And I would actually suggest that that would be the better route to go, because Listen, if the seller is so cheap that they don't want to pay 2% commission to an agent who brings in a buyer, what do you think is going to happen when we put an offer in this property and comes home inspection time and you start finding problems with the house? You think that they're going to be volunteering to do all this work on the house? Or you think that they're going to want to renegotiate the contracts, or they're going to tell you to do the work yourself? What do you think? Is it a legitimate question that I'm asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. You know, if they're that cheap with it when it comes to selling the house, what do you think it's going to be when it comes time to doing work? They're going to be like, screw you, I'm not doing any work, because they're so damn cheap. And at least that's my experience, what I found. So I'll bring it up to them just like that. And if you phrase it like that, listen, you guys will be working like pro agents in no time, you know, because you're filtering out the bullshit. All right. So you don't have to deal with either a buyer who doesn't want you to make their money, or a seller who's so damn cheap. So listen, a lot of you agents are going to do this anyway. When you search for, you know the property that your clients are looking for. You know the area, the price range, the criteria. But your eyes, the first thing they're going to go down to on the listing is, how much money are they offering for commission on this transaction? And some agents will filter out the listings that they forward to their buyers because it's not enough money for them to make on the transaction. But when you're doing that and you did not have that discussion with that buyer where they authorized you not to filter out those listings, whose interest are you putting first? If you never had that conversation with the buyer and you're just filtering out those listings, whose interest are you putting first?
Yourself.
You're putting your own. That's a violation of licensing law. So not only are you violating your fiduciary duties, your legal responsibilities to your client, you're violating licensing law. All right, and you're putting your best interest above your clients. And guess what? If you do that, you know you could also be found guilty of discrimination. Now you may be scratching your heads right now, being saying, "Wait a minute, how do we go from talking about the money, the commission, to discrimination?" Because discrimination is not hard to prove. Somebody does not need to prove that you intentionally discriminated against them in order to be found guilty of discrimination. In order to be found guilty of discrimination, they just need to prove that a discriminatory act had occurred. Your intent is irrelevant. So once again, how does talking about commission end up in discrimination? Want me to show you? This is how that happens. Let's go to the whiteboard. Clear off this screen here. Clear canvas. All right, so I got the whiteboard up over here. Let's just say that we know all of our clients' criteria, okay? And here's Main Street, all right? And our clients want them to show us all these properties that meet their criteria. So these properties that meet their criteria are on this side of town, they're on this side of the town, they're all over town, right? However, we start looking now at the commission. How much commission are they offering? And all the properties that meet their criteria that are offering the higher commission amounts, they tend to be only on this side of town. But there are several properties that meet those criteria that are on this side of town. I'm going to put them in red. However, they're not offering the commission that we want. They meet their client's criteria, but they're not offering the same commission. All they got to do is establish, wait a minute, how come you're only showing me the properties on this side of town, but you're not showing me the properties on this side of town that also meet my criteria? They just don't have the right commission amount there. So what's your answer going to be to them? How would you explain that to them if they asked you that question, if you got caught doing that?
You can't unless you straight tell them, I need more money.
So you're going to say, I never had this conversation with you before by having you sign an exclusive buyer agency agreement, but I simply was not showing you all these properties because the money. Okay, if you do that, were you violating any laws?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're violating licensing law, which you got to put your client's best interest above all others, including your own. Otherwise, so you violated the law one way or another. Either you violated the law because of the money, or you violated the law because of discrimination factors. Maybe it was you didn't want me living in this neighborhood on this side of town, and you were steering me. We call that steering. It's a form of discrimination. You were only showing me properties on this side of town. Was it because you were trying to keep me away from this area? Were you discriminating against me? Did you think it'd be easy for me to prove that in court if you were not showing me any properties in this side of town that met my criteria? Even though there were properties there that met my criteria, you were only showing them to me on this side of town? And what's your defense going to be? Oh, I wasn't discriminating. I was just looking at the money, which is also illegal. Either way, you ain't in a good shape. You ain't in a good position right there. Either way, you violated the law, either discrimination or putting your interest above another client's. Either way, you're screwed. So you see why it's a good idea to have an exclusive buyer agency agreement filled out with the potential buyers.
For sure.
See, and we're talking about the money here. This is how money can turn into a discrimination suit. It's like the furthest thing from your mind was discrimination. The only color you were seeing was green, right? And you find yourself on the wrong end of a discrimination suit.
Wow.
That kind of sucks.
Right.
All right, so back to this form. So just by simply having this conversation with them, and then if they say, oh no, I don't want to pay that difference, then what I would do is I would write it on this form, unless you make a custom form that has it already like a checkbox on there, which is what I did. And on here, you would just write a checkbox option. A buyer has informed me not to show them listings not offering the minimum commission stated above. Boom. And now you could legally filter out all them, and they can't turn it into a discrimination suit. You could be like, yeah, I'm not showing you any of the properties in this side of town because you authorized me not to do so on this form. What's up? No discrimination suit. And you're not putting your interest above your clients because you had the discussion with them. That's like one of them boom moments, drop the mic moments, right? So that's the way you avoid both conflict and discrimination there. It's the way to do it, my friends. It's possible. All right. So what do we call when two agents are in dispute as to who is owed the commission? Which one is owed the commission? What do we call that person?
A procuring cause.
They're the procuring cause. They are the one who had procured the sale. They're the one who did the most work leading up to it. This is on exam, without a doubt. Procuring cause. You need to know that term. So when two buyers agents are in dispute, the one who could prove that they did the most work leading up to the sale, difficult to prove, is the one who's owed the commission. Now, who would you file a procuring cause complaint with? Well,
The local realtors association.
the local realtors association. How come you don't file it with the real estate commission? Let me ask you a question. Who enforces licensing laws?
The real estate commission.
What is the purpose of licensing law?
To prevent defrauding.
Frugal,
Go to the first page in the book. What is
Oh,
the
Oh,
purpose of licensing law?
to protect the public against unscrupulous. Oh yeah, so that's why it's basically the union, because they are basically separating two fighting children, like the realtors.
Correct. So the real estate commission, their job is to enforce the laws, and the laws are there to protect the public from unscrupulous brokers. They're not there to mitigate arguments between bickering agents. The Realtors Association, our trade association's job is to do that.
Gotcha.
All right, that's why. So, but I wanted to lead you to the water. I wanted you guys to be able to see it and figure it out for yourself. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So let's see, brokers and salespersons. Okay, the salespersons, that's you guys, are going to be independent contractors. You're going to be basically, for all intents and purposes, self-employed. Okay, even though you have to work for a broker in order to activate your license, that broker, the reason why you're working with them is so that they could supervise you to make sure that you're obeying all the state's laws, rules, and regulations, right? So, but for tax reasons, you are considered an independent contractor and self-employed. Now, for most professions, when you have a boss that can dictate certain things that you can do and you can't do and how to do your job, that violates the IRS's rules on what is deemed an independent contractor versus an employee. But the IRS has something carved out for real estate agents, that you would still be considered an independent contractor, because the reason behind the boss dictating how to conduct your job is to ensure that you're in compliance with laws. All right. So you guys are going to need to, most agents out there are not going to be employees. You may have some positions out there that are, but for the most part, most real estate agents, you're not going to be an employee. You're going to be an independent contractor. So at the end of the year, that means that when you make money, your boss is going to be paying you your gross pay. Anybody ever get a check in their life? Anybody have a job in their life and get a check from an employer?
Yes.
yeah.
Okay. You wish you got paid the gross. Instead, you got paid the net. That's after expenses, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So now you're going to be getting the gross pay. You're getting that full amount. Calm down. Hold up. Hold up. Don't go rushing out that you're just rich just quite yet. You got to keep some money to the side to pay the IRS at the end of the year. You're going to have to pay the man. You're going to have to pay him at the end of the year. Okay. Now, how could you reduce the amount that you need to pay them at the end of the year? Keep track of your expenses.
Yeah, right on.
Okay. As an independent contractor being self-employed, you can now take deductions by reducing your taxable income. Take, for example, this class that you paid to take this class. This class, the amount that you paid to take this class is tax deductible. The exam fee is tax deductible. The licensing fee that you're going to pay $160 to the State Treasurer of New Jersey is tax deductible. Any marketing fees you pay. Wait, you need a new cell phone? Are you going to use it for business? Is that going to be a business expense then?
Yeah.
Then it's tax deductible. They're business expenses. So now you got to keep track of your business expenses, and you could reduce your taxable income on how much money you need to pay the man at the end of the year.
What about gas, like gas receipts to go to properties? Would that be?
The IRS, when it comes to vehicles, the IRS is pretty tricky about that. Okay. Are you leasing or do you buy?
The vehicle? What about if we already own it?
If you own the vehicle and you already own it outright, there's no expenses to pay. So you're not trying to deduct the cost of the vehicle,
Right.
just the expenses, okay? Well, you still need to keep a record as far as the IRS is concerned as to what percentage of the time you're using that vehicle for personal use and what percentage for business.
Because that car has to be insured as a vehicle, like
It don't need to be insured as commercial.
oh, okay.
The only time a vehicle needs to be insured as commercial technically is if it's used strictly for business purposes.
Right, because sometimes I was with the last class, sometimes we pick up the buyers and we take them to a property. So God forbid something happens along the way, we have to be insured to cover them, right?
Well, state law requires that you have minimum insurance. Your brokers are going to require that part of your employment agreement. They're going to have some kind of a stipulation in there that you have to carry the minimum required insurance as required by state law. Some brokers may require more, but that would be a question you'd have to ask them at your job interview, right?
Right.
You have any special requirements as far as how much insurance we carry on our vehicle? But it wouldn't matter for me because you know what I do? I don't drive people in my car no more. I have them follow me because I always have
Right.
another appointment to get to right afterwards, right?
Right.
Right.
Whether you do or you don't, you know, I don't want your kids spitting up in my back seat or you sticking gum on my chair or ripping it or leaving garbage or, you know, people don't give a crap about others' property, you know, they always screw it up somehow. And plus, that's not the main reason, although it's a pretty damn good one. There's another reason. I am a people watcher. I like to observe people in their natural habitats and see how they act. And I make mental notes, okay? And one thing that I've done as an experiment, yes, I experiment on people. And one thing I've done as a little experiment is over the years, I've seen people that you drive around versus people who you have follow you and meet you at appointments.
Mm-hmm.
How many properties do you need to show them before they make an offer on one? And I have found overwhelmingly that if you have them following you around versus you chauffeuring them around, they pull the trigger and make a decision a lot quicker.
Right.
When they got to use their own gas money, when they got to fight the traffic like you do and get tired and fighting that traffic and finding parking spots and running around, you know, and being more aware versus just being leisurely driven around in the backseat of your car, they make a decision a lot quicker.
Right. Right.
Okay. You show them a lot more homes when you're chauffeuring them around. I've tested this. Listen, don't take my word for it. Try testing it yourself. Be a people watcher. Experiment on them like I did. Okay. And I'm going to tell you, you'll see a huge difference in how many homes that you got to show them. A big difference. Okay?
Right.
Human psychology is an interesting thing. I like to experiment with people like this. But hey, you find better ways to do your business, more effective ways to do your business. I'm giving you guys some tips here. Not only is it going to keep your car cleaner, okay, you also don't have to show them as many properties.
Right.
Mm-hmm. All right. So the independent contractor agreement the real estate commission requires some things have to be in every independent contractor agreement. If we turn to page 20, we have here, it says the broker salesperson. This is talking about the independent contractor agreement. It says before a salesperson can begin working for a sponsoring broker, a written broker salesperson independent contractor agreement must be drawn up. I want you to write at the end of that line, page 34. On page 34, you can see a sample independent contractor agreement that's in the back of this book. All right. I may even have one that I could pull up on the screen. But this is the, let me see, do I? I don't have one. Wow. I should pull one up. Okay, so anyway, on page 34, you can see a sample independent contractor agreement. It's no biggie. We don't need to see one right now. They could vary greatly from agency to agency, but on page 34, you can see a sample independent contractor agreement that was created by New Jersey Association of Realtors. Most brokers use this one, and then they may make some modifications to it. But this is the one that most brokerages use. If the one that your broker has you sign does not look like this, you better pay close attention and read the whole thing. Okay. I mean, I've had I had one broker that I went to work for, and he had a custom contract. The entire thing was custom, fine print, legal size paper, 2-sided, 6 pages long. It was full of all kinds of little BS that he stuck in there. And I had a lot of problems with him when I left his brokerage and I opened up my own brokerage firm. I kept getting cease and desist orders from his attorney. You know, I worked for the guy. I'm not even talking about what town he was in, but he was near my town where I live. I live in Linden, and I was going to open up in Linden, and I got a cease and desist order from him. Apparently, my independent contractor agreement said that I couldn't open up a brokerage within 20 miles of him.
Wow.
And then, so I opened up my first brokerage. I opened it up in Edison that was just outside the 20-mile range. So then I get another cease and desist order because I have an agent that came to me and came to me. I didn't go to them to recruit them, but they left his office when they found out that I opened up my own, and they came to me. I got a cease and desist order because apparently my independent contractor agreement, it said I could not hire an agent directly from his office.
Wow.
You know, and I was like, I was starting to get really ticked off because he never supplied me with a copy of my independent contractor agreement like the law requires. Real estate licensing law requires brokers supply they got to give a duplicate original of that independent contractor agreement to their real estate agents at the time that they signed that agreement. So what he did is I signed it. His secretary went off with it. She was supposed to make a copy and give it to me. She locked up the door and left for the day. All right. He's like, oh, that's all right. You'll get it tomorrow. Okay. Tomorrow comes. Oh, they're too busy all day long. And every day it seemed to be some kind of excuse or another until I finally just threw my hands up in the air and said, oh, screw it. You know, let me just do my work, you know. And I, out of sight, out of mind, forgot all about it. Never got a copy of my independent contractor agreement, which really ticked me off because I signed it and I didn't really read the whole thing when I signed it. And because it was so long and fine print and, you know, big mistake. If it's custom like that, I'm giving you that advice right now, because I'm telling you, I came into all kinds of legal troubles with this guy because he threw in all kinds of whammies in there. Because I was just looking at the main stuff. How much commission am I getting? What's my commission split? That's what I looked at, right? But he threw all kinds of other custom stuff in there that really screwed me up when I left his office, okay? Until I finally had my lawyer tell him to go screw himself when he tried slapping me with more cease and desist orders. I said, you can go screw yourself because you never gave me a copy of my independent contractor agreement like the law requires, and we cannot comply with agreements if you refuse to give it to us. So then he made like a little screenshot of one section that I violated. And we said, no, we need the full contract, you know, and he was trying to play these games. So then he faxed it over. And because he faxed it over and it was fine print, you know what happens when you have small print and you fax a document? It becomes illegible. It looks like a big blur, big smudge. So he had to get us a copy of it, you know, and he, begrudgingly so, we finally got it out of him, you know. And it was kind of screwed up because he didn't put ending dates on a lot of things. So he's kind of restricting me for quite a few years to come. Anyway, that's behind. There's enough years that have gone by that, you know, he can go screw himself now with that. Nothing in that independent contractor agreement will affect me now. But you know what? It could affect you guys. So I'm telling you, make sure that you get the copy of that independent contractor agreement at the time you sign it, and make sure that you read it if it does not look like the standard one that's in the book here. Okay.
But Victor, wouldn't your lawyer tell you that you were legally under duress then? Because you were kind of like forced to sign it quickly and then you
I
didn't
I wasn't forced to sign it. It was my decision to sign it, you know? I mean, I didn't have to sign it. But I didn't get a copy of it. And I mean, I was kind of like a little bit of a time crunch because, you know, he was busy. But that was still my own fault. You know, I shouldn't have signed it without reading it first. That's your problem, you know, because he's in a rush, you know?
I think you can void the contract.
Well, I couldn't. Bottom line is I could, especially in New Jersey, you know, a lot of the laws that what you think the law should be in New Jersey does not apply so much. We had a shortage of judges here in New Jersey for so long that they actually had to take a lot of them out of retirement. And some of these guys just, they literally put them back on the bench and they have Alzheimer's and all kinds of mental issues. And I had to deal with this once with a lawsuit where, you know, somebody filed a lawsuit against me, but never served me with the papers, and they just claimed that they did. You know, apparently, you don't need to be served in the way that you think that you need to be served documents to get to court. You think the court has to send out paperwork to you to appear in court? No, there's other options. The person who's suing you can they could send it to you in the mail, or they could attest that they served you, even if they didn't. All they got to say is, I swear that we sent it to them.
That's crazy.
You know? And so basically they did that. They swore that they sent it to me and they never did. And so because I never showed up to court, boom, I had a default judgment against me. So I tried to fight that. I was like, no, we never got this. I was like, I got an attorney on retainer. I'm like, why wouldn't I go to court? I got an attorney who would go on my behalf. You know, the argument is ridiculous on its surface. I tried arguing in court, and trying to overturn a judgment, a ruling, is such a pain. And so they ended up getting some money out of me because they had that default judgment. They just went to my bank accounts and took the money out. You know, they were able to do so with a judgment from the court. And now I was fighting, trying to get it back. But I was able to get some money back, but the judge could not keep track of the players in the thing. And his mental acuity was obviously in question. I ended up getting half of my money back, which is, I shouldn't have lost anything on it because I had nothing to do with this lawsuit. But I ended up getting screwed because of something like that. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. So the independent contractor agreement, make sure that it looks like the one that's here in the book, okay? Compensation, it has to have certain things have to be in these standard employment agreements. The first bullet point is mentioning something that I refer to as Addendum A in mine. Addendum A is an attachment that talks about the rate of compensation that the agent's going to be paid while they're employed at the brokerage firm. And for me, I have Addendum B, would state the rate of commission that agent would get paid on transactions that they were involved in if they left the brokerage firm and they did not complete those transactions before they left the brokerage firm, or there was work that still needed to be done on them. If those transactions still close, would I be able to pay them the full commission on it still? Well, that agent would not be able to complete that transaction. I'd have to assign another agent to that transaction to finish it. And if that agent was you, would you do it for free? I wouldn't either. So where am I going to get the money from? Well, I'm going to have to pay that agent who left less, because I'm going to have to pay the agent who's going to finish the transaction some, right? So Addendum B would address what percentage of their normal commission they'll still get on transactions after they leave in the event that they leave the brokerage firm and the transaction had not been completed. Now, some brokers could just write straight down the line because it's too much of a hassle. Hey, you didn't finish it, you left, you get nothing. Okay. Other ones, they may write a percentage of what their normal commission would be. You got to read the addendum, you know. It's probably easier just to write, hey, you leave, you didn't close, you get none, you know. But some brokers will give you a percentage of your normal, but then it's a hassle to figure out. All right. The broker has to also promise to turn over monies due to that salesperson on transactions that close within 10 days after the commission's received or as soon as the check clears, okay? Whichever occurs first. Let's highlight that. That's the second bullet point here in the book. A broker promises to turn over monies due to the salesperson within 10 days after a commission is received or soon thereafter as the check is cleared, and that's usually an exam question. And then there has to be a provision in there that basically just states the obvious, that neither party to the transaction can modify the employment agreement on their own without the other party's knowledge. Okay, I mean, it's like any contract. You know, both parties to the contract have to agree to any amendments or changes to the contract. You can't unilaterally make changes on your own to the contract, right? Mm-hmm. So, but either way, it needs to be written into the employment agreement that that's the case. Okay, so these are the requirements that the Real Estate Commission has in the event that your broker has their custom contracts. These things have to be in it. And the broker must also provide the agent with a written account of all monies due to that salesperson for transaction pending after termination. So whether that agent quits or get fired. If addendum B in that transaction stated that they would be earning a percentage of their normal commission, well, any transaction that that agent had not closed yet within 30 days of their leaving, their termination, the broker needs to give that agent an account for all transactions that they were working on and how much money they could still make on them in the event that those transactions close. Okay? So we're going to actually highlight that as the last sentence in that paragraph, in the last paragraph there under broker salesperson. If a salesperson leaves a company, the broker must make a complete written account of all monies due to the salesperson within 30 days of termination. Okay. All right, now the next section about advertising. I want you to highlight the title, advertising. I want you to write study entire section next to the title. Yeah. And it's not a bad idea for you to put a box either with your pen or your highlighter around the entire section, which continues on the next page. Don't worry, we're going to go through it and I'll have you highlight certain individual lines within it as well. 2 highlighters, one of them dried out already, boom. Go through a lot of highlighters in this class. All right, so obviously there's going to be a lot to highlight within this section. Well, look at that, the yellow kind of turns up green and becomes invisible. And it continues on the next page. So there's a lot of stuff I'm going to have you be highlighting. But we're going to be going over things and I'm going to be giving you notes and all kinds of good stuff because of my OCD. When we talk about something here, which reference something that's coming later on in the book, I got to stop and explain it to you. Just my nature. I need to make sure that you understand what I'm teaching you. All right. So pertaining to advertising rules, these advertising rules, laws and rules, they pertain to all types of advertisements. It doesn't matter what form of media is used in your ad. So the New Jersey Real Estate Commission regulates advertisements offering to sell, buy, exchange, or rent real property. They're intended to let the public know exactly with whom they're dealing with. All advertising must comply with the real estate, with the state, federal, and the state and federal regulations, no matter what form of media is used. Whether it's a print ad, television, radio, social media, internet, billboards, etc. If you don't have enough room to put the required disclosures or to comply with whatever the law or rule is, well, then you better find a workaround for it. Because if you can't find a way to comply with it, then don't use that advertising medium. You have to comply with the rules. There's no excuses. And if you don't comply, fines will ensue. Okay? So all ads must state the brokerage's name, not the broker's name, but the brokerage's name. So we're gonna start by highlighting that in the third paragraph under advertising. We're gonna highlight all ads must indicate the name of the brokerage company, followed by the terms such as realtor, realtist, real estate broker, or real estate agency, or have the realtor logo in it. You guys know what the realtor logo looks like?
No.
You don't? Let me see if I can pull one up here. No, I got them somewhere. Oh, here we go. We'll pull up a realtor logo on screen. Just give me a moment for it to open up. And that'll be it when it opens. That's the realtor logo. The R in the box with the realtor underneath it. Sometimes the box is blue. For commercial real estate, it's usually red. But this is the Realtor Association's logo. Okay, so the advertisement has to have one of these terms or this realtor logo. By the way, you know what a realtist is? Nobody asked me that.
No.
You don't?
The African American, I think it says it on the side, no?
Oh, did I write it here?
Yep, member
Yep,
of
look at that. Okay, the term realtor or realtist, that's a member of the African American Association of Realtors, or REBAC is the, they don't call themselves the African American Association of Realtors, even though that is their intent. You are a realtist if you're a member of REBAC. I know I put this in my notes the other day, so let me pull it up in the Word document. I know I added it to it. Okay, so here we go. In that class document, the links folder, or class links Word document that's in the shared Google Drive. A realtist is a member of NAREB, it's the African American Association of Realtors, but NAREB is National Association of Real Estate Brokers. I think that's what they officially call themselves, but it's basically if you look at their goals, it's an African American Association of Realtors. And likewise, we have AREAA, AREAA, that's the Asian American Association of Realtors. We have one particularly in North Jersey here. It's actually based out of Edison. We have one, the Hispanic Association of Realtors, which calls themselves NAHREP. We have Women's Council, that's WCR.org. And guess what? I could join any of them. As a white male, I could join the Women's Council. Actually, me and my ex-wife started it in New Jersey. How about that one? Let me see. Realtists. I could join any of these association of realtors. I cannot be excluded because that would be discrimination. Okay. So even though they have their own groups and they label them for women, Hispanics, Asians, Blacks, you know what? I cannot be excluded from any of them because I don't fall within a guideline, okay? Because that would be considered discrimination, and it would be discriminatory under federal law. which we'll be learning about that in chapter 3, what federal law, or chapter 4, what federal law that would be considered discrimination by, I cannot be excluded from any trade association or trade group, you know. And why would they want to? You know, they want my dues anyway, right? Most of these groups, they just want, they created it as money-making groups, you know, to charging fees and stuff. But you should be getting something extra out of them, like getting some additional education or some kind of a professional bonus out of being affiliated with such group. Okay, I know that this one, the Asian one, Asian American Association of Realtors, the lady that started that in New Jersey, she owns a brokerage there in Edison. She actually created it as a pretty good way, because there's a huge Asian population in Edison and in that whole Middlesex County area as a whole to begin with, that she created a way for classes on how to reach out to other countries and sell real estate to people in New Jersey here, how they could invest here and everything. So it's actually pretty good for the real estate agents as a way to try to communicate, at least if you could communicate with them through the language, you know. For me, it would be, if I joined that, I would just be supportful of them, but you know, I don't speak any of the Asian languages, so it would be kind of useless for me. But anyway, there's a lot of different groups like that, is my point, and I just wanted to share that with you. Okay, and I have a lot of these groups listed here in that class links document. All right, so but the term realtist, okay, that would also meet the requirements. So you either have to have the term realtor, realtist, real estate broker, real estate agency, or have the realtor logo included in the ad there. You know what I'm going to try to do? I'm going to see if I could just add that realtor logo directly here into that slide for you. Hopefully you can still see that slide. There you go. Oh, I have the blue logo too. Ooh. Let me see. Okay, so there we go. Here's the realtor logo. We could also add, I got it in blue too. Boom. And you may be able to find it in red too. If you ever see it in red, that's the commercial division. All right, anyway. Boom, boom, boom. So the licensee's name has to appear exactly as it is on the license, with the exception of any middle name or initial, which need not be used. You can add a nickname though, okay? So if you have a middle name, in any of your advertisements, you have to use your real first name and your real legal last name in your ad, just the way it is as it is on your driver's license. You know, you would put that on your real estate license. You have to use the same name as it is on your real estate license in all your advertisements. You cannot change it up, cannot change up the spelling, put in a more Americanized one if you have a foreign sounding name or one difficult for people to understand. You can add a nickname though, if you wanted to. Like some people have names that are difficult to understand, or they're foreign names and they're difficult for Americans to pronounce. So you like to go by a different name. Well, you could put that in as a middle name in the center, you know, maybe put quotes around it even, and people will know to call you that, whatever it is that's easier for them, right? But you have to still use your real first name and your real last name in any advertisement. It's important to know that, okay? So let's highlight that. An ad that includes a salesperson's name must also include the name of the real estate company in larger type and more prominently displayed. Well, that's a different bullet point, but okay. I got them out of order here. Yeah, let me just replace the order. Oh, there you go. So the brokerage name must be in larger type and more prominently displayed than your own. The licensee's name has to appear exactly as it is on the license, with the exception of a middle name, which need not be used, but you can replace it with a nickname. We could highlight that as well. The full first name and last name must be used. The nickname may be added. Salesperson's website or page must have a link back to the brokerage's site and include the brokerage's phone number. Let's highlight that. Individual salesperson's webpage must display a phone number of the brokerage firm or clearly indicate a link to the brokerage's webpage. The reason why they have the word "or" there is assuming that you don't necessarily have a web page, okay? But if you do, it should be "and." It says in the book, if an advertisement includes a licensee's home phone, why would you put your home phone number in an ad? Well, first of all, do most people even have home phone numbers anymore? But either way, don't put your home phone number in an ad. And you must never, ever, 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 ever use the term home office. Why?
Because you can't have unless you're a broker. And it needs
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So highlight, all ads must specify the property's municipal location. Okay. The municipal location is like the name of the town, city, township, borough, and other variants. Those are all municipalities. Okay. So what's the difference? Why do they call the names? Some of them they call municipal. They're all municipalities. How come they call some of them cities, some of them townships, boroughs? What's the difference? It's the form of government structure that they've chosen to manage the municipality. It has nothing to do with the population. It has to deal with just the form of government structure that they've chosen on how to manage the municipality. Okay, so it doesn't matter if they call it a city, town, township, borough, etc. The municipal location where the property is located must be stated in the advertisement. The only exceptions is if it's under a heading. For example, if you have it on a website or on a newspaper, and there's a section for all properties in Edison, and it's titled Edison up top, all the properties that are under the section of Edison, you don't need to write them again in every single property ad, Edison, 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 because it's under the heading of Edison. You follow? Mm-hmm. All right. But otherwise, if it didn't have that, then you would have to have it in each ad. Okay. All right. And if in an ad you mention that you're a member of an MLS. Wait, hold on one second. Yeah. The next, okay, so you highlighted all ads must specify the property's municipal location. Now let me continue reading that paragraph the way that it's written in the book though. Oh, well, they have it here too. It says, it must not use the term in the vicinity of, but it's in the book, it says unless you also mention the municipal location in the ad. So basically the way I have it written here in the slide is you must not use the term in the vicinity of in lieu, that means in place of the municipal location. You could have, so can you use the words in the vicinity of in an ad? Can you use these words in an advertisement?
Not in, like not instead of, you can, but
You
not to
can.
replace.
Well, that's what I just want to get to. You can. Okay. As long as you understand not instead of, but yes, you can use the term in the vicinity of. See, the thing is the way that the book words it, it says you must never use the term in the vicinity of, but then it's followed by the word unless. And that gets a little bit confusing for some students. And I don't want you to be confused by that. You are allowed to use the term in the vicinity of, just not in place of the municipal location. And let me give you an example why. There's a section in on Route 27 where Edison and Island meet. And in that area, there's a section of homes. If you turn off on the side street there, there's a bunch of homes where Thomas Edison has a historic tower over there. So the area, it's one of his workshops, one of his many workshops he has throughout the state. So they call it the Edison Tower section. It looks like a giant tower, like that Washington Monument, but not as tall, right? And that's the Thomas Edison one of his workshops. So they refer to that area as the Edison Tower section. All right, so in an advertisement, you can't just say that the property is located in Edison Tower section. Well, is it in Edison or Island? They're two entirely different municipalities, two different tax bases, two different police departments, two different school districts, two different waste disposal, different city services, you know? So that would be very important for that buyer, especially if they got children. But, you know, are my kids going to go to Woodbridge High, or are they going to one of the ones in Edison? All right. So this is why we can't be around the bush and vague like that by saying in the vicinity of Edison Tower. You would have to say Edison Tower, Edison, Edison Tower, Island, because they are two entirely different municipalities.
Got it.
Okay. If in the ad you mention a membership in an MLS, a multiple listing service, there are more than one in New Jersey. You must spell out the full name of every MLS that you're a member of. You can't just, here's your general rule of thumb when it comes to advertising, all right? Anytime you offer a little tidbit, a little extra, you want to throw something extra in that ad, full disclosure is required. Okay. If you can't just say, I'm a member of the MLS. Which MLS? There's a bunch of them. So now you got to ask yourself a question about the question, like a consumer would. So if you have another question for yourself, like which MLS, there's plenty of them. Now you need to spell out the full name of every MLS that you are a member of if the ad is large enough. That means there's more than 20 lines or wider than one column. That does not include business cards or for sale signs, though. You would have to spell out the full name of every MLS that you're a member of. See, on business card, see, for sale signs, you wouldn't even write that. But I'm sorry, for sale signs, you wouldn't even write that. But on a business card, you may just want to put that generic MLS logo. Let me see if I got one here. I could just throw it on. I believe I do. Give me 1 second. Oh, I got it. I know I got it. Here we go. Here's a generic MLS logo combined with the Realtor logo. I'll just throw it in a slide somewhere. You see this? Got it on screen here now?
Mm-hmm.
That's just a generic MLS. All right. Boom. So this generic MLS, it doesn't tell you what MLS, it just says multiple listing service. Okay, if you put this logo in an ad, you now have to spell out the full name of every MLS that you're an actual member of, if it's wider than one column or more than 20 lines. Okay. We're going to go over in the coming slide. I'm going to go over with you all the different MLSs in New Jersey, just because I like you to be informed. My OCD. Anyway, ads that refer to a home warranty. Well, wait, stop there. You got any further questions if I say home warranty available or included? Sure, you may. You have to state, is the warranty mandatory? Is an inspection required? Who's responsible for paying the fees? Is the warranty, who the warranty company is, what's included, what's the cost, right? Anytime you have additional questions like that, full disclosure is required. So let's see. Let's highlight any ad on the very last line of the page. Any ad offering a rebate.
Where is this?
Any ad offering a rebate to the purchaser of residential property must disclose the buyer's obligation to pay any applicable taxes and advise the purchaser to consult with a tax professional.
Can you, Victor,
Yes.
can you please explain what does that mean? Like the rebate, like,
I just, I was seeking out the slide for you here because I don't have them in the exact order. So commission rebates, because we're going to be going over it in a little more detail at the end here. But here it is. A rebate is basically a direct reduction of our commission that we're going to be giving back to the buyer of a primary residence. We can only offer rebates. First of all, you don't have to offer rebates. Second, you can only offer it if your broker allows it. And third, the rebate will be a direct reduction from their commission before it's split with your broker. Before your brokerage gets the commission for the split, the money will be directly reduced, deducted from that and given to the buyer in the form of a credit or a check at closing. Okay.
so why would we offer a rebate? Like what would
Okay,
be?
good question. Okay. Not a bad question. Why would you offer a rebate, she says? Well, have you ever been to an open house?
I have.
Okay. So when you go to an open house, what's the first thing you got to do when you walk into that open house? What does that agent make you do?
You see the house?
Name and contact information.
You got to sign in.
Yeah.
So you said you went to an open house. Did you put all of your information there? And was it correct and legible? Or did you put a fake name or make it illegible? Did you put your real phone number or email there, or did you change it up a little bit?
I put all my
I-
correct information.
Yeah.
You did what?
I put the correct information.
You did. Well, you're in the minority. You know, a lot of people just lie in that thing. You know, they're like, I don't want to be hassled. I don't want to be bothered by agents for all this crap. You know, look, I got sign-in sheets. I got old sign-in sheets where I had Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck attend my open house.
Wow.
You know, so I mean, if they're willing to write Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck as the name, what do you think that they're willing to do when it comes to actually writing the phone number or the email address? Maybe change one digit in the phone number, slightly modify the email address a little bit, right? Well, are those people going to be my potential clients?
No.
No. So how would I try to get them to be my potential clients? Maybe if I offer them a bribe. Look, if I tell you, hey, listen, you may not be interested. I don't know if you're interested in buying this house or not, but whether you're interested in buying this house, or I could show you any other home that's on the market as well. I'm going to have this conversation with you when you come into my open house. Whether you're interested in this house or any other house, I could show you any other home on the market, whether it's listed by me or another agency. And there's an added bonus. If you work with me, my agency will pay a buyer's rebate. I'll give you up to 25% of my commission. Did I just incentivize you to want to work with me a little bit, maybe? Maybe.
Maybe a little.
Sure.
I mean, did any other agent offer to share their commission with you if you bought the house through them? Right? I mean, have you ever heard of such a thing before?
No.
Why not?
They
I
don't talk
don't think
themselves
that's
like that. I
against
don't
the
know.
law.
Most agents don't want to give up their commission. That's why, right?
Right.
Well, look, were you a potential buyer for me anyway? I mean, what are the odds that you walk in off the street and this is the house that you're going to buy and do business with me on? Because you're probably not going to buy another house through me because you're probably putting down someone else's phony information on that sign-in sheet anyway. At least most people do. So what if I just offered you a little incentive to want to work with me? Because I'm offering you a bribe. That's okay. I can bribe you like that. It's legal. Okay. So it's not a bribe. It's legal. But I'm trying to incentivize you to want to work with me. All right. Let me ask you, let me put it in a different way. You're an agent already, and I'm an agent at a different brokerage in a different area of the state or a different state altogether. And I call you up to send you a listing referral. Would you take it?
Yeah, because you get paid for a listing, right?
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you only get paid if you close, but yeah. Would you take a listing if another agent from another state called you to send you a referral? Would you take the business?
Yes.
It's found business. You didn't have it otherwise, right?
Right.
But wait a minute. Are they sending it to you for free, or are they going to ask for at least a 25% referral fee?
Mhm.
How is that different than me offering a 25% of my commission to a buyer that walks in off the street?
Right.
Right? So, I mean, you got to look at the grand scheme of things. A lot of times agents look at the small picture, the here and now, what's in front of me right now. Oh, but I'm giving up 25% of my commission to them. Well, no, you're not. You're actually splitting that 25% that you're giving up with the broker, right? Because it's coming out of the commission before you're split, right? So, but still, you're reducing the total commission by 25% on your side of the transaction. But you know what? You may not have had any commission whatsoever from it if you didn't. So it's found money. Why not?
Mhm.
Do you have to offer it all the time? You got to offer it to everybody? No. But why not? If you think that you could turn it into a transaction where it normally wouldn't be, why not? But most agents don't think like that. That's why you probably never heard of it, because most agents don't offer them. Just trying to throw ideas out there for you. So if you guys want to offer buyers rebates like this, first of all, as brand spanking new agents, you don't have any listings, you're not working with anybody yet. You can start working on day one that you get your license. You start working with a broker. You could go to the broker and ask them if they have any listings in the office that you could do an open house for. Or search the office inventory and then walk up to the listing agent and ask them if you could do an open house for their listing. Chances are the listing agent doesn't want to sit in that house for a couple of hours on a weekend to do an open house. Why not you do it? Even though you're not going to earn any money off the listing side of the sale, any potential buyer that walks in that front door is a potential buyer, and that would be your client. You could even incentivize them by offering a rebate if your broker allows it. So that's something that you should, if you want to offer rebates, you should ask your brokers that at the at your interview. I got that as some of those sample interview questions on the welcome letter from me in the notes supplement folder on the shared Google Drive. Okay, I have the questions there. One of those questions is, do you allow your agents to offer buyers rebates? Okay, so if you want to offer a rebate, you can't offer it unless your broker allows it. So I would ask that at your interviews when you're interviewing around with brokers. So basically, you don't have to have any listing inventory. You could just offer to do an open house for another agent who doesn't want to do it on their own listing. You do the open house for them, and any potential buyer that walks in that front door is a potential client of yours, right? That's a potential buyer, right? Right?
Right.
Wait a minute. Can't they also be a potential seller?
Mhm.
Yeah.
If you open your mouth and you ask them, where do you live now? Do you have anything else to sell before you can buy? You may get a listing at an open house if you open your mouth and ask. A lot of agents, especially new agents, don't even know to ask that question. But now you do, because I just gave you that training. Okay. Ask those people at open houses. Well, are you leasing now? Are you living with family? Or do you currently own a house that you need to sell first? Because I could help you list that. Ooh, see that? You got a potential sale there, a potential listing. So look, you could get 2 transactions out of 1 person. You guys hearing the cha-ching, the cash register going yet in your brains?
Yeah.
You should. That's all. And then not only that, ask those people when you start working with them, do they know anybody else that's looking to buy or sell? Out of all your friends or actually, instead of saying, do you know anybody else looking to buy or sell? That's a closed-end question. You know the answer options for that one? Yes or no? Here's a better way to ask for referrals. Out of everybody you know, friends, family, coworkers, who do you think would be next to make a move? You see how I ask these words? You see how I tie them words together? That's an open-ended question. It's not a yes or no answer. It requires them to scan their brain. And generally, people tend to be helpful. People want to help. But if you don't give them the option to help, you just give them a yes or no answer, they're going to go for the easier one, which is no. I don't know anybody. But if you just say, out of everybody you know, friends, family, coworkers, who do you think would be next interested in moving? And then, would you mind introducing me? All right, I'm telling you guys how to get business here. It's free. Okay. Anyway. So, another question for you guys. At an open house, agents have people sign in. Don't do that. Even though, why do we have people sign in at an open house?
Hopefully they're potential clients.
Yeah, that's potential leads right there. You could follow up with them, right? Well, that's what we use it. That's what we use it for, but that's not its purpose. You know, we're required to have a sign-in sheet at open houses. We got to, or not a sign-in sheet per se, but we have to keep a record of everybody that comes into an open house. Did you know that? Do you know why would we be required to keep a record of everybody who came in?
In case something happens.
Like what?
Something is
Meet somebody,
stolen.
stole
Something goes missing, right? If something goes missing, now we could turn that list of attendees over to the police so that they could do an investigation, or that we could at least file a police complaint, and then they could file it on their homeowner's insurance. And then if they didn't have homeowner's insurance, our errors and omissions insurance would then kick in. Okay, that's why. But if you got Mickey Mouse or Donald Duck signing in, what good is that going to do? Right? So, my advice to you, you want another golden nugget? Or not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Don't let them sign in. You sign them in.
Right.
First of all, you probably won't be able to read most people's signatures anyway, or their writing. A lot of people are sloppy writing, you know. So generally, most people can read their own writing. So keep a sign-in sheet, but you sign them in. And then go one step further,
Let them sign it.
ask for their ID.
Uh,
Say, okay, I need to sign you into the open house here. I'm just going to need to see your ID real quick. And then you could just copy their information off the ID. And then ask them for their phone number and email address and tell them, listen, I'm not going to be harassing you and putting you on any mailing lists or anything like that. I'm just going to give you I may follow up with you to give the seller feedback if that's okay. All right. And by the way, if you're not working with any other agents, we offer buyer's rebates. So whether you purchase this home or any other home on the market, I could show you any home, doesn't matter what company it's listed by, and I will pay you up to 25% of my commission at closing.
Now, I have a question.
Yeah.
Can an unlicensed assistant do that? Because I'm assuming that,
Can an unlicensed assistant do what? Do the signing in stuff?
yes.
Yes, you could have them there with you, being the licensee, and have them checking the IDs and signing them in and then asking them for their phone numbers. So usually if you ask somebody for their phone number, it's harder for them to lie on the, I mean, some people can lie, you know, and it's like breathing, but others, you know, if you ask them, put them on the spot, they're generally not going to lie to you about giving you their phone number or their email address. Okay.
Right.
So you gotta, if you ask them and then you're writing that down, you know, or even having a sign-in sheet on like an iPad or a tablet. There's even apps out there that would confirm their information instantly by sending them a confirmation text. You could send them that confirmation text with the feedback request from them so that they send you the feedback of the listing afterwards. So you say, okay, I'm going to put your information in here, and then it's going to send you a text or email and right away, just so that you know. So they're less likely, because you know that you're going to hear that ding on their cell phone. It's going to send you a text or email right away asking you for the feedback for this property. So when you're done, if you could answer it, or later on, if you get a chance, you could just answer it. So we have a little feedback for the seller. Okay. They're a little bit less likely to lie to you about it. Okay. But that's another little tool in the mix there. You could find them out there, the tools for the contact managers like that for the sign-in sheets. But it's
Now
neat.
say they refuse. Say if they say, no, I'm okay. I'm just here looking.
Well, you got to sign in. I need your information still. If they don't give it to you, there's the door. I don't got to let you in. You're not looking at nothing. That's not
Okay.
discrimination.
Right.
That's security. I don't know who the hell you are. I'm not letting a stranger into this house without confirming who you are first. And if I ask you for your ID, you may say, what? What would you say if you went to an open house and an agent asked you for their ID, for your ID? Be
what do
honest.
you need my ID for?
What do you need my ID for? Well, we need your ID to confirm who you are to sign you into the open house here. Do you have any other questions?
Is this required for investors as well?
Well, I'm requiring it for anybody that comes into the open house. It's a security thing. It's not just feedback for the seller, but it's also security. If something goes missing in this house, you know, hasn't any agent ever asked you for ID before at an open house?
No, I've been to a couple, and I don't remember giving
They,
mine when I bought my house, but I remember
they,
her asking me to sign in.
they never asked you for the ID?
No.
Shocked. Now, I'm not sure how other agents conduct their business, but when somebody hires me or my company to represent them, you know, we got to look out for their best interest. And you just said yourself that no other agent ever asked you for ID before. And listen, I don't know how other agents conduct their business, but how are you supposed to safeguard your clients' property and their belongings if you're not keeping a record? You can't get feedback. If something goes missing, I don't know how an agent's simply not doing their job if they're not asking for that. Really? No agent ever asked you for your ID before? I'm shocked. You see what I'm doing? I'm overplaying this. I'm overacting it a bit.
Right.
I'm actually role playing with you right now. Okay. This is what I would do at an open house. Am I turning it on the overacting, the bad acting a little bit? Yes, but I'm doing it for a reason. I want you to know, I want to make a point that you know that I'm stressing the part that I'm shocked. No other agent ever asked you for that information before? That's crazy. How do they do their job if they never ask you for that? You know, we're supposed to be safeguarding your client's belongings. Well, listen, if you work with me as a buyer to try to help you find a home, I'm going to deliver that same quality of service to you too. Oh, you see what I just did?
Yep.
I know that's right.
right now, I'm giving you guys some training here. This is stuff that you're not getting on exam. This is stuff your brokers should be teaching you. And I'm telling you, most brokers will not teach you this. Most brokers don't do this themselves. I'm showing you how, as a brand spanking new agent straight out of school, you could be outperforming agents that have been licensed for years by doing things that they never even thought of. You're welcome.
That's all. Thanks.
All right. But look, this is this a scam? Is this a con that I'm trying to teach you? It's not a slimy way of being a salesperson. This is legit, straight up stuff that I'm telling you. You need to find a way to try to differentiate yourself from the other 78,000 licensees in the state. And as a brand spanking new agent, you're going to start in an office and another agent's going to give you attitude. How long you had your license for? Psh, I've been licensed for 20 years. So you've been a shitty agent for 20 years. Who cares? Right? That's the attitude you should have.
Yeah.
Don't talk to them like that, but that's the attitude that you should have, you know, thinking in your head, you know. I don't care how long you've been an agent. That's irrelevant. How long somebody's been at a job does not mean that they're good at their job. All right. So just keep that in your head when you're having your pleasant conversation, exchanging your pleasantries with people. But you're going to still do things the way that I teach you, I hope. Use some of those things to your advantage to get you business and to be good agents and to differentiate yourself from those other agents who've been in the business for the last 20 years, who aren't asking for IDs, who are not signing people into the open house, who do not convert most of the people that come into their open house into actual clients who are buying or even asking them if they have another home to sell.
Right.
You know, I mean, I'm giving you some golden nuggets here, guys. You know, these are gems. All right.
Now, where's your office located?
All right. Well, I was in Edison. I actually closed it from there. So right now I have my office
Okay.
registered where the school is. So I'm
Okay.
looking for a new location for a building to buy to consolidate my school and my brokerage.
Well, keep
In the meantime, I usually don't discuss this stuff in class. So if you would like to talk about it afterwards, we can. But we're not supposed to discuss that as instructors in class, okay? But if you like to discuss it after you graduate, then that's a different story, okay?
no problem.
All right. But I'm not trying to recruit anybody. I'm just trying to tell everybody, I want you guys to do well, because some of you may have come here referred by brokers. I'm not trying to take you away from them or anything. I just want I want you guys to do good wherever you are. Okay. And so I'm trying to teach you little gems here on how to be better agents. Okay. Even though this is a 75-hour class on how to pass the exam, I like to throw in some useful information there that'll help you in your everyday lives, because look, the turnover rate in real estate is high. What does that mean? It means that most agents will fail in the real estate business in the first 6 months. Okay. I don't want you to be one of those statistics. I want you guys to do good. All right. So any kind of leg up that I could give you, I'm going to try to help you. And listen, even after you pass this class and you're done, feel free to give me a call, ask me for advice on stuff. I mean, you should be getting that advice from your brokers, but if you ever need help, you know, I'm here, you know, and don't forget to refer people to me too. Okay.
Right.
All right. So look, if you don't ask for referrals, you're not going to get them. Right. So I'm not going to be a secret agent, and you guys shouldn't be either. You should let everybody you know, friends, family, and coworkers know once you get your license, not now. Don't go informing everybody, hey, I'm in real estate school taking my class right now. And once I get my license, let me practice on you as my guinea pig for the single most expensive purchase that you're ever going to make in your life. Okay. That's basically, I'm speaking in what they would be thinking when you tell them that you just got your real estate license and can I practice on you? Okay, you don't want to tell people that. So hold off until you get your real estate license. And then after you got your license and you get your business card, maybe take a picture of it and then post it on social media or wherever. Let people know, say, hey, just want to let everybody know I now have my license at, and put the name of your company that you're working for. That's the way you should word it. Hey guys, just want to let everybody know that I now have my license at this place. So don't forget me for your real estate needs. All right. Don't say, hey guys, I finally passed my exam and I just got my license. Sure, people say congrats and you'll get a lot of people giving you those pleasantries, but are they going to want to do business with you? What did you just announce to them? I'm brand spanking new and I want to practice on you. Right?
Yeah.
All right, guys, that's enough advice for now. Let's go back to the slideshow here. So the commission rebates, can you see why we offer them now? Or why it would be a good thing to offer them, even though most agents don't? You know that this has been around since they passed this law in late 2009, early 2010. It went into effect that we're allowed to offer rebates to buyers, not to sellers, only the buyers, and only to buyers of a primary residence. A primary residence is not a first-time home buyer. A primary residence is the place that you're going to live in. So this could be your 10th home that you've ever owned in your life, but it's going to be the home that you're living out of. That's your primary residence. Okay.
Mhm.
So the rebate may not be dependent on a lottery contest game of chance or drawing. Oh, wait, got to go one more thing here. It must be disclosed to all parties in the real estate transaction, including the buyer's lender, that you're offering a rebate. Because look, the buyer's lender can prevent you from offering that rebate. They could say that you can't do it because the loan program may not allow that rebate. Okay. And if that's the case, then you just need to find a way to let your clients down without smiling in their face that you get to keep all the commission and you're not sharing it with them anymore because their lender didn't allow it. I had to do that once. And it was very awkward because I kept cracking a smile. I could feel it on my face and I was trying not to. I was trying to be empathetic for one of my clients. Because I told them I was giving them a rebate, and I was, but then their lender told me that they can't get the rebate because of the type of loan that they were getting. The loan program wouldn't allow it. So I was trying to inform them of that without laughing in their face, and it was kind of tough to do. I get to keep all the money, but I gotta act sad about it, All right. So I'm going to give you a little tip here, though. When offering these rebates, the law requires that it be in writing at the beginning of your relationship with that buyer. So what I personally do is I put it on the exclusive buyer agency agreement. I turned that into a combination exclusive buyer agency agreement, buyer rebate agreement. So I have all the information about the buyer's rebate on the exclusive buyer's agency agreement as well. So I got mine that's custom. All right. Now, the law requires that we notify all the parties in the transaction that we're offering the rebate. But when? I'm going to tell you guys, do not notify everybody that you're offering a rebate to the buyer until all negotiations are done and the offer's been accepted and it goes to attorneys for the attorney review. While it's in attorney review, I will notify the attorney to add it into the contract, the final contractual agreement, to let all the parties be aware that I'm offering the rebate. This way, it's in writing. It's in, all the parties are already agreeing to it. They're probably not going to back out now because I'm offering the buyer a rebate, and they're not going to use that as a way to renegotiate the price. So it's not going to, the rebate I'm offering to the buyer is not going to interfere with their negotiation for the purchase price. Got to keep that in mind. Okay, so only that broker can offer the rebate. So if your broker doesn't allow it, then you can't. All right. And anytime that you advertise that you're offering a rebate, you must advise the buyer to consult with a tax professional about the consequences of receiving the rebate, because I don't know their tax situation. I'm not a tax man. You may have to pay taxes on that free money you're getting. That's an exam question, by the way, usually. So anytime you're offering a rebate, what do you need to put in an ad? You need to advise them to consult with a tax professional about the consequences of receiving the rebate. I don't know why I keep disappearing here. This shirt's gray, not green. I guess the camera's looking at it as green. Maybe I'll change during the break. All right. Next up here. So did we highlight that? Any offer of a rebate to purchase residential property must disclose the buyer's obligation to pay any applicable taxes and advise the purchaser to consult with a tax professional. You guys got that?
Yeah.
Where's that at? Which paragraph?
The very last line on page 20 that carries over onto page 21.
Okay, yeah, I have that.
You got it?
Yeah.
That's awesome. Now answer that poll and go to. So commission rebates, we were talking about them a little bit, but we went ahead a little bit to get to those rebates because it was mentioned. So let me go back a little bit here with the slides. Continuing talking about the advertising section. All right. Property. Okay, so property ads, home warranties. Okay, if you mention a home warranty in an ad, you have to also disclose whether that warranty is mandatory, what the warranty company is, who's paying for it. You know, additional information has to be disclosed. Anytime you offer something extra, disclose, 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 right? All right, so let's talk a little bit about, well, let's not get into different MLSs yet. We'll talk about this next line because in page 21 at the top, second paragraph, we're going to highlight an ad may not indiscriminately promise financing. Anytime you talk about financing in an ad, you must discriminate. You have to qualify it with a statement like to those who qualify or to qualified buyers. Otherwise, you're just blanketly offering financing to anybody who sees the ad, and you cannot do that. You have to discriminate in the way by saying to those who qualify or to qualified buyers. According to the federal law, which we refer to as Regulation Z. So highlight, an ad may not indiscriminately promise financing, and then right above it, Regulation Z, page 259-261. So, right, Regulation Z, page 259 and 259-261. 259-261. All right. Now, let me go over this first, and then we're going to go to page 259, 261, or you could turn there because we're going to be talking about it anyway. And we could do some highlightings there on page 259. All right, so as I go over this, we could highlight as well. So on page 259, we're going to highlight the first line up to the comma there that says the Truth in Lending Act, which is implemented by Regulation Z. Let's just highlight that. All right. It requires credit institutions to inform consumers of the true cost of obtaining credit so the consumer can compare the cost of various lenders and avoid uninformed use of credit. All real estate transactions for personal and agricultural loans that are financed are covered. The regulation underline does not apply to cash transactions or business or commercial loans. So basically only for residential. All right. Highlights. Regulation Z requires that the borrower be fully informed of all financing charges. That's the purpose of it. So Regulation Z implements the Truth in Lending Act. And the Truth in Lending Act requires full disclosure when talking about financing in an advertisement. So that's only applies when certain triggering terms are used in the ad. Okay, now what are the triggering terms? So if we're looking at the slideshow here, those triggering terms would be if in the advertisement you mention an interest rate, a payment amount, a down payment amount, or a term, like how many months or how many years of payments. These would trigger the full disclosure requirement according to Regulation Z. And so what is full disclosure? Well, this would require adding a statement into the advertisement, such as to those who qualify or to a qualified buyer. And then you would also have to disclose 3 additional things: the APR, which is different from the interest rate. I'll get over what that is in a second. The down payment amount, if any is required, and the term. All right. So what is the federal law that requires full disclosure when talking about financing in an ad?
Regulation Z.
Regulation Z, correct. It triggers that Truth in Lending Act, which requires full disclosure when talking about financing in an ad if certain words are used in the ad. What do we call those words? Triggering terms. Okay, so you need to know that because they could ask you a question based on that. What do we call the words that would cause a full disclosure requirement under the Regulation Z? They're called triggering terms, okay? And what are the 4 triggering terms? We need to know that. Interest rate, monthly payment
amount,
or payment amount, whether it's monthly, weekly, whatever, payment amount, a down payment amount, and the term. And if any of those are mentioned in an advertisement, first of all, you guys are real estate salespeople. There's no reason for you to be talking about financing in an advertisement. But if you want to do some kind of a marketing that says, hey, get into this house for as little as X amount of dollars per month. Well, first of all, you better be certain that that type of financing is available. So you better be working closely with a financial person, a mortgage company, knowing that currently it is possible to get into that house with so much payments, with so much down payment, with blah, blah, blah. And it has to be actually available. You can't just make up terms that are not available. And then you need to disclose all those terms in an ad. The APR, the down payment, and the term. You have to use one of those phrases to those who qualify or to a qualified buyer. If you do not, what are the fines, the penalties? The penalty is $10,000 per day that advertisement is out there in the public domain where the public can see it, violating the rules. It's a hell of a fine, right? So let's continue highlighting. So the second paragraph under Regulation Z on page 259. Regulation Z, we're going to highlight Regulation Z requires the borrower be fully informed of all financing charges. And then highlight the last sentence in that same paragraph. The rules do not apply to home equity lines of credit, HELOCs, reverse mortgages, land loans secured by dwellings not attached to the property. Then the next paragraph, just put a highlighted box around it. The one that begins with TRID says TRID requires delivery or mailing of early disclosures about proposed loans within 3 business days of a completed mortgage application. Until the disclosure has been made, the lender cannot charge any fees except for credit report. A loan application is considered complete when the prospective borrower provides the address of the property, the loan amount requested, the income of all the borrowers, estimated property value, and the names of all the borrowers and their social security numbers. And they give you an acronym to remember that called ALIENS. Yeah, we'll be learning about that one in the mortgage chapters, and you guys will not be happy about that one. But nonetheless, we started to touch on it. When is a loan application considered completed? When the aliens have landed, when aliens are present, okay? And what is aliens? Aliens is an acronym meaning all the things that needed to be provided by the borrower to the lender. And that's when we start counting of time for required disclosures to be sent out, etc. Okay. The next paragraph, the very last line, there's a website link on the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's website, about the TILA RESPA Integrated Disclosure Guide. Anyway, it's content for your websites, so highlight it. Turn the page 260. Under 3-day right of rescission, the last line, we're going to highlight this right of rescission does not apply to residential purchase money first mortgage loans. Okay. Then under
Sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize. Are we supposed to be writing this in the book or highlighting?
Highlighting.
What is it? What statement is that?
On page 260, the last line, this right of rescission does not, under 3-day right of rescission, this right of rescission does not apply to residential purchase money first mortgage loans. So basically, what is the right of rescission? What is a right of rescission? It's your right to cancel a contract within a given period of time. So what's the right of rescission for loans to purchase real estate? For the mortgage loans, purchase money mortgages, 0. What's the right of rescission for loans to refinance property that you already own? 3 days. Okay, that's basically, that statement is basically just saying there is no right of rescission for purchase money mortgages. So the next thing, advertising. In the second paragraph, we're going to highlight Regulation Z applies to all credit advertising if any one of the following triggering terms is used. And then what I did is, I'll show you what I did. I just highlighted that first 4 set of bullet points. Oh, can you see the highlights? Maybe I'll put it at an angle, maybe not. Here we go. I just highlighted straight down the bullet points, the first 4 set, and that first sentence there. Ugh. And then I drew an arrow skipping the next 3 sets of bullet points to the following set.
Wait, what was that? Where should we do?
Okay,
Could
so
you say that again?
I highlighted Regulation Z applies to credit advertising if any of the following 3 triggering terms are used. And then I just highlighted the first 4 bullet points underneath that, which gave the examples like I did here. The interest rate, the payment amount, down payment, and the term. All I did is I just highlighted that list right here. You see that list?
Got it.
And then I skipped the next 3 bullet points, which say, if any of the items listed mentioned, the advertisement must also include the amount of percentage of down payment, number of payments or term, and the words APR or annual percentage rate. So the next three, after that, I highlighted, for example, full disclosure would be necessary if any of the following terms were used. And basically we're highlighting the examples now. 30-year loan available, payment of $1432, including principal and interest, or only 5% down. So basically, I connected those two highlighted sets. See, this one was highlighted, this set of bullet points, and then I just drew an arrow connecting it to the next highlighted set of bullet points, which gave the examples that it described in the first set.
Got it. So should we ignore the ones in between
Yep.
when we're studying pretty
Yep.
much? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Listen, when studying, study this slideshow. This slide that you got right here
Yeah.
is everything you need to
Got
study.
it.
It's put in clear and everything's together. This is a good slide just to study from on its own.
Thanks for making these, by the way.
You're
I
welcome.
think it
You're welcome.
simplifies it all.
Yeah, because trying to study it in a book, it's spread out over what, 3-4 pages here, and you know. But nonetheless, I'm telling you to highlight stuff that in case you're not studying from these slides, you know, you can study from this, you know, from the book.
Thank you.
So-
Hey, Victor.
Yes,
Make it so much easier.
I think so.
Yeah, thank you.
These are the notes that I usually dictate to class when we're in live classes. I usually dictate these to you. But I put it, since we got a slideshow availability, I'm just going to show it to you here, you know?
Yeah, so about that, so where are these slides on, is it on the drive?
They're in the shared Google Drive that I sent you, correct. There's the folder there on the shared Google Drive. Once again, we got some new people here. So the shared Google Drive here, the link that I sent you will take you to this. You guys seeing the web browser right now?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Mhm.
And in the folder, see, this is all the stuff in the shared Google Drive I gave you access to. Don't worry about the 14th edition slideshows. We're going to be using these ones, okay? So the slides are
And-
available in this folder right here.
And where are the quizzes?
And the quizzes are available there as well. If we go to the main folder again, chapter quizzes, all right? And you could even get chapter quizzes in here in this 14th edition slideshow. These slides have not been customized. These are just the book manufacturer's stock ones, so they're garbage.
Okay.
But they got quizzes here, and look, there's the answer key for the quizzes too. Okay, so you got quizzes for the 14th edition book, quizzes for the 13th edition book. So you got tons of quizzes. There's no lack of quizzes. You guys don't got to
Wow.
find them anywhere. Okay.
So do you think if we like do each and every quiz, I'm in the 14th one, and do
Yeah,
you
which
think,
those, by the way, are different than the ones at the end of every chapter in the book too. So you got
Oh,
more
okay.
quizzes at the end of every chapter in the book too. So there's no lack of quizzes for you. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, Victor.
yeah.
Sorry, you know how you were telling us today and yesterday about different questions that are definitely going to be on the test or some variation of them?
Yeah, because you'll get them on
is it-
either the school or state. When I say that, that means you'll see them either on
Yeah.
school, state, or both.
Okay.
Oh.
So with that in mind, these slides that you're making for us, they'll have pretty much everything, right? That we really
I'm
need
teaching
to.
you everything that you need to know. I'm teaching you everything you need to know. So it's just a
Thank
matter
you.
of test taking skills after that. If you study this is mostly vocabulary. I told you guys they're learning a new language in 75 hours, right? So
Okay.
that's no easy task, but so it's mostly key terms that you need to learn. But we are learning laws and regulations and stuff like that. Like what is licensing law also known as? Title 45, Chapter 15. What is the purpose of licensing law? To protect the public from unscrupulous brokers and salespeople, right? And who enforces the laws? The Real Estate Commission. You know, who compiles the Real Estate Commission? It's compiled of 8 members, you know. All the stuff that I'm teaching you, these are all possible exam questions that they could throw at you. Keep in mind, they got a database of thousands of questions that cover the same topic. So which exact questions are they giving you? I don't know. But if you study the basics that I'm teaching you and quizzing you on, then you should have no problem figuring out the answers.
And also,
Great.
like, you
So
know, if you do all the
cramming
quizzes.
those.
Yeah, you cram the stuff that I'm teaching you, the stuff I specifically tell you to highlight, or the stuff that I made custom slides for. I mean, I'll tell you, this you're seeing on exam, this you're seeing on exam, you know?
Thanks so much. Okay.
Thank
That's
you.
great. Thank you.
You're welcome. And don't forget, we got the supplemental materials too, which in this folder has that math how-to study guide. Where is that? It says math problems. It's that math how-to study guide I created for you, as well as the new student package, which has the job interview questions when you're interviewing for brokers. I got questions. And then look, here's a sample 85 question sample PSI, bit my tongue, sample 85 question PSI exam that I gave you too. Okay.
And one last thing.
Uh-huh.
So where do we find these lecture recordings?
They're all in the shared Google Drive, which I sent you an email about. I sent 2 emails to you, one for the shared class materials, the other one for the Zoom meeting.
Okay, all the Zoom meetings, right?
Yeah, well, one's for the Zoom meeting and one, a separate email is for the link to this.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so penalties. Let's highlight that in the book now on page 261. The penalty for violation of administrative order enforcing Regulation Z is $10,000 for each day the violation continues. And then highlight the last sentence in that same paragraph. Willful violation is a misdemeanor punishable by an additional $5,000 or 1 year imprisonment or both. Okay. And then go back to page 20 when you're done with that. All right. Back to page 20. 1 to 3rd paragraph down. Highlight no advertising or sign may indicate that a property is sold until the sale has closed and title, meaning ownership, has actually transferred.
Sorry, what page was this on? 21?
Back on 21, yep. Page 21, 3rd paragraph, we're gonna highlight. I had something in here about this. See, this is something, oh, here we go. This is something for a much later chapter. Okay, it says no advertising or sign may indicate that a property is sold until the title, meaning ownership, has been transferred. I want you to write a cross-reference there of page 349 at the end of that too, after you highlight that sentence.
Which sentence is
The third paragraph. No advertising or sign may indicate
Okay.
the property is sold until the sale has closed and title, meaning ownership, has been transferred.
What page is that?
21.
Oh, no, you said to write page da-da-da next to that.
Oh, you're gonna write page 349 as the cross-reference right after that. Page
Thank you.
349. And we're gonna get into that in just a moment, but let's not go there. Let's just stay here right now and focus on this slide. So basically that statement is saying that any advertisement that we do has to be accurate. That includes on your for sale signs. There's nothing in the law that requires you to use a sign writer on a for sale sign. But if you choose to use one, it has to be accurately reflecting the status of the transaction. You can't put a sold sign writer on a property if it has not closed yet, and there's a new owner on the property. Because the property has not yet sold until the ownership has been transferred to the new owner. At the closing table, that happens, right? So if you simply got an offer on the property, and even an offer that's got accepted and an offer that went to attorney review, that does not mean that the property is sold. It is not sold until the ownership has transferred. So you cannot use a sold sign rider yet. So think about it. Most sign riders, sold sign riders that you see out there, probably do not belong on the property. Think about it for a second. You know, the sold sign rider, when you got a for sale sign and then on top they put that rider that says sold on it, right? You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so a sold sign rider, when would it be accurately reflected is when the transfer of ownership actually took place. You had the closing at the closing table. There's now a new owner on the property.
Got your keys.
If you ever see a sold sign rider on a sign and it's sitting up there for weeks or months on end, I bet you it's wrong. Because look, how many owners you know that are going to close on a house that they just bought and want to keep a for sale sign from a real estate company on their front lawn after they closed and they already own the property now? And that for sale sign is probably for a company that wasn't representing them in the first place, unless they were the listing agency and represented you as the buyer, right? So why would you want another company that wasn't working with you, their sign still on your property, just now with a sold sign rider on it, especially for weeks on end? You probably wouldn't, right? So why do agents use these sold sign riders? Well, they probably shouldn't in most cases, because in most cases they slap that sign rider up there. If you're the listing agent and you get an offer on your listing, boom, you slap the sold sign rider on there to discourage other people from making offers, because maybe you have both ends of the deal. Maybe you got the buyer and you got the listing. Whose interest are you putting first when you're doing that? You're putting your own.
Yours.
So
Yeah.
I mean, what's to say that another offer doesn't come in that's higher and then the seller can net more money, right? That sold sign rider should not be up there, not until the transfer of ownership actually takes place. What would be a little bit more accurate is if an offer came in that was accepted by the seller, it went to attorney review, and now it's out of attorney review and they're in a legally binding contract. They're now considered to be under contract. So you could put a under contract signed rider on that property. Do not use sale pending sign riders. Throw them away. They're no good. Some brokers are too cheap to get rid of them. The sale pending or pending sale sign rider, what does that mean? It's too obscure. It's too subjective, you know? Look, I get a listing and I put this, the first day I put the sign on the front lawn of the property. Sales pending. Pending that I find a buyer that makes an offer that's acceptable to the seller, right? I mean, what does sale pending mean? It's so subjective, you can't use them. Real Estate Commission told us that years ago, but yet people still use them. You could use under contract. Coming soon listings, you better be careful about using those sign riders. Real estate investigators, the Real Estate Commission warned us that they're coming after agents that are using these coming soon listings sign riders. First of all, can we advertise a property if we don't have a listing yet? No. If we do have a listing and it's available for us to show, doesn't it have to be available for everybody else to show as well? Yes. Unless what? Unless the seller told us not to share the listing with others, and then we don't put it in an MLS and we get them to sign a waiver of broker cooperation agreement. That's our CYA form, you know, because licensing law requires us to share all the listings that we get with other agencies if it's available for us or anybody in our agency to show, it must be available for agents from other companies to show as well. So coming soon listings, what does that mean, coming soon? Do you have a listing or don't you? Maybe you have a listing, but it's a delayed showing. So that means if you got a delayed showing, that means that nobody from your office or other agencies can show it. That would be the only time it would be acceptable to be listed as coming soon. But you would still need to have that listing, but with delayed showing letter. All right. So they must have a listing with a delayed showing form signed, and nobody can show the property, not even people from your office, not even you, the listing agent. Okay. Because if it's available for you to show, it has to be available for everyone else to show, unless you got that waiver of broker cooperation agreement signed by the seller. Make sense? Okay. Free offerings. Wait, before we go on there, because that's the next things here on this list, I'm going to kind of skip to the next slide for a moment, because we talked about sold. What we highlighted in the book said, no advertising or sign may indicate that the property is sold. We already discussed the status now of the listings, right? If it's on your website, if it's not available, or if you're advertising on another website, you have to update the websites that you were advertising on too. If the property is sold or it's under contract and it's no longer available to show, you need to update that on all the advertising media that you use. Otherwise, you're using false advertising. Okay. But it says, until the sale has closed and title ownership has been transferred. Okay, here's my OCD. We're going to go off on a tangent. Next slide here. The word title. This is a great slide, by the way. This is something in one of the much later chapters, like one of the last chapters in the book. But I'm going to start teaching it to you now because they've mentioned the word title. So I'm going to bring it all up to you now so you have days and days and days to study it. Okay. Title. The word title. There is no document in real estate called title. It's not like a car's title is your ownership document. In real estate, there is no document in real estate called title. Title is just a word that means ownership. It's another word for ownership. Okay. So how do we transfer ownership title? By some sort of deed of conveyance. So a deed is a document. There's two definitions for how you're going to explain this. There's the one simple dumbed down version so that we could all understand it. And then after you learn it that way, then you could start using the fancy words which mean the same exact thing. So here's the dumbed down version. Okay, ready? I like to teach with the dumbed down version first so that we all just get a basic understanding. A deed is a document used to transfer ownership, but is not proof of ownership. Good? We all understand that, right? Okay, here's another way of saying the same exact thing. A deed is an instrument used to convey title, but is not evidence of title. Ooh, which one sounds more learned to you? Right, look, instrument is another word for document. Convey is another word for transfer. Evidence is another word for proof. Title is another word for ownership. Right? Which explanation do you think that they're going to use on exams?
The second one.
Yeah, they're going to use the second one. So, but you know what? It's also good to learn this lingo, because if you have a conversation with somebody and you explain it to them like that, you sound a lot more smarter. You sound like you know your stuff versus a deed's a document used to transfer ownership. It's not proof of ownership. Hey, that's easy to understand. But you sound like you really know your stuff when I explain to you, you know, that a deed is an instrument that's used to convey title, but it's not evidence of title. Ooh. It just sounds fancy, right? It's two ways of saying the same exact thing, though. Now this is a little bit of a simplification, because a deed is not just used to transfer ownership. A deed can also be used to transfer one's rights or interest in real property. It is possible that you could sell or lease your air rights or mineral rights or subsurface rights, what's beneath the surface of the earth, or partial ownership interests in a property by using some sort of deed of conveyance as well. So a deed's not just used to transfer ownership, it's also used to transfer one's rights, interest, or title to the property. Okay. Now, the ownership is transferred when, okay, when is the ownership of real property transferred? Because deeds do not need to be dated or signed by the buyer in order to be valid. So when is a transfer of title take place?
Is it?
Upon delivery and acceptance of the deed itself.
Okay.
This is why deeds don't need to be dated, because it doesn't matter if you put a date on it or not. When does the actual transfer of ownership take place? When the seller signed the deed and the buyer is named in the deed, and the seller hands the deed to the buyer. At the moment that that buyer accepts that deed, they become the owner. So upon delivery and acceptance. Okay, so ownership is transferred upon delivery and acceptance of the deed itself, which does not need to be signed or dated by the buyer unless the buyer or until the buyer tries to record the deed. Then they need to sign it. And their signature needs to be notarized. All right. Now, let me just stop there for one more second. I'm going to show you a blank deed. I'm going to show it to you for a reason. Whoop. There we go. I'm going to just pull up a blank deed and I'm going to show it to you. Just give me 1 second while I open that up. Now, when does transfer of ownership take place?
When you deliver the deed, when there's a delivery and acceptance of the deed.
Upon delivery and acceptance of the deed itself, right? So let's say I'm the seller. I seem like a nice guy. You want to buy the property from me. I give you the deed to the property. I meet you in the morning. I sign the deed over to you. You're named in the deed and I hand you the paperwork. Are you the owner?
You said doesn't it need to be notarized?
Only if you record it.
Oh, okay.
What do I mean by recording? Well, recording a document means adding it to the public records. Once this deed is in your hand, you're the owner of the property. It does not need to be recorded and added into the public record to make it official. You're still the owner once you are in possession of the deed. You're named in the deed, the seller signed it, they gave it to you, you're the owner. It's in your best interest, however, to record the document in the public record. Because what if I'm not the most scrupulous person in the world? And I met you and I signed the deed and I gave it over to you, right? Where the hell's that document? Oh, it's okay. Hold on 1 sec. Here's a blank deed I got up here on the screen, all right? Look, I could fill that deed out. And I did. I filled it out. I signed it. And I gave it to you. You're now the owner, right? Upon delivery and acceptance, right? You're the owner?
Yes.
Okay. That was this morning. In the afternoon, I'm going to meet with somebody else, another guy. I'm going to I'm just going to change the name on the deed, who the grantee is. That's the buyer, the grantee. And I'm going to sign the deed and I'm going to give him a blank deed, or I'm going to give him a deed to that same property. Is his deed valid?
Yeah.
Just as valid as yours. So who's the owner?
Both of you.
I just sold the property to 2 different people on the same day. Who's the owner? Were any of those deeds invalid?
No.
No. So is a deed proof of ownership?
What's the question?
Okay, here, let's back this up again. I got a blank deed here. I made it, I filled it out. I named you as the buyer, the grantee. I signed the deed and I give it to you. Did the transfer of ownership take place?
Yes.
So that deed is valid?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're the owner of the property now, right?
Right.
If I had the legal right to sell it to you, you are.
Well, why would you be presenting a deed if you didn't?
I'm a scumbag.
Oh,
I'm a shyster. Look,
oh
Here.
God.
I got a blank deed right here. Well, give me your name, give me your address. I'll fill out somebody's name and somebody else's address on here. Okay. This is why a deed is not proof of ownership. A deed is a valid document that we use to transfer ownership if the person who signs it has the right to transfer that ownership in the first place. But we would have to do some research to make sure that it's valid. You following?
Yeah.
All right. So let's just pretend for a second now, I am the valid owner of the property. I'm the only owner and I have all the rights to ownership in the property. I signed it, I fill this deed out and I fill it out, I name you in it, I sign it, and I give it to you. Are you now the owner?
No, because you need the title.
No. What does the word title mean?
Ownership.
That's all it means. What do you mean you need the title? There's no document called ownership.
Right.
How do we transfer the ownership? By the deed. I just gave you the deed. Are you the owner now?
Yeah.
I have all the rights to ownership of the property. I am the true legitimate owner of the property.
Did
And
you sign it?
I just signed the deed and I named you in the deed to be the buyer and I handed it to you and you accepted it. Are you the owner?
Yes.
Yes, you are. So your deed is valid, even though you did not record it in a public record yet, right? You're the owner, right?
Right.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct. But you know what? I am kind of a scumbag, even though I am the rightful seller. And later on in the day, I make up another deed and I put somebody else's name on it and I meet with some other guy and I sold him that same property and I gave him a valid deed that same day.
So what happens in that case?
So who's the owner?
It has to be, you have to give, what's the last person you just said? You have to give it has to be recorded.
Well, the question was, are those deeds that I gave out valid? They are. A deed is a document used to transfer ownership.
Mm-hmm.
However, how do you prove who the owner is if we got two deeds that were signed and the ownership was transferred to two different people on the same day?
Whichever one happened first, I don't know. Whoever records
How are you
it first.
going to prove that? We got a timestamp on it.
Yeah, it has to be recorded.
Whoever records it.
Whichever one.
Yeah, like
The race is on. The race
Right.
is on. Whoever records their document in the public record is the owner.
Right.
And now the other one has to find me. And I'm going to be sipping margaritas or whiskey on some tropical island that doesn't offer extradition treaties.
Only if your broker pays you.
What broker? Well, I'm doing this on my own. You know,
Oh, okay.
I'm a criminal. Okay. At least I'm acting like one now because I just sold the same property to two different people. I ripped somebody off for a lot of money. Right?
That's crazy.
Lord.
Now you got to find me. So
Does that happen? That like
it could. So I'm not going to say it doesn't. So I'm sure it has.
yeah. That's not like a common thing, right?
No, but there are issues that pop up from time to time. But there's a lesson to be learned here. Is a deed proof of ownership?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Only if the person has the right to sell, the right to
To sell it.
Exactly, and it has to be recorded.
No, it doesn't. Okay, you were right there. You should have just stopped there. So
Only if you sell
Yeah.
two.
a deed, look, right here on screen, I got a blank deed. A deed is just a document. Here's a blank deed. Here's a blank form, a blank deed. If I fill this out to sell your house, and I sign this and I name somebody else here to be the grantor or the grantee, the buyer, is this deed valid?
Yeah.
It's not. Because I didn't have the right to sell that house to begin with. I'm not the owner. I didn't have any right to sell the property. Buyer, do your due diligence before you purchase a house from somebody. Make sure that they're truly the owner. A deed is just a tool of how we transfer the ownership from one person to the next. Here, let me ask you a question that maybe will give you a little better picture. In the Middle Ages, when most people didn't know how to read or write, only wealthy people knew how to read or write and had education. You remember the Middle Ages in England, you know, most people, I mean, we watch these Game of Thrones shows on TV. Most people, they don't know how to read or write, right? They're illiterate.
Mm-hmm.
How did they transfer
Right.
ownership of the land that they owned? If you can't read or write, how do you transfer the ownership? This is what you do. I'll walk you around the boundaries of my property. They call that the beating of the bounds. So I walk the boundaries of the property. So I'm showing you where the property line is all the way around this property. And then I'm going to pick up a clod of dirt from that property. And I'm going to hand it to you. I'm going to drop it in your hand. The moment that you seize that clod, you seize the ownership. You are now the owner of the property. But today we use a document to transfer the ownership instead of a clod of dirt. Okay. A document, I at least can record it in a public record. I have signatures and all that stuff. It makes it a little bit more verifiable than a piece of dirt. I mean, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna prove you're the owner? This is my dirt, right? I mean,
Right.
so nowadays we use a document, and this document is a little bit more verifiable, but we need to verify that I had the right to sell you the property to begin with. And how do you do that? Well, hopefully when I bought the property, I recorded my interest in the public record. So you could just search the public record and see that what the previous owner sold the property to me. And now I sold the property to you. Now you're not required to record the document in the public record, but it's in your best interest to, so that I don't go signing another deed to someone else and selling the property again. Right? I'll give you another reason why it's in your best interest as the buyer. If I sell you the property, you're now the owner upon delivery and acceptance of the deed. What if you didn't record it in the public record yet? And me as the seller who doesn't own the property no more, I sold it to you, you're in possession of the deed now. But I had somebody sue me in a lawsuit that I lost. And they search the public records and they see that I own a house. Can they take their lawsuit judgment and put a lien on the house?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I'm still listed as the owner on record. That's why it's in your best interest to record your ownership interest in the public record as soon as possible, so that any people who have interest in any of my assets can't make claims against it because it's no longer my asset.
And
Now,
Where and how would we do that?
you would go down to, you'd file the document, you'd record the document in the county records, basically the county courthouse where the land is located. So basically,
Got it.
you know, every county has a county seat. Union County, it's Elizabeth. Middlesex County,
Somerset, Somerville.
it's New Brunswick, you know. Yeah, every county has their own county seat. So you go down to their county courthouse, and that's where you would record the documents. That's where they keep records of all the documents for every town in that county and every city within that county, they keep all the ownership records for all of the real estate in those county courthouses, unless, except for certain counties, more densely populated counties like Union County, they have their own registrar of deeds.
And
That their
purchases-
only job is to handle the recording of deeds.
all purchases of real property has to be public record, right? Or are there instances
no.
where,
No, I told you, it does not need to be recorded. When I hand you that deed, you are the owner of the property, whether you
Mhm.
record that document or not, you're the owner of the property. But it's
so
in
when
your,
I,
You could get screwed.
it's in your
when I
best
get ready to
interest.
sell,
It's in your best interest to record it in the public record though. You don't have
Okay.
to, but it's in your best interest to.
right,
It's also the seller's best interest to make sure that you record it in your name, because now what if you're the owner of the property and you never recorded it and somebody trips and falls on the property now, who are they suing? They're suing me, and I don't even own the property no more. But I'm listed as the owner of record in the public records. See, that's why it's in everybody's best interest to make sure those records get recorded. And that's what our attorneys do at the closing of the real estate transaction. Their job is to make sure the seller's attorney wants to make sure that they recorded the interest, that it's no longer they're listed as the owner. The buyer's attorney wants to record their interest, showing that they are now the owner of the buyer is now the owner of the property, right? So it's both parties' best interest to make sure those documents get recorded. But is it required by law that they do? No. Now, the buyer, if they're buying with a mortgage loan, their lender is going to want to ensure that you, the buyer, recorded that purchase in the public record, because they also want their mortgage loan recorded as the first lien position. So in the event of foreclosure, they'll get paid back first. We'll get into that a little bit later. Anyway, I just want to talk about deeds and how we transfer the ownership. It's an interesting conversation nonetheless. So why do we record documents in the public record? To put the world on notice of our interest in the property, that we're now the owner, for example. Why would a lender want to record their mortgage loan in the public record? To reserve their spot, their interest that you as the seller owe them money. And that any potential buyers who want to purchase that property can see that there's an outstanding lien on that property, the mortgage loan, that needs to be paid off. So we're going to want to make sure that the seller pays off that lien before we buy it. And this is what happens at the closing table. We want to make sure all these documents of recording get signed and then recorded. The people, proper people, are recording what needs to be recorded. So this way now, anybody in the future, like if you want to buy the property, there's something that you want to do first. You want to ensure that I'm the right seller, that I'm the right owner to sell you, that I have the right to sell it to you, right? What if my name is listed in the public record as being the owner, but there's somebody else's name on there as well? Do you have any questions?
How are you, like, that means that you can't make the sale by yourself, huh?
I don't know. Does it?
I mean, I would assume if there's two owners to a property.
Well, the whole thing is that brings up a question. So you're on the right track. You're asking the question.
right, that's like a husband and wife.
Well, is that the situation? Was it a husband and wife, or was that my brother or my sister that was on there as well?
Right.
Or who was the other owner? Who was this person? Was it your spouse? Are they still alive? Did they die and they left it to you and you now have sole rights? Or is it that you got divorced, but they're still on there listed as one of the owners? I mean, what's the situation that's going on? Do you have the sole right to sell it or not? Did you inherit that property with your brother and now you need both their signatures to sell the property? Or what happened? Why are you the only one here? There's in the public record, there's listed two people. Who's this other guy? we need to know. And now we investigate from there. See, we're not the ones that actually do this. Well, not in New Jersey anyway. Real estate agents usually don't get involved that deep in it. We usually have title companies that go and search the public records, and they put together the reports for this. And they report back to the attorneys, and the attorneys and the title company work it out. So in New Jersey, real estate agents don't take that active of a role in the investigations of that part.
But they wouldn't be able to sell the property, right? Without, if there are two owners on the deed.
How about this situation? Yeah, I own the property with my father. The other owner was my father, and he died, and he left me the property as the sole heir in his will. So I inherited his interest. So we bought the property. We were 50-50 owners. He died, but he left me his interest in the property. Now I'm the sole owner of the property. So do I have the right to sell it now?
Yeah.
You need a death certificate, right? Proof of
Oh,
death.
there we go. Yeah, trust but verify, right? Trust but verify.
Right.
Don't just take my word for it because I told you a good story, right? So now we need to see the death certificate to prove that he's dead. Now, does that prove that he left it to me?
Oh, you said it's in the will.
Right?
Oh, so now we're also going to need some sort of other legal document that shows that he left me the property, either the will or some kind of decree from the court that says I am the rightful owner of 100% on that now. Okay. And that should have been recorded in the public record. But if I didn't, I should at least have the documents to produce for that. Otherwise, I wouldn't go buying that property from me unless I could prove it. Because if I don't produce evidence for that, that creates what we call a cloud on the title. Do you guys want to have a cloud on the title for a property that you own? Here, I'm going to make a picture in your head. I mean, I just saying it to you, I should be creating a picture in your head right away. A cloud on the title, is that a good thing?
A cloud on the title?
Cloud on the title. What does the word title mean?
Ownership.
Ownership. So let's see. We got a house over here, right? And this is our house. It's a lovely little house. Okay, it's not a rocket ship. I'm not a great drawer, so please bear with me. Now we have a cloud hovering over this house. And it is a dark thunderstorm cloud with lightning bolts coming down off of it, right? That's the kind of picture that I want to have over it. Do you want to have the house that has the cloud just hovering over it? And look, the neighbors have they got a house here too, but look, for them, they just see the sunshine, right?
Yeah.
They got sunshine. Do you want the house with a cloud hovering over it or with the clouds cleared up?
The sun.
So you want no clouds. You right? A cloud is a bad thing. Clouds are bad. Okay, clouds are bad. A cloud on the title means that there's a problem, right? Clouds are problems. And look, if we just look at the cartoon drawing, what's the problem with the cloud? Well, we got lightning hitting the house and constantly raining. I want the sun shining in. I want to be able to go outside my backyard and tan or sit in the pool, right? We don't want clouds hovering over it. That's all kinds of issues. So just by the visual of it, we can understand that clouds are bad. We need to clear them up. Okay, we good there? I get my picture across to you? So different clouds in the title could be that maybe that there's one owner that we don't have any information about. So there's a missing person. So I'm the only one that showed up to sign the deed, but there's somebody else listed in the public record as the owner. That creates a cloud on the title. Or if we search the public records and we see that even though I'm listed as the owner, the person who I bought it from was not listed ever in the public records as the owner. That creates a cloud on the title. We need to figure out what that problem is. We got questions there. Those questions need to be cleared up. It's a cloud, right? So I hope I drew a nice visual for you, a mental visual for you there with what a cloud on title means. So through something that we call chain of title, we could search the public records and link one owner to the next and see if there's any breaks or gaps in the chain of ownership, which we call chain of title. I'm getting into this way too deep right now. This is later chapter stuff. Anyway, clouds of title bad. We want to clear them up. So the point of this slide is
Hey, Victor.
to mention some of these things so that we understand what title is, that a deed is the document that's used to transfer the ownership. A deed is not proof of ownership, but what is? Well, there are 4 evidences of title. An abstract of title with attorney's opinion. So what is an abstract? You guys got car insurance, right?
Yeah.
Okay. When you get car insurance, does your insurance company want an abstract of your driving record?
Yeah.
Like a snapshot or whatever.
What is it? Give me an explanation of what an abstract is of your driving record.
Kind of
If
like
you
a
got-
snapshot, like a summary.
if you
Of the
got it
history of your
ticket,
driving record, right? They want to know
Yeah.
if you're reckless driving, speeding, accidents, right? So it's a condensed history of all of your driving record, right? Well, what do you think an abstract of title is? What does title mean?
to see if there's any clouds
On what?
on the
title.
deed
On what does title mean?
ownership.
Okay, so
Ownership.
we
So
want
it'd be
to,
like a Carfax, but for houses.
so an abstract is kind of like a Carfax for houses, yeah. It's just a
Right.
condensed history of all the records that could be found in the public records that were recorded in the public record pertaining to the ownership of this real estate. So somebody known as an abstractor, that's actually a job, they go down and they know how to search the public records. And they search throughout the history of all the owners and all the documents that have been recorded in a public record, like any liens that a mortgage loan had, they record the lien in the public record. Somebody sued you, they won a lawsuit, they put a lien on your house. Okay, all that stuff would come out in the public records. You had a contractor do some work on your house and you never paid them, so they filed a mechanic's lien or a contractor's lien on the house. Okay, that would all show up in the public records. So if you do that abstract of title, it's a condensed history of all the records pertaining to ownership of real estate. We could see who all the previous owners were. We could make sure that all those owners signed the deed when they transferred the ownership from one owner to the next. We could see that the liens, any liens that were on the property, and if those liens were paid off. Because once a document is ever added to the public record, it's there forever. It's never removed.
So that abstract is pretty much like a summary of the chain of title, kind of, or
Yes.
like they sound
Summary
like
of
the same thing, but
Summary of the chain of title, but also summary of any liens or other encumbrances that could be found on the property too. Because look, chain of title, let me try to explain that. So we have, if we search the public records, you want to buy my house, you want to search the public records, you see that Vic is the owner of this property right now, right? And you could see, so we're gonna create this list, okay? And this list is going to be in chronological order according to date. And we're going to see that I bought the property on whatever date we'll put here. And we'll see I have a mortgage loan for the house that I bought it with, and the date is going to be recorded here. Okay. And now we could see that I bought that property from someone else. And we're going to, so who did I buy it from? I bought the property from Bob, right? And these links got to, these links got to be linked in a chain, right? So now you can see that Bob bought the property from somebody else, okay? From Jill, okay? And she had a mortgage loan over here, but then that mortgage loan was paid off. They filed what we call a satisfaction of a lien. See, if I get a loan on the property, it's one thing to have a loan. So the loan will be listed on there and the date of that loan that it was taken out. And then we get what's called a satisfaction.
meaning it's paid off, right?
Yep. Trying to do this so small.
So
A satisfaction of mortgage then would be recorded when that loan was paid off. So it's incorrect to say that when you pay off the loan, the lien is removed from the property. Liens are never removed. Once it's added to the property, it's there forever. They just add a satisfaction letter saying that loan, the mortgage loan, was paid off, or there was a lawsuit judgment. Well, there'll be a satisfaction of the lawsuit judgment showing that it was paid off. So we
it's
could
kind of
just
like a credit report for a house. or a
correct. So we
property.
could search all the records of history linking one owner to the next. Jill bought the property from Tom. Okay, so we see Tom bought the sold the property to Jill. Jill, see, if we search back far enough in the public records, we could go back to when they started recording land ownership in the United States. Okay,
Wow.
so you could search back that far in the public records. And so the job of the abstractor is to make this list of all the owners and all the documents in order according to date that they were recorded in the public records. And then, but they don't pass judgment on it. Their job is just a researcher. Their job is just to make a list of all the documents that they found, and they put down the dates there. And then they would turn it over to an attorney. An attorney would then examine the documents and render their opinion whether you have good title or not. So that's an abstract of title with attorney's opinion. The next type, in some rural locales, an attorney may just go and search the public records themselves. Instead of hiring an abstractor, maybe they're too cheap, or it's a rural community. It's easier for them just to go down to the local municipal town there, or the county records, the county hall of records, and search it themselves.
So
And
this is like someone's whole job to make these?
well, that's an abstractor. But an attorney,
Kinda crazy.
you could go search the public records
Ah.
if you want. Do you know how?
No, it's kind of like they're a private investigator.
Yeah, you
But
know, you got to
perhaps,
learn it. I mean,
like-
I'm sure the lady that works down there keeping the records, you know, she'll be willing to teach you. I'm sure she'll be more than willing to set aside the mounds of paperwork that she's not only got to digitize and scan now, but also add the actual papers to the books. That she'll put it all aside just so that she could teach you how to do it. And you know, I'm not being facetious here, but
Right.
you know, they will do that because that's their job, is to put it aside. But now, is there going to be a delay in those the paper documents getting digitized and added into the digital record for those who only want to search online?
Mhm.
So are those online records always the most up-to-date ones? Is that the best way to do the research, or is it to actually physically go down there and check the records yourself?
Physically, yeah, for sure. And that's going to be really hard. So
Okay,
Gotcha.
so I just painted a scenario for you why it's best to go, or to have somebody who goes down and physically searches the records themselves. Okay, so a certificate of title is often oral or implied. It's not in writing. It's, for example, the attorneys went down and searched the public records, and then they're like, you got good ownership, nothing to worry about. Would you want to trust that? Would you want to rely on that? Just a verbal confirmation? You got good ownership, you're good to go. Or would you want something in writing?
right.
Writing, everything is.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that, you know? Okay, so who would accept a certificate of title? Because that's considered one of the 4 evidences of title. A bank would. So basically, the bank would get on the phone with your attorney, and your attorney just tells them, yeah, I searched the public records, they got good ownership. So that's why it's often oral or implied. Okay, now, here's what's more common in New Jersey. We get title insurance. It's basically an insurance company that's going to ensure your ownership is good. So if anybody should ever step forward in the future and claim that they have rights to ownership, or that money is owed to them, and you paid them to search the public record to make sure that you had clear title before you bought it. So if they search the public records and they say that you got good title, the way that they prove that is by they insure you. They say, we're going to insure you, so that if any time this title fails in the future, you're not going to lose a penny. We will pay off any outstanding debts. And if anybody should ever step forward and claim ownership, because they have the true rights to ownership, and then in that case, you would have to turn over the ownership of the property to them. Well, we'll pay you back for any money that you may have lost to purchase this property. We'll pay off the lender because there's two types of title insurance, a lender's policy and a buyer's policy. It'll pay off any money that the buyer had paid out, and it'll pay off any money that is outstanding to the lender still as well. Okay. What was your question, Amelia?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I was asking if I bought a house to do a flip. So
Uh-huh.
it's a house that's, kind of shabby, and I'm revamping the whole inside. So that's in Ewing, New Jersey.
Okay.
That would be Mercer County then. I
Mhm.
was just wondering, but I didn't want to interrupt class.
Sure.
What would I bring to the Mercer
Trenton.
County Courthouse in Trenton? Yeah, what would I bring with me? Just the deed? Do I need anything else?
No, you don't need anything. You just go down there and search the public records.
Okay, and to file the record, or what's it called?
You got the address.
Ownership of record?
You got the address of the property.
Yeah.
You could search the public, the tax records and possibly find out what the lot and block number are for the property. You're gonna need that. All right.
Yeah.
If you don't need that, you're gonna have to do some research down there to figure it out, to try to link the address to the lot and block number, because an address is not property
Gotcha.
information. The post office can always change your address on you. Okay, so you need to find
Right.
out what the lot and block number are of that property, and then search the public record for that lot and block number. Remember the Dewey Decimal System?
Yeah.
I mean, I personally don't remember it, but I know it had something to do with the library, right? I mean, if you ask
Something
me
like that, yeah.
how it works, I couldn't explain it to you, right? But what you
Right.
do is when you go down to the county, I've been down to the County Hall of Records before. If you go down to the County Hall of Records and you try to research, you want to find your ownership records. Well, they got these giant Harry Potter looking dusty books over there, these giant spell looking books, okay, that you open up and
Yeah.
covered in dust, could be from the 17 or 1800s, right? Now
Right.
they have full pages of paper in there, documents that are inserted in them. They're recorded in deed pages, right?
Yeah.
Now, your property is on what page and in what book? There's thousands of them there. You got to go
Oh, so that's how they
you
sort
got to
it.
go to that filing cabinet with all the cards in it, the filing cards, and learn the Dewey Decimal System to try to locate, their filing system. To where, what
Yeah.
book is your property located in? You may be able to find it in a couple. It may have a listing of all the books that it's in. So now you could go search for all the books, the deed books that the property's listed in and what page numbers they're on. And now you could research and make note of everything. Okay, it is a process. Okay, it is involved, but once you figure out how to do it, it's easier. But when you really don't know what the hell you're doing, you're trying to learn it to begin with, it can be kind of daunting task. All right.
Yeah. What about if I already bought it though, and I want to go file the, record, as you were saying before?
Well,
If I already bought it,
so you wouldn't go down to that librarian and bother her with that. You have to go pay filing fees to the county clerk's office or whoever is in charge of accepting documents to be recorded in the public record. You have to pay them a
Yeah.
filing fee, and they would record the document in the public record, and then they would walk it down to that office where that librarian would then record it in the proper book.
okay, and then so all that I have to bring is the deed, that's it? Or do I have to bring like an ID and all that stuff?
Yeah, you would need to show your ID and all that because they don't know who you are, So in order to record a document in the public record, you need you as the buyer need to sign it as well, and your signature needs to be notarized by a notary, or judge, attorney, or other authorized public officer like a elected politician. Okay.
Okay, so would I get the deed notarized first and then bring it down there to file it?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. That'd be a good way to do it. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So, and then lastly, we have a Torrens certificate, which is another proof of ownership. However, we don't use that in New Jersey. In New Jersey, do we have to record the document in a public record?
No.
No, it's
but we just
recommended
should.
that you do.
Yeah.
You don't have to, but it's highly recommended that you do. All right. So in some states, they have what's called a Torrens certificate. It's a three-party system. Basically, anytime that you're going to be transferring the ownership of real estate, it has to be done at that central registry of record keeping, and it must be recorded. That's called the Torrens system, but we don't use it here in New Jersey. Okay. Instead, we have 21 counties in New Jersey, and we have 21 central halls of record keeping that you can record, but you don't have to. Okay. So what are the four evidences or proofs of ownership? Evidences of title or proofs of ownership in New Jersey, or period? What are the four?
Abstract title.
Abstract title with attorney's opinion, certificate of title,
Certificate of title.
title insurance
insurance
policy,
policy, and
and
Torrens.
Torrens certificate. All right.
How is Torrens certificate, proof,
know what?
one of the,
You don't need to know anything about the Torrens certificate other than it's one of the forms of proofs of ownership.
okay,
Unless you move to a state and you're going to be practicing real estate in another state that uses Torrens system. But then you'll learn that in their class. Actually, in the later chapter, we'll go over it a little bit too. There'll be a place where you could read up on it. But you really don't need to know it. So I really don't usually cover it more than it's one of the four proofs of ownership. Okay. So this is actually like the last chapter, 21 stuff. Look at that. But now, as we start going through the book, we're going to keep reviewing all this. And you guys, by the time we get there, you'll know this crap like the back of your hand. So I got no problem jumping forward and going over some of these things, because now when we do our review every morning, we're going to be reviewing and asking questions about all kinds of goody stuff like this, and you'll start to remember it. All right. Okay, so back to page 21. Okay, so on page 349, let's highlight that stuff about this Torrens junk on page 349. Since we just went over it all, and then some, because we really did go over a lot. Page 349. Okay. We actually went over chain of title too. We went over a lot of stuff, more stuff than we were really supposed to right here, but that's okay. Chain of title. You see that in the middle of the page on 349? Everybody there?
Mhm.
Okay, let's highlight chain of title shows the record of ownership of the property over a period of time. Then on the line below it, we're going to highlight abstract of title is a condensed history of all the instruments affecting a particular parcel of land. See, these are more terms to add to your vocabulary too. And then on the next paragraph, we're going to highlight chain of title. The ownership of the property can be traced from the origin to its present owner. Now, we won't highlight this, but let me just read it. If this cannot be done, it's said that there's a gap or a break in the chain. Highlight a quitclaim deed. All right, we're not going to get into all the different types of deeds right now, okay? We just went over deeds. There's different types of deeds too. That's chapter 19. I'm not going to get into that right now. A quitclaim deed is commonly used to bridge such gaps. Sometimes, however, it's necessary to establish ownership by a court action called a suit to quiet title. Okay? Everybody got that highlighted?
The suit to quiet.
Mhm.
A quitclaim deed is commonly used to bridge such gaps. Sometimes, however, it's necessary to establish ownership by a court action called the suit to quiet title. Everybody got that highlighted now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Evidence of title. The last word in the first paragraph, just highlight evidence of title. That's in bold already. And then highlight that sentence above the numbered list. There are 4 generally used forms of title evidence. And then just highlight straight down the numbers if you like. Abstract of title with attorney's opinion, title insurance policy, Torrens certificate, and certificate of title. And then underneath that, highlight a deed is not proof of title. And after you highlighted all that, next to number 3, the Torrens certificate, you're going to write not used in New Jersey. See, if you wanted to read up on that Torrens certificate before we get to it, on page 351, they got a little blurb about it. Actually, it used to be a big full page in the last version. Now it's just a little blurb, but whatever. You can read that in your own time. I don't know if there's anything there that's that's worth even reading. Okay, turn to page 21, back to page 21. Because we got to get done with chapter 2 still. We're nowhere near it. All right, so the next paragraph in chapter 2. It says, any offer of a free item or service. Can we ever offer anything for free to the public? Look at the second half of this slide. Free offerings. Anything offered for free must be genuinely free with no strings attached and not contingent upon the person doing any business with us. And we must offer it for free to everyone, whatever it is that we're offering for free. So let's highlight that paragraph. Any offer of a free item or service must be genuinely free, no strings attached, not contingent upon them doing business with us.
What page is that?
Page 21.
Where on 21?
It's just the very next paragraph
me.
after the last one you highlight.
Oh, gotcha.
All right.
Gotcha.
You're basically highlighting the whole paragraph because there's also the following sentence that talks about anything that's offered for free cannot be linked to a lottery, contest, game, or drawing. Because don't forget, we live in New Jersey, the most regulated state in the land. And I'm sure the Gaming Commission may have a problem with that, right? You're not licensed to offer games of chance, are you? Gambling? Hmm. You know, I just heard something that's funny about that. Did you know that it's illegal to bet on the presidential election? It's against federal
Really?
law. You're not allowed to bet anywhere in the United States for that.
Like every sports book have it.
No, no, not for the not for that. The only sports book that has it is for people who live outside the United States. They can bet at the local sports book on the presidential election off American soil. Okay, but they cannot bet, which is an interesting factoid. And you know what another interesting part is? They're still taking bets on it.
Yeah,
I'm not going to go anywhere further with that. let's just move on. But that's an interesting thing I heard the other day. Let's see, the free appraisals. Are we allowed to offer appraisals? Forget about free or paid. Are we appraisers?
No.
No. Appraising is a profession that requires licensure, and we're not licensed appraisers. Therefore, we cannot offer appraisals free or otherwise. So you better watch your language. Sometimes we do help people value their properties. It's part of our job. But what we do is we offer them a CMA. That's a comparative market analysis. Or sometimes we do it for banks, but they request something a little bit more advanced that we call a BPO, broker's price opinion. They're both similar to appraisals, but they should never be considered as such. And we must always have disclosures in those documents that say this is not an appraisal and should not be considered as such. Okay? So can we ever offer free appraisals to the public?
No.
No. That will be an exam question, by the way. How do we help people value properties?
CMA.
CMA stands for comparative market analysis. You could call it pricing analysis, a CMA, call it whatever the hell you want. Just don't call it an appraisal. Okay. You'll need to know that CMA one though, I think, for exam as well. BPO, I don't think they'll give that one on exam, but that's another pricing that we do. It's a little more math involved than we do it for banks sometimes. Okay, so highlight advertising that offers free appraisals is also prohibited, although offering a comparative market analysis CMA is permissible. See, the commission regulations regarding New Jersey law against discrimination say that we can no way ever advertise in a discriminatory way, in case you didn't know that. I mean, why would you want to anyway? You'd just be limiting your buyers. Why would you discriminate to anybody, period, let alone in an advertisement? That's just stupid. All right. Highlight any advertisement that mentions a specific commission rate or amount must also state in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. So if in an advertisement, you want to brag that you offer low commission rates, and you state, hey, we'll take listings at 4% listing fee. Well, guess what you got to do now? You just triggered a full disclosure requirement. You have to say in that ad, you have to use this sentence. In New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. You must put that in the ad. If you specify any commission fee, rate, or amount in an advertisement, you must now state in New Jersey, all commissions are negotiable. That will be on an exam question as well. A lot of exam questions from this section on advertisements. That's why I had you write study entire section. And if you look at it, it looks like it's mostly highlighted anyway, right?
Hey, Victor.
Yeah.
So what do they specifically ask for advertising?
What do you mean?
Like, you know, you said they ask like so many questions.
Oh, look at all the stuff I had you guys highlight. You know, this whole section in advertising has tons of stuff about advertising, tons of rules.
Okay.
If you put an ad, if all ads for real estate have to state the municipal location of the property as an example.
Mm-hmm.
Can you ever, if you talk about financing in an ad,
right?
If certain triggering terms are used, full disclosure is required. Well, what are the triggering terms? What are the full things that you need to fully disclose? What's the law that requires it? Okay. These are all the things that we just went over, or we went over today so far anyway. The price, can we ever advertise a free appraisal? No, but can we offer a CMA? Yes. Can we ever offer anything for free to the public? Yes, but it has to be genuinely free, no strings attached. Remember we talked about timeshares the other day?
Right.
Okay, offer you free stuff. They're allowed to offer the free stuff. And even if I didn't buy a timeshare, they got to give it to me. But you know how they do it? Instead of actually giving me the free stuff, they'll give you a certificate that you got to mail in that's redeemable. And most people don't do that because then they're going to be, oh, then I'm going to get put on some sucker list or whatever, right? But if they offer you anything for free, they got to genuinely give it to you for free.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Even if you don't buy from them. Okay. We cannot sell any houses using a lottery, contest, game of chance, or drawing. Okay. We got the Gaming Commission that would have issue with that. Now, when you guys get started in real estate, you may start getting emails from other real estate agents inviting you to a broker's open. A broker's open is a broker's open house. It's not open to the public. It's only open to real estate licensees. And sometimes they'll say that they're raffling off, they're going to be giving away, you know, you leave your business card, they're going to be giving away a free TV or an iPad or something like that. Okay, they do that a lot.
Wow.
And if that happens, you know, you go to the open house, that's how they try to get agents to come in so that they could see if this property meets one of their clients' needs or whatever. And then they give away the free thing, whatever it is, you know, they do that. You know, the seller is going to pay for it. It's just a way to incentivize getting people to come in. You know.
Right.
Okay. We already went over commission rebates. Okay, who can you offer them to?
The buyer?
What buyer? Kind of
Everyone.
buyer?
Pardon?
Huh?
You said who can we offer it to? I said a buyer?
What kind of buyer? You're right. We offer them to buyers only, not to sellers. But what kind of buyers? I moved the slide because I didn't want you to read from the screen.
Oh,
Buyers of primary residences only, not for commercial properties, vacation, or investment properties. We're not allowed to give them rebates. We're only allowed to give rebates to people who are buying the property that they plan on living in it. It's going to be their primary residence. Okay. And if you advertise that we offer rebates, what do we got to put in the ad?
in New Jersey.
I know you caught yourself on that one, but for the rebates, what do we got to put in the ad?
Tax.
So
The tax,
advise
that,
consult with a tax professional. Correct. Advise them to consult with a tax professional with regards of receiving that rebate, because they may have to be subject to taxes. We don't know their tax situation. We're not tax professionals, right? All right. We're going to go back because I kind of skipped over this one. I told you guys I wanted to talk to you a little bit about offering the or about the MLSs, because we mentioned the MLSs a little bit, and I said there's more than one MLS in New Jersey. But before I do, let's highlight something under rebates on page 21 in the last sentence in that whole section. I want you to highlight: the purchaser must be advised to consult a tax professional about the income tax consequences of a rebate, and all parties to the transaction, including any mortgage lender, must be made aware of it. Okay. All right, so the MLS is how we share our listing inventory with other licensees throughout the state. Okay, look, you're a brand new agent. What if you get a buyer that they come to you? You got no listings. So how are we going to show them properties? Well, we show other agents listings. It's a way that we cooperate. It's a win-win. It works for us when we don't have inventory or our inventory is limited and we got buyers. We could introduce our buyers to your sellers and our renters to the landlords, and we could make deals happen a lot quicker. That it greatly increases all of our odds. It's good for everybody, both the agents, the seller, the owner of the property, and buyers and renters, right? Just say right, Vic.
Right.
Okay, so.
Right, Vic.
Thank you. So look, we have 8 MLSs that are primary for the residential, but they also, we could put commercial listings in these ones, businesses as well. But these are primarily residential MLSs in New Jersey. So here's the picture of the state of New Jersey with all the counties in the state of New Jersey, all right? So the law requires that if you get a listing, you got to put it in the MLS. How soon?
Right away.
48 hours.
What?
48 hours.
Within 48 hours. The law requires us to put all listings in the MLS within 48 hours. Unless what?
Unless the owner.
Unless the owner tells us not to. And then we got to cover our butts by getting them to sign
A waiver.
The
a waiver.
CSR.
What kind of waiver? What's it called? I know it. I want you guys to know it. I want you guys to tell me. The waiver of broker cooperation. Because this is how we cooperate with other brokers. The law requires us that if we have a listing, we have to cooperate with other brokers and allow them to show it as well, unless the owner directs us not to. And then we have them sign a waiver of broker cooperation that now tells us that we cannot cooperate with other brokers. All right, but So short of having that, we will be putting the listing in the MLS within 48 hours. These are the primary MLSs throughout the state of New Jersey. Garden State MLS, that's called the GSMLS. CJ MLS, which was formerly called the Middlesex County MLS. So what do you think their primary area of coverage is?
Middlesex County.
Middlesex County. They rebranded themselves to CJ MLS for Central Jersey MLS. Why do you suppose? They're trying to get a wider market range, right? To get more customers, basically. So basically, every single one of these MLSs, New Jersey has 21 counties throughout the state. Every one of these MLSs has a listing of all 21 counties. So in any one of these MLSs, you could put a listing for anywhere in the state of New Jersey. But should you? Is the question. Because look, if you're in Union County area, or if you're in Essex County area, the primary MLS for these areas is Garden State MLS. Why would you put it in Cape May County MLS, which is down here? You think that the agents that are working in this area even have membership in Cape May County MLS? Probably not. And even if they do, they're not going to be searching that MLS because, well, who the hell puts a listing for a Union or Essex County down in the Cape May County MLS? That's not the area. That's primary for the area where most agents are searching for listings in those areas. So we have to have the knowledge, even though every one of the MLSs have a listing of all 21 counties. Certain MLSs are primary to certain areas. You want me to break it down for you really quick? Here it is. Garden State MLS is the largest MLS in the state of New Jersey. They cover the largest area. Basically, any area that's not covered by any of these other MLSs is Garden State territory. So CJ MLS is basically Middlesex County only. Monmouth Ocean County MLS is all of Monmouth and most of Ocean County, or I'd say Northern Ocean County, because everything else is covered by Southern Ocean County MLS. Then we have the Hudson County MLS, which is up here, which guess what its primary area of coverage is?
Hudson County.
Hudson County, except for the northernmost section of Hudson County, which is covered by NJMLS. NJMLS covers that northern part of Hudson County, Passaic, and Bergen. Trend MLS covers the southwestern part of the state, okay? This whole area over here, okay? Actually, I don't want to, yeah, this whole area over here, okay? I think even Atlantic County may be covered in that. Cape May County covers the Cape May County area. Mercer County is covered by Trend as well. Trend also covers Pennsylvania and Delaware, I believe. But we can't put listings for those states in it, even though we could search them. So all these other areas throughout the state, Somerset, Union, Essex, Morris, Somerset, Hunterdon, Warren, Sussex, they're all covered by Garden State MLS. All right. So New Jersey has 21 counties and there's 550 municipalities throughout the state. Little factoid for you to know. It's pretty good, right? You don't need to study that or add it to their list.
I was just about to ask.
No, it's just a factoid. Okay. One of those interesting things that you could put on a, did you know? You know? All right. Now, even though these are primarily residential MLSs, you could put commercial listings in them as well. But agents who work primarily in commercial real estate probably aren't members in most of these MLSs. They're members of CoStar, LoopNet, or CI, the Commercial Industrial MLS. Okay, CoStar is the largest commercial MLS in the world. LoopNet is owned by CoStar. They bought them several years back. It's a smaller MLS. It's more affordable. Anything you put in LoopNet will go into CoStar as well, though. So if you're serious about commercial real estate, you want to be members of one of these. All right. But CoStar, it ain't cheap. So you guys got to decide now. Do you want to be in residential real estate, commercial real estate? If you're going to dabble, you don't need to really join these, but you should have at least maybe the beginning membership for LoopNet. They have one cheaper plan that you could get into. I think their cheapest plan is $75 a month. CoStar, their cheapest plan is, I believe, $325 a month. Ouch. Right? You better be serious about commercial real estate if you're going to be joining these MLSs. But check this out. You don't need to be a licensed agent to get a membership in one of these. Property owners can pay for the membership and list their own properties as well. So if they're trying to save on a commission, what are you going to offer them as a benefit? Well, I don't know. You got to really learn about the commercial real estate business to try to learn to, it's very competitive. You better know what you're doing in commercial real estate too. Okay. There's a lot of classes you could take to learn about specializing in different areas of real estate too, different fields, commercial, industrial, medical, property management, hotel management, new construction, residential sales. Oh, got some feedback there. Okay. So anyone can pay for a membership. No license is required for the commercial MLSs. However, these residential MLSs, they do require that you are a licensed real estate agent and a member. Most of them require you membership in the Realtors Association as well. And with your dues paid, and you've completed your Realtors Code of Ethics training class, which is different from the ethics class you got to take for license renewal. It's a Realtors Code of Ethics. What you could find in the back of the book was on like page 550 or something like, or 350 or something like that. There's the Realtors Code of Ethics printed in the back of the book as well. So we have to actually take a class after you become a member of the Realtors Association. You have to take within 60 days, I believe it is, that Realtors Code of Ethics training class, which you could take for free online on realtor.org. Okay, realtor.org. Then you're considered a member of good standing, and then you could join one of the MLSs. Now, here's the way that it works. Your broker will have a membership in these MLSs. Which ones? I don't know. You need to ask that when you're interviewing with them. Do you need to join all the MLSs your broker's a member of? No. But you must be a member of whatever is the primary MLS for that office. And all the other ones will be optional. However, you could only join the MLSs if your broker is a member of those MLSs. Is there a fee involved? Yes, there is. They got annual fees. Some of them built twice a year, halfway through the year, like Garden State does that. Twice, I get a bill from Garden State MLS. I got an automatic charge. I think it's like $62 or $70 every 6 months. So it's like $140 a year. Okay. Middlesex County MLS. The first year that you're in it, it's expensive. I think it's like $420 for the first year. After that, it's like $380 a year. Monmouth Ocean County MLS, they used to be very expensive. They used to be $600 a year. They actually passed along some savings with their boost in membership. So now it's only $300 a year. So that one's pretty affordable, especially since the properties in those areas are a lot more. Couldn't tell you how much Hudson County or NJMLS is, or Cape May. Not a member of them, never was. Trend, I'm on and off member, depending if I get a listing in those areas, I'll join them. All right, so that's the way that works. Me personally, I'm a member of Garden State, Middlesex County. I still call them Middlesex County because that's their primary area, but it's Central Jersey MLS, and Monmouth Ocean. So I'm a member of these first three, and this one, I'm sorry, Trend sometimes.
So to be clear, if you're not, if you're not a member of these MLSs, you can't sell there?
No, you could sell real estate in those areas.
Okay,
How are you going to share the listing with other agents? I have no idea.
okay.
So you must
Okay.
you must be a member of at least one MLS, whichever one is the primary for your office, because your broker's going to get their membership. The broker can be issued fines if their agents are not complying with the rules of membership. So you could only become a member of an MLS if your broker's a member. So your broker needs to make sure that all of their agents are members of at least the primary MLS for their office. So if you're not paying your dues, your broker may get rid of you because they could shut down the access for that entire office and every agent in that office if those dues are not being paid. So your broker is going to want to make sure that they're paid. Okay, these are the commercial ones. If you get involved in commercial real estate. Now, what's the difference? What's the primary differences between the residential MLSs and the commercial MLSs? Well, the residential MLSs, you're paying for access. The commercial MLSs, you're paying for data, for information. They have such information here as radius searches that are available. You could search within so many miles of a certain address or location. You could find out lease information if they have it available. They have some lease information available for who the tenant is, who the landlord is, how long the lease terms are, possibly what they're paying. That kind of information sometimes they have in their records. But they have radius search information, like you could search based off of a certain area within a 1 mile, 3 mile, 5 mile range. You could find out the demographics of the people that are living in that area. What's their incomes, the relationship status, are they single or married, or what the age group is, their ethnicity, religion, are they owner occupants versus renters? Okay, see, if you had that kind of information in the residential MLSs, that would be discriminatory. You cannot do that. They'll fine you, they'll kick you out of it if you put any kind of data in those MLSs like that. Commercial MLSs, it's required. You need that information because who are we using commercial MLSs for? Look, you can get also street counts. The traffic counts on the streets, like how many cars passing by this storefront every day. Who's using this information?
Wait, are you asking about the business property? Like
Yeah, businesses, that's the answer, businesses, okay? So commercial properties, when we're using the commercial MLSs, who needs all this information, like the demographic data and the information about people? Businesses do, right?
That helps them to set up, like, if
their
that's a good
target
benefit.
audience, right? For their clients, right? Look, if you have here, let me give you an example. Let's just say that you have a store that somebody's going to be opening up a store for. Some of the Indian dresses, what do they call them, saris? They got those dresses. Look, anybody can wear any kind of clothing from anywhere around the world, but who's the primary target audience for the people that are wearing that clothes? Indian people, right? So those store owners know that. So they know who their primary demographic is going to be for their clientele. So are they going to want to open up a shop in an area where there's a large Indian population?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So this information is gold for them. All right. It's the same thing for, like, you have ethnic food stores. You know, look, anybody can eat any kind of food from anywhere, but there is a primary target audience for certain kinds of food. I mean, Chinese food, they're on every corner everywhere, you know, but you know, certain kinds of ethnic foods, you know, they may be acquired taste, or, you know, maybe other people could eat them, but there's primarily a certain ethnicity that may be eating a certain kind of food. So you're going to want to put that food store in a certain area with where there's more people of that ethnicity there, for example, within a 1, 3, 5 mile range of it, right? Because that's your target audience for your business. And that's smart business. You guys ever watch Bar Rescue on TV? That show with John Tapper?
Yeah.
Bar Rescue?
Mhm.
You know, he takes these bars that are failing. The businesses are failing. Often it could be because of the owners or whatever. So he goes in there and he evaluates, well, what's going on with this business? The first thing he does is he lays out this map on the table. He says, let's first take a look at the area. Where are we geographically located? What's the street count of how many cars pass by the street every day? All right. And then he looks at the demographics. Who lives in this area within a 1, 3, 5 mile range area of here? Are they mostly single people or married people with children? Are they like a yuppie crowd? Is this business people? Is it a biker area? You know, you got a working class area. Is it, you know, so this way we know, are we going to be targeting maybe the after work business crowd? Are we going to all be offering the working class beer and shot people? We need to create a bar that's going to service the people that live in that area. That's the smart way to do business. And that's what he does all the time. But most people don't have a business plan when they start a business. They just say, hey, this is what I like. I'm going to open up this kind of business in this area, without looking to see what the demographics are in the area, and the business falls flat and they wonder why. Now you got this guy who's a businessman. He knows there's strategies, there's approaches, business approaches that you come to take in. And where does he get all this information from? The commercial MLSs, CoStar, okay? CoStar integrates from databases from all kinds of other resources. That one with all the demographics and stuff, I know the direct service where I could go to get that. However, you can get it by simply having the membership plans through CoStar. And you can pull up a map, the address, boom, and it shows you you could even draw a ring on the map, 1 mile, 3 mile, 5 mile, or you could zoom it out or in however much you like. And it'll show you immediately the data feedback right away of, you know, street traffic counts. You don't have to sit out there in the street counting cars. They had somebody do it. Now, if they didn't have somebody do it, you guys ever drive down the street, and whether it was an exit ramp or across a highway or down a street, and you see there was a piece of rubber laying across the ground, kind of like the old gas stations that when you drove over it, the bell ding, ding, ding. You guys remember that at all? Ever?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Well, sometimes you may be driving down the highway and there's a piece of rubber across the road, or you're getting on an entrance ramp or an exit ramp to a highway. That's actually a counter. It counts how many cars are driving over it. Okay. There's companies like CoStar that are doing that they lay that out. Or sometimes it could be the city or state or the Department of Transportation that's doing it for various reasons. But then they get that data and they sell it, because data is valuable to those who need it. Anyway, all right, so that's that. Where are we at now? Price fixing. Hey, what law makes price fixing illegal?
What was it called?
Antitrust. And
The Sherman Antitrust Act, correct.
Yeah.
So where it says price fixing here, I'm going to give you the cross reference to where the page where we made the notes. I want you to write page 51 here next to that. Because on page 51, that's where we talked about the Sherman Antitrust Act, where agents from competing firms must immediately separate themselves from situations with, from conversations with the competition about the fees that they charge the public, because this could be misconstrued as price fixing. And what are the fines, the possible penalties for violating of the Sherman Antitrust Act or price fixing, other than revocation of your license, which we didn't discuss that one, but that's a possibility.
I think up to $1 million in fine and 10 years of jail time.
Up to $1 million fine and 10 years in prison, and it's considered a misdemeanor. Go figure. right? Yes, correct.
Wow.
So up to a $1 million fine and up to 10 years in prison, and it is considered a misdemeanor. Now, check this out. Bottom of page 21, all the way down the bottom. Everything that we learned so far in this book, and some things that we have not learned yet. If you violate licensing law or any of the rules or regulations of the Real Estate Commission, which we call the Administrative Code, what can the Real Estate Commission do to your license, and how much can they fine you, and what's the process? We're going to go over that right now. Let's first highlight at the bottom of the page, place a license on probation. That's the least severe discipline. Turn the page. They could suspend a license. I like how they define the word with itself, which they refer to as suspension. I like this slide that I made. Look at this. Look at the slide that I made. Aren't they beautiful? I buttoned them up nicely here. One big, beautiful slide that you could study from. I consolidated your notes. So good for you. Okay, so probation. I like my definitions better than the books too, because they say probation is called, what is probation? They could place a license on probation. They don't even give it a definition now. They just say probation. So it's a strong warning that they're going to be closely observing your license and your activities, okay? So it's like a stern finger wag. We're watching you, okay? That's probation. Suspension is a temporary lifting of the license. It's temporary. You cannot work while your license is suspended. And a revocation means your license is completely taken away. This could be for a period of time or for life. Okay. Now, so which is the most severe and which is the least severe?
Probation is the least and revocation is the most severe.
There you go. Now, in addition to having sanctions against your license, fines can be imposed. Now, the minimum fine is $250 with a maximum of $50,000 per offense. And some transactions can have multiple offenses in them. Look, what's the first document that you're required to give to anyone you intend to do business with?
The attorney.
Somebody mistaked it for a television show.
Oh, CIS.
CIS, the Consumer Information Statement. All right, what's the purpose of the Consumer Information Statement? It's a disclosure of agency relationships. It describes to the public the different ways that an agency can work with you, and as of now, how we intend to. As you can see, we've gone over a lot of stuff in a short period of time. So as we continue to learn throughout this book, you guys are going to need to study throughout. Don't hold off. You know, I know you got a long day of studying and learning more information. You need to start organizing your notes. You know, take a break after class, relax, eat, chill, do whatever, then go back and try to organize your notes and put your notes together, and then study from them. It's not a bad idea to put flashcards together or use the digital flashcards from Quizlet, right? Quizlet is that free online application. You could put it on your cell phone too. And if you search the title of this book, there may be other people out there that already put together these definition quizzes, these definition lists already, that you could just borrow theirs and then make tweaks to it, okay? They're flashcard sets. And it's free, okay? And if it's free, it's for me, right? So I want to share it with you. All right, so let's see. What's the minimum fine? $50,000, $250 rather. Maximum fine, $50,000 per offense. Okay, so they could take actions against your license. In addition, or separately, they can fine you. But do they just take actions against your license and fine you, or is there a process to it? Well, there is a procedure. The process is they will send you a 10-day engraved invitation in the mail to attend a hearing in Trenton. If you don't like the results of that hearing, well, you can appeal it to the New Jersey Superior Court. Now, your broker can also be disciplined and be held liable for things that you do wrong. Why? Because your broker is responsible for the actions of their agents. So the broker can be disciplined if they had guilty knowledge. Hold on. That's going to be in the next chapter. I just want to give you a cross reference because I don't have it here. Guilty now. Where is that cross reference? Next chapter is a long one, has a lot of information in it too. And I don't know what page that's on. All right, screw it. Let me just explain it. What is guilty knowledge? Guilty knowledge is when your broker is aware that their agents or unlicensed, when their licensed or unlicensed assistants are doing something wrong, and they make no attempt to stop or prevent those activities. That's when your broker had guilty knowledge, and then they could be held just as liable as their agent that did something wrong. All right. So license, let's see, violations. Licensees must notify the real estate commission, the REC, within 30 days if they get convicted or indicted. That means accused of a crime, convicted, indicted, or being charged with a crime. By the way, you also need to notify the real estate commission within 30 days if you move, so they could update their records. Repeat offenders with 3 or more violations may have their licenses revoked for life. Depends on what the violations were. If they were accidental, you screwed up, or if they're like, I just don't give a shit, right? Real estate commission will take all that into consideration to determine what their actions will be. Because if they see that you have a total disregard for their rules, they'll be like, you know what? We don't want you having a license. So serious offenses may have their licenses suspended until there is a resolution. So basically, you could be accused of a crime, and in the United States, we're innocent until proven guilty. However, the real estate commission for serious offenses like rape, murder, robbery, kidnapping, criminal conspiracy, home invasion, things like that, they may suspend your license. Look, you could be innocent of these charges, but they're going to suspend your license until there's some sort of a resolution, an outcome to it, because they would be complicit in their job if they allowed you to continue having access to people's lockbox keys to get the keys to enter people's homes. In the meantime, you're awaiting trial for murder or kidnapping or rape or something, you know? Can you see why that they would do that? Are you guys awake?
Yeah, I could see.
All right. Okay, so there we go. You need to know the minimum and maximum fines per offense. At least you need to know what the actions against your license the real estate commission can do. Guilty knowledge is a term you're going to need to know. We'll learn it in chapter 3 a little. We'll go over it again. That they give you that 10-day advance notice, and that it can be appealed if you don't like the resolution. They could be appealed to the New Jersey Superior Court, and 3 or more violations, and you can have your license revoked for life. Okay, so now let's go highlighting that stuff. So on page 22, we're going to highlight suspend a license suspension, revoke a license completely, revocation. Fines for violations must be no less than $250 and no more than $50,000. Okay. Give you a second to get that highlighted. Once you do, I'm going to tell you more stuff to highlight. Underneath that, under procedure, we're going to highlight the commission gives the licensee at least 10 days advance notice of a hearing. Oh, guilty knowledge is right here, page 22. Third paragraph under procedure, you see guilty knowledge in bold. We're going to highlight guilty knowledge. In other words, they knew what was going on and did nothing to attempt to stop it. When brokers' licenses are suspended or revoked, their salesperson's licenses are suspended until the end of the current licensing period. And during that time, salespersons are free to affiliate with another broker and can obtain a reissued license at no charge. What does that mean? It means that if your broker loses their license, can you work?
Yes.
How so? You
You
can't
can
even
go-
get your license unless you affiliate with an actively licensed broker. So if you're like, if you affiliate with a actively licensed broker, but then they lose their license, how can you work? You can't. And it's not that you did anything wrong. Your license will be suspended, but not because you did anything wrong, because you cannot work unsupervised.
So what does it?
So until they replace that broker, or that broker gets their license reinstated, your license is suspended. But you don't have to wait for that to happen. You also have the option of transferring your license to another broker. And anytime you transfer your license from one broker to another, there's a license transfer fee. So that's what they mean by they'll waive the charge to reissue the license to you at a new brokerage. Did I say that in English good enough?
Yeah.
Okay. I know sometimes these things got to be translated, right?
Right.
And the very last paragraph talks about the violation list I have there. You know, for certain serious offenses, the license can be immediately suspended until there's an outcome. And it should be too, you know. Look, you don't want to have, I mean, I wouldn't want to have a real estate agent that had access to my lockbox to get the keys to enter our house. And in the meantime, they're awaiting trial for rape and murder and kidnapping and criminal, you know, other serious charges, right? Would you want that person running around having that access? That's why they have that. Okay. Now there's a laundry list of other violations here, which we're not going to go over this whole list because some of these things we have not gone over yet. But at the end of that list, just above the summary, there's one more sentence I want you to highlight. If a licensee is guilty of a third violation of any of the listed articles, this person may be considered a repeat offender and denied ever holding a real estate license again.
Where is that at?
Just above this last sentence above summary. On the next page, 23.
Okay, I got it.
So, see that? Repeat offenders with 3 or more violations may have their licenses revoked for life is the way I wrote it on the slide. Now you may be getting the bright idea, well, why don't I just go, I could just go to another state and get my license there. Really, can you? Tell me what state it is where they don't ask you. In this state, have you ever had your license, professional license suspended or revoked in this state or any other state? Even in New Jersey, they asked that question, right? Remember that list that I gave you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll pull it up again. In the what was that? The student welcome letter. New student package. There we go. Let me open that up. The one it's in the shared Google Drive there as well. And remember the last, we've got all these questions you could ask employers when interviewing. And then what's one of these questions they ask you? Let's see. Have you ever had a real estate or other professional license, certification, or similar credential revoked, suspended, or surrendered in lieu of formal prosecution or denied in New Jersey or any other state? Now, they ask you the same questions in several different ways, okay? And every state will ask you that. And if you lie about it there, that's reason to get your license revoked again anyway. Boom. All right. So guilty knowledge is when the broker is aware that one of their licensed or unlicensed assistance is doing something wrong, makes no attempt to stop or prevent those activities, and the broker can be held just as liable as the agent who did whatever was wrong. Now, do you think that the broker can just get away with saying, oh, but I didn't know? So guilty knowledge is more than that. The real estate commission can then pose the question, yeah, but should you have known? I know a situation where something like that happened at a local real estate company, and they have a lot of licensed agents under them. You know, most of them aren't actively working, but they're hanging the licenses for like 400 agents at their office. That's a lot of agents. Now, one of those agents was doing something wrong. They're obviously, one of the agents didn't regularly work at that office, but they had their licensing hanging there. And if the broker's not checking in with them regularly and keeping an eye on them, having conversation, hey, what you been up to? What are you doing? Have you been doing anything with real estate? What's going on? If they're not keeping up on those agents' activities, well, they haven't been. And one of the agents was doing something wrong. So the real estate commission held the broker liable for guilty knowledge. And they fined them for one of the activities that their agent did. And the broker was arguing with the real estate commission saying, listen, I got 400 licensees here. How the hell am I supposed to keep track of and know what everybody's doing? You know what the real estate commission's answer is? How's that our problem? That's yours. Who told you to take on 400 agents? If you can't handle 400 agents, maybe you should get rid of some of them. Make sense? So if a broker who took on that liability, that's a big responsibility to be a broker, you know, especially if you could be held liable for things that your agents are doing wrong. You know, the next chapter, we're going to be going over, well, not next chapter, but chapter 4, we got something about discrimination. And when we get there, I got a video to show you about an agent who was doing something wrong and how their broker was held liable for discrimination that their agent was doing. Because the commission said, should that agent have been aware? Should that broker have been aware what their agent was doing? And they said, yeah. The broker was held liable for what the agent did wrong, even though that agent was dead. She died. And their broker was still held liable for something that she was doing wrong while she was employed at that firm. All right, so let's see. So what happens to your license if your broker loses theirs? This is an important question that is on exam. So all the agents under that broker will have their licenses suspended because they cannot work unsupervised. See, that whole section there with that procedures for guilty knowledge, and I transferred in English in these slides for you. The licensees can wait until the broker gets their license back, the broker is replaced, or the agent transfers their license to another company under an actively licensed broker. The REC will waive the transfer fee, will waive the fee to reissue or transfer the license elsewhere. That's what they were talking about here. All right, so we're done with chapter 2 now. Save that, minimize that. I'm gonna do some updates to that slideshow a little bit later and I'll update it. Now, you know what? I'll just update it right now, and any slides updates I do, I'll update it again later. So you guys know that I update these PowerPoint slideshows during the class, and when I do that, I'll update it. I'll upload the newer updated materials in the Google Drive, which I'm doing right now for you, as I can share with you so that you can see.
Thank you.
All right. And as I'm doing that, let me see, chapter 2, that was, boom, copy it. Chapter 1, I updated yesterday, and there we go. It's been updated. All right, now I'm gonna open up chapter 3. So some of the things we were learning in chapter 2 correspond with items that are in chapter 3 as well. So we're bouncing back and forth a little bit. But before we get into doing the chapter 3, I'm opening that slideshow right now. But before we get into the chapter 3, we have the key terms to review at the end of chapter 2. So you guys recall how we do these here? I read the answer on the right-hand side of the page. You're going to shout out what you believe the corresponding answer, correct answer is to it on the left-hand side of the page. There's no penalties for wrong answers. So shout them out as you got them, all right?
Yeah.
How many people are in class?
I'm here.
I
Yeah.
Hi.
Here. Aye, Captain.
Mm-hmm. I gotta check on you guys sometimes. I gotta make sure, make sure you're not snoozing it, falling asleep, or watching cartoons, All right. Ready? Here we go. Broker's additional place of business.
Branch
Would
office?
it be a branch office?
It would be one is A. A copy of the real estate contract with original signatures.
Duplicate original.
It is.
Duplicate original.
3 is B. Least severe discipline by the real estate commission.
Probation?
6 is C, probation. Mixing broker's money with that of others.
Commingling.
Commingling, correct. 2 is D. Cancellation of a real estate license.
Revocation.
Revocation.
7 is E, correct. Place for money belonging to clients or customers.
Escrow account.
Escrow account. 4 is F. If you said trust account, technically you're not wrong, but that's not what they were looking for right there. You'll see why in a moment, okay? So 4 is F. Awareness of wrongdoing with no attempt to stop it.
Guilty knowledge.
Guilty knowledge.
Guilty knowledge. 5 is G. Temporary lifting of a real estate license.
Suspension.
8 is H, suspension. And another name for an escrow account.
Trust account.
Trust account. 9 is I. And form sellers must sign for an office exclusive listing.
Waiver broker.
Waiver broker
Waiver
corporation.
Corporation. 10 is J. And that must always be requested. We must never stick it in their face to sign or give it to them. They have to mention it, and then we get them to sign it to cover our butts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So, Chapter 3, Agency, Brokerage, and Ethical Considerations. All junk. It's a long chapter. I got a lot of information in it. So by the end of this chapter, well, you're going to learn a lot of stuff. So this little bulleted list ain't going to go over everything. But you're going to identify types of agency, fiduciary responsibilities, broker, salesperson relationships, compensation issues, which we already did go over. We did skip some back and forth between chapter 2 and 3 already. You're going to be able to discuss disclosures to the sellers and buyers, to creating the agency, providing material information, providing. You're going to figure out what material information is, first of all. You're going to be able to describe different forms of misrepresentation and how to avoid it. Consumer fraud, antitrust laws. We kind of learned one of them already, right? Which one?
The
Antitrust.
antitrust law.
And what was the antitrust law called? The Sherman antitrust. Correct.
Sherman.
That made what illegal?
Fixed price.
Price fixing. There we go. And ethical considerations and disciplinary offenses as forms of consumer protections. We're going to learn about a lot of that junk. So brokerage defined. What is brokerage? So we're going to go to page 28. I believe that's where the chapter starts. Page 28. So what is brokerage? Well, the brokerage is defined as bringing buyers and sellers or landlords and tenants together. Brokers are licensed to assist others in real estate transactions in exchange for a fee, commission, or other valuable consideration. And so they may receive compensation for those services. So the brokerage roles. So basically we got a definition list here to figure out at the beginning some of the terms that I put together for us here. We got a salesperson, that's you guys. The principal, that's the person that we're working with. We call them the principal. They could be a seller or a buyer. The principal is the one that we're working with. The agent, what's an agent? It's a licensee who owes fiduciary duties to someone else. So you as a salesperson can be working as an agent in an agency capacity as an agent. In that case, you would owe fiduciary duties to the person to which you are working with. Commission is the compensation that you're paid for the work that you perform. Client is anyone we're representing as their agent. The person that we're working with, they're our client. Now, a customer is a third party in the transaction who we are not representing. However, we still need to treat those people fairly and honestly, even though we do not owe them those legal responsibilities that we call fiduciary duties. A buyer's agent only represents a buyer, and a transaction broker, well, they could do the same things that agents do. However, they're relieved of that obligation of having fiduciary duties. A transaction broker is somebody who just simply manages the transaction without functioning as an agent, meaning that they don't owe those legal fiduciary duties to the people that they're working with. Cheap way to get out of it. So, client versus customer. What's the difference between a client and a customer? My slideshows are so good. The client is someone you are representing as their agents, and therefore we owe them fiduciary duties. These are those certain legal obligations that we have not yet learned, but we're going to learn in this chapter what all your fiduciary duties are. So, who is considered a client? Well, how do we identify a client? Well, a buyer, if you're working with somebody as a buyer's agent, a seller's agent, or a disclosed dual agent, that person who you're working with is your client. A customer is someone that we could be working with as a transaction broker, not as their agent. Or they could be another agent's client. Who are they to us? To us, they're a customer. We still need to treat them fairly and honestly. We can't take advantage of other people's clients. We can't lie to them. We've got to treat them fairly and honestly. Even though we don't owe them any fiduciary duties, we still have to treat them fairly and honestly. Does everybody understand that?
Mhm.
It's not a difficult concept to understand, but these are new terms. So I want you guys to study this stuff. You got to understand who the players are here. And so fiduciary duties, I keep bringing that up. You know, I know duty, it's a funny word, right? Duties, fiduciary duties are the legal responsibilities that we owe our clients. If violated, we can be held legally and financially liable to our clients whose fiduciary duties we had violated. All right.
Mhm.
So now we know how to identify who is a client and a customer and who is working as an agent or not. How do you know that you're working as an agent? What's the first document we sign, we give to anyone we intend to do business with?
CIS.
CIS form, the Consumer Information Statement. And what is its purpose?
To disclose whatever.
It's a disclosure, the whatever, to disclose
Yeah.
agency relationships, okay? It's a disclosure of agency relationships. It says that we could be working with you as a buyer's agent only, a seller's agent only, or a disclosed dual agent only. Or nothing in the law says that we have to work with you and represent you as an agent. We could just work with you as being a manager of the transaction and still get paid the same. So we don't have all those additional legal obligations to you. We would be working as a transaction broker, right? So what do we call the person who we owe fiduciary duties to?
Client.
They're our client. And so a customer would be someone that we just need to treat fairly and honestly. And that could be somebody that just walked in the front door. We're not representing them yet, right? It could be somebody that we're working with as a transaction broker, or it could be another agent's client. Who are they to us? Or customer. We don't owe them any duty, any legal responsibilities, but we can't lie to them, and we got to treat them fairly and honestly. All right, so under brokerage defined on page 28, in the second paragraph, next to last line in that second paragraph, we're going to highlight at the end of the line, clients to whom specific duties are owed, and customer whom the agent must only treat fairly and honestly. They don't give you a really good definitions there, so my slideshow does a pretty good job on it though, right? Okay, now years ago, when you went into a real estate company and you hired a agent, if you were searching for a home and you hired an agent to work for you, how did they represent you? Or did they?
They called you the principal?
Well, the principal is the person that we're working with,
Oh,
whether they're our client or customer. Okay, well, actually, no, they're our client. So years ago, if you walked into a real estate agency and you wanted to buy a home, that agent, there was only one type of agency that was available, seller's agency. So the agent never represented the buyer. They always represented the seller's interest, even if they were working with the buyer. Yeah. So, but today we have a lot of different types of agency, and they're talking about introducing some new classes of agency in the future, but they haven't yet. So let's not worry about that. Right now we have buyer's agency. They only work with the buyers. Seller's agency only works with the seller. We have disclosed dual agent is representing both parties in the transaction. And we have a transaction broker who doesn't represent anybody. They just act as the manager of the transaction, and they still earn their commission. Okay, so the fiduciary relationship, well, let's start at the top here. The role of a broker as the agent of the principal is a fiduciary relationship that falls within the laws of agency. We owe fiduciary duties to clients when we work as an agent, buyer's agent, seller's agent, disclosed dual agents. And we have certain legal responsibilities that we owe them called fiduciary duties, which are coming up. We're going to be learning about them. But for right now, we're going to highlight fiduciary relationship and what it is. My definition here is slightly different than what's in the book, slightly different. Let's highlight in the book. A fiduciary relationship is one of trust and confidence in which an agent's responsible for the money and or property of others. It requires putting the principal's interest above all others, including their own.
where are we?
Under agency.
Okay.
The fiduciary relationship definition you're highlighting. And so the definition that I have here on the slide is slightly different. I added a word or two there. It says a fiduciary relationship is a relationship that's based on trust and confidence, where the agent's responsible for the money and or property of others. And it requires putting the client's interest above all others, including your own or the broker's own. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. So the person who owes another person fiduciary duties is referred to as a fiduciary. Okay, so if you're working as an agent, you're a fiduciary. That means you owe somebody else these legal responsibilities when you work with them as a fiduciary. All right. Types of agency, we're going to be learning now. I got things in a little bit of a different order than the book does. I like explaining it according to this order rather than the order that the book has it in. You guys are aware, you guys ever hear of a power of attorney? You know what a power of attorney is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just read it here together. A document that grants someone else the authority to legally act on their behalf as if they were standing in the room signing the documents themselves. The person given the authority to sign a document on someone else's behalf then in that way is referred to as an attorney in fact, when in fact they're not an attorney. A little brain teaser. And they must operate according to the limits on the scope of authority that was granted to them in that power of attorney, which is usually limited. Okay. Most times people sign a power of attorney, it's for them to do a specific function for you, right? I'm going to be out of state. I need you to sign some legal documents for me. Okay. You're giving them the legal authority to act on your behalf as if you were there signing those legal documents, but only for that one particular function. If you were to give somebody an unlimited power of attorney to sign on your behalf on all kinds of things, that would be, you'd be known as a universal agent. That's somebody with an unlimited power of attorney. They could open up bank accounts in your name. They could take out loans in your name. They can sign all kinds of documents as if you were the one doing it yourself. Okay, somebody you'd work as a universal agent would just be like if you gave somebody a living will. You know, if you had a living will and you had like you gave your relative the authority to pull the plug on you, you know, they'd be a universal agent because they'd be making all the decisions on your behalf because you're incapacitated at that point, right? So under most circumstances, you're not giving anybody the authority to act as a universal agent on your behalf. That'd be crazy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we agree on that. So most real estate agents will work in one of two ways, as general agents or special agents. Now, a general agent can legally bind their clients to a contract within the scope of their authority. Property managers usually work as general agents. Now, what defines the scope of authority on how a property manager can legally bind their clients to a contract? Well, that would be their property management agreement. It kind of works like a limited power of attorney. All right. No two property management agreements are alike, because different owners may want you to do different things. Some owners want to handle stuff themselves. Let me give you an example. A property manager.
Hey, how was your nap?
As a property manager, are you
I know this. I'm like,
responsible?
let's let you sleep.
Oh, hold on a second.
Love you, baby.
So as a property manager, are you responsible for filling vacancies? For example, if you were hired to be a property manager of a strip mall, are you responsible for filling vacant units, for advertising and trying to find a renter for that unit?
Yeah, I guess.
Probably
Okay.
yes, right?
Yeah.
Now, if you find a suitable renter, can you sign the rental lease agreement with them, or do you need to forward them to the owner and they sign the rental lease agreement with them?
Owner. The owner, right?
It depends. What does it depend on?
If you have a certain agreement with them, I guess, saying that you have the power of attorney or whatever.
Well, it depends on if they granted you that authority in the property management agreement, which the property management agreement itself acts as your limited power of attorney. So you have to specify in that property management agreement what exactly that the owner of that property wants you to do. They may not want to ever see a tenant. They may want their property manager to sign any leases with acceptable tenants. Okay, so it depends. What does it depend on? What the agreement is in the property management agreement, what authority they granted you. Now, as a property manager, are you going to be responsible for managing the property, like if it snows, to get the snow removed?
I would think so, yeah.
Most likely, but it depends. What does it depend on?
If it's in your agreement
All right.
that you
Now,
have.
if it is in your agreement and you are responsible for removing the snow, is that included in your commission, or do you bill them separately for the removal of the snow?
Bill them
Separately.
separately, right?
It
You'd invoice them, right?
depends. It
Oh.
depends on what you agree to in the property management agreement.
Hmm.
You guys starting to get an idea here on how this works?
Yeah.
All right. If you got a tenant that's there that hasn't been paying their rent, they need to get evicted. Is it our responsibility for making sure that those tenants get evicted that aren't paying the rent?
Yes. As a property manager?
Yeah, as the property manager.
I don't know.
Come on, yes, you do know.
Yeah,
It
right?
depends
Oh,
on what you agree to in the property management agreement. Now, if it is our responsibility to remove those tenants, wait a minute. We can't remove those tenants. Only an attorney can. We got to take them to court to evict them. Eviction is a legal process. So who selects the attorney? It depends what it says in the property management agreement. Who pays for the attorney? Is that included in our fee, or is that billed to them separately?
it depends what it says.
Thank you. You guys are getting it now. All right. It depends on what it says in the property management agreement. Exactly. All right. So you guys are getting the drift of that. Okay. So can a general agent legally bind their clients to a contract?
Yes.
Yes, they can. Within the scope of their authority that was granted to them in the property management agreement. They could sign leases if they were given that authority. They could evict tenants if they were given that authority. Can they hire a contractor to do the snow removal on a case-by-case basis, or to do property maintenance, or hire an employee that will be bound not to the property management company, but to the owner of the property? It depends if they gave us that authority in the property management agreement. But if they did grant us that authority, they sure can. So general agents can legally bind their clients to a contract. However, that is within the scope of their authority as defined in the property management agreement. We all got the understanding of that now? Did I beat that dead horse enough?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, most agents do not function as general agents. They don't work as property managers. So most agents cannot legally bind their clients to a contract, because most agents, think of it this way, you guys are going to fall in the category of most agents. You're very special. What does that mean? You're special agents. You're very special. Not like you're riding the little yellow bus or little blue bus or whatever the special bus was. Special agents work in one capacity only. They cannot legally bind their clients to any contract. There's no agreement that allows you to. All right. If you are a special agent, most agents work as special agents. That means you can work in one capacity only, meaning you cannot legally bind your client to a contract. Meaning that if you were hired as a buyer's agent, you can help them find a property that meets their requirements in their price range, help them find financing, obtain financing. But when you find that property that meets all of their needs, can you submit a contract on their behalf? No, you need to get them to sign it. You can't sign a contract and submit it on their behalf. You get them to sign the contract, and then you could negotiate and submit it on their behalf after they have signed it and made the offer. Now, if you're a seller's agent, even though the seller, you're hired, here, let's say this, a seller's agent can market, they're hired to market a property to find a ready, willing, and able buyer, but you cannot legally accept any offers that come in and bind the seller to them. Even if you had a conversation with the seller that they said, hey, I'm going to accept any offer that comes in above a certain dollar figure. Well, you cannot legally accept the offer on the seller's behalf. you still have to present the offer to them within 24 hours, right? You got to forward or present all written offers within 24 hours. Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. So even though we could have the conversation, they told us what the offers they're willing to accept. If an offer comes in now and it's higher than that amount that they said they're willing to accept, can we just say outright that they accepted it? No, because that's legally binding our clients to a contract. As an agent of our client, if we say something, it's as if our client said it. We cannot do that. You better watch what you say when you're representing somebody, because there could be legal consequences involved. So what's the difference between a general agent and a special agent? A general agent can legally bind their clients to a contract. A special agent cannot. Oh, that's it. Okay.
You'd think they'd be the opposite names.
What, that a special agent could?
Yeah, wouldn't you think in general is like everybody else?
Well, here, let me stop you right there. With in general, here, let's stop that slideshow. So let's actually here, let's put me full screen for you. I don't know if I am full screen or if you see everybody. I don't know if I control that.
You are.
Okay.
You're
So
full screen.
okay, I'm full screen invisible except for my hands, right? And my head. All right. So when talking in general, you see what I'm doing? In general, generally speaking. So when we talk in general, general is a wider scope. Talking general. Special or specific is a narrow scope. So when you talk in general, that means that you can do more. Whereas specific is very narrow scope. Okay. We're going to come up with that word general several times in this class. When we talk about liens later, liens is a financial claim against the property. So a general lien affects all property that you own, whereas a specific lien affects only one. All right.
Yeah.
We have appraisers licenses. A general appraiser can appraise any kind of property, whereas the other types of appraisal licenses are limited in their scope. Okay. So a general appraiser can do more. A general lien affects all the property you own. And a general agent can do more than a special agent, which would be a more specific, narrow scope. Because they can operate in one capacity only. If you're operating, if you're working with the buyer, you can only market their property, or you can only help them find a property that suits their needs. You cannot submit offers on their behalf and sign them. If you're working for a seller, you can only market, you're hired to market their property. That's what they mean by once you could work in one specific capacity only. If you're a seller's agent, you hire me to market your property and find a ready, willing, and able buyer, but I can't sign the contract on your behalf. That's what they mean by working in one specific capacity only. I know it's weird wording that they use, but that's the way they word it on exam. All right.
Got it.
But that's what they mean. I hope I'm clear with that. Okay, so the fiduciary responsibilities, we're going to get into them in just a sec. But before we do, let's get caught up with a little highlighting here. Under types of agency, under types of agency, above general agent in the second paragraph, we're going to write scope of authority is defined in the property management agreement. We're going to write that above the second paragraph there where it says general agent. Scope of authority is defined in the property management agreement. And let me know when you guys have completed writing that.
It was defined in what? Say that one more time.
Scope of authority is defined in the property management agreement.
Got it.
Scope of authority is defined in the property management agreement. And then above the following paragraph, where it says special agent, above that paragraph, you want to write, most agents work as special agents. You're very special. Don't ever forget that, okay? Special agents.
Got it.
Okay, now let's do some highlighting. So in that general agent, we're going to highlight general agents. And then the line below it, general agent may bind the principal to any contract within the scope of their authority. A general agent would be a property manager. Or an example of a general agent would be a property manager. Okay. Then the next paragraph, we're going to highlight the first sentence there. As a special agent is authorized to represent the principal in one specific capacity only. And then highlight the last sentence in that same paragraph. A special agent, or as a special agent, the broker is not authorized to buy or sell property or bind the principal to any contract. We have to present offers within 24 hours. We don't really need to highlight anything there about the power of attorney or attorney in fact. But a power of attorney, you guys should never sign a power of attorney. Okay. It's one thing when you're a property manager to have people sign a contract called the property management agreement. That works as the power of attorney for you. However, when you're working as a special agent, don't ever sign any property don't ever sign a power of attorney. Because if you have a client that's buying a house or selling a house, but they're going to be out of town for the closing and they want to give you power of attorney to sign the documents on that, do you have a conflict of interest involved there? You don't get paid a commission unless you close. So if they gave you power of attorney, you'd be like, I'll sign it no matter what, right? So therefore, do not get a power of attorney. I've had situations before where I had clients that wanted to give me the power of attorney to sign on the document on their behalf for the closing. So what I did is I asked them, I'm like, well, don't you have any friends or family that you trust that you could give them the power of attorney? And they're like, no. I was like, well, then give your attorney power of attorney, because it's a conflict of interest for me to take the power of attorney, because if something pops up and I sign it anyway, I could be accused of, signing it in my own best interest, and there's a conflict there. So I can't act as a power of attorney for you. Okay. So try to avoid lawsuits. Okay. Trying to be helpful does not always work for you. Don't ever forget, no good deed goes unpunished. Am I a bit of a cynic? I guess I can be, okay? But no good deed goes unpunished. Sometimes you're going to be trying to help somebody, putting your neck out on the chopping block, and they'll spit in your eye if it backfires on them, even though your intent was to help them. All right? Okay, so let's highlight the title, Fiduciary Responsibilities, on page 29. And if you highlight the first letter in each of those words straight down in that bulleted list where it says care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, and disclosure, what does it spell? Cold. Cold. C-O-A-L-D, cold. It's not your traditional way of spelling cold, but cold, C-O-A-L-D, okay? These are your fiduciary duties. So there's that acronym COLD that helps you remember what your fiduciary duties are. And then at the end, there's a sentence there. These duties are remembered by the acronym COLD. So you could just highlight that word COLD, C-O-A-L-D. Now, what are your fiduciary duties? Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, which includes confidentiality. Anything your client tells you in confidence, you got to keep loyal to your client's interest and keep your mouth shut. Can't go blabbing to the other parties something that your client told you in confidence. If you're not good at keeping secrets, you guys should not work as an agent. You should work as a transaction broker or never represent both parties in a transaction. Because if you violate your fiduciary duties, it's the main reason why people get sued. It's not, they violated their fiduciary duties to their client in some form. Now look, I know another real estate instructor, an old timer. The guy doesn't teach that much anymore because he doesn't need to. He taught for years and years and years. He's an expert at this stuff now. You know what he does for a living now for extra money, and he makes good money at it? He acts as an expert witness for the courts. Somebody is hiring him to testify in court as to how an agent violated or how they did not violate their fiduciary duties. Yeah, because there's always two ways that you could twist a story, right? But his job there is he gets hired as an expert witness because he knows this stuff. He taught it for years, that he could explain how somebody violated their fiduciary duties or how they didn't, and that he would serve as an expert witness in that regard. So look at that.
So it can be hired by either side.
That's right. So look, there's different areas that your careers can go into in real estate that you guys probably never even imagined yet. You know, you're just thinking about making money buying and selling real estate. All right. You could get into property management. You could get into dealing with low income housing or which don't scoff at that, by the way. There's a lot of money in low income and affordable housing. I had one real estate agent in one of my brokers classes, and I'll never forget this. She never worked at a traditional broker selling real estate. So therefore, she never had access to the MLS. She never needed it. She worked for a builder of low income and affordable housing. And her job was to lease out some complexes and to sell units in others. And she was the only agent that was working for the guy who was a broker. But he was a broker builder, okay? He had an agent working under him, which was her. And so she knew the ins and outs. For years she did this. So she knows the ins and outs of all the government documents that are required for the assistance and financing and all that, and qualifications. And it's unique stuff that most agents will never come across because most agents don't want to. I mean, how much money can there be in low income and affordable housing? So
don't you get money from the government though?
Well, no, she gets paid based off of her commission, you know. And so I had in the broker's class, because she was trying to get her broker's license. So in the broker's class, she asked a question. She raised her hand. She asked a question. She's like, because I'm talking about, I teach the same stuff that I teach you guys. I'm giving them that refresher in that core class. And she asked, she's like, what does the MLS look like? How do you get listings? And everybody like shot her a look like, how the hell are you in this class? You've been an agent for at least 3 years and you don't even know what the MLS looks like? How do you get listings? You know? And this one guy, I'll never forget him. He looked all good. He always came to class in a suit and tie and, you know, all like dapper, you know? So he shot her a look and gave her some attitude. He's, you know, he mumbled a comment under his breath and it kind of annoyed me because he's like acting like his ass don't stink, you know? And, you know, so I look at him and I know how much money she made last year. So, you know, don't put anybody down till you know what's going on in their shoes there, all right? So she asked a legitimate question because she never worked around this regular real estate. So I told her, well, it depends on the MLS, you know, the different MLSs. Anyway, I got into all that, but he gave that wise comment. So I called him on it. I'm like, why are you saying that? I was like, let me ask you a question. Don't look down on anybody else until you've known. Like, I called him out in class, you know, and I was like, let me ask you a question. You know, you look like you're doing pretty good for a living. You know, you're driving around your Mercedes. You know, you're wearing a nice suit here every day. You know, you look like you got your stuff together. You're doing pretty good. You know, he was like, yeah, my shit don't stink, right? So I was like, let me ask you a question. Last year, how much? You know what? In your best year, how much money did you make in your best year in real estate? If you don't mind sharing that with us. How much money did you make in your best year? Because I just want to show a point here. I forget what he said. It was either 150 or 175 that he made, you know? I'm like, oh, okay, that's pretty good. That's respectable. Okay. Now, I already knew what the other girl made. And they're all scoffing about her because she don't know what the MLS looks like, and she's dealing in low income and affordable housing. So then I turned to her and I was like, you know, I know that you work in low income housing and affordable housing, and they're all just like scoffing at her, like giggling and goofing on her, you know? And I was like, how much money, forget about your best year, how much money did you make last year in real estate? And she's like, well, I'm still putting together the paper for taxes, but I think it's around, I'm like, well, just a guesstimate of what you made, close, approximate. And she's like, it was about 300,000. They like shot her a look, and they're like, all of a sudden they were so interested in her business, and they want to know how she got this position, how do you get involved in it? They all of a sudden they want to get involved in low income and affordable housing. You know, I made a valuable point there though, you know, even though it's low income and affordable housing, she was working for a developer that was selling new construction units for low income and affordable housing, which is subsidized by government money as well. She was getting paid good on her commissions. She was the only agent that was required to lease and sell every unit that this guy built. So she made
That's great
money, you know, but that's funny. I had to call him out on it, you know?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, I mean, he was a nice guy, but that was kind of like a douchey thing that he did, you know? So I called him on it, and then all of a sudden he was all like, they were her best friend, you know, which was funny. I mean, I would have loved to pick her brain in class, but I couldn't waste all my time on that topic. Because it's a unique set of skills that she learned over the years and working in that. All right. So, and disclosure is notice. The disclosure of notice means if you are working as the agent of somebody, that means as their representative, if you come across any information, you have an obligation to report it back, to notify your client about it. All right. You cannot keep any information that could help them or harm them away from them. You have an obligation, a duty, a fiduciary duty to report back to them the information of the knowledge that you have just acquired. So first of all, before we get into learning all the fiduciary duties, which we're going to learn about tomorrow, because we're just about done here, I just want to rehearse with you guys just for a minute here. You need to memorize just straight up what your fiduciary duties are: care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, and disclosure. So we have the acronym COLD. So I want us to rehearse it together a couple of times, kind of like a choir. Are you guys ready?
I just have one question.
Yeah.
Yes.
Didn't you say tomorrow that you have a meeting you need to attend and that we don't have class tomorrow?
That's a good point. Good point. Damn, I almost forgot about that. Geez. Yes, you are 100% right. No class tomorrow. That's right. So, I mean, you guys can study on your own, or you can watch some of those videos that the links are to in that playlist, or you could just review and reorganize your notes. I will upload today's video and yesterday's video in another playlist, and I'm going to add it to that Word document in the class links folder, or class links Word document in the shared Google Drive in the class supplements folder. Okay. Here, let me see exactly where it's going to be. Oh no, it's in the same drive with the PowerPoint presentations. Okay, the class links document. Okay, at the top of it, when you open it, it has. You see the playlists. Yours is blank right here because I don't have it generated yet because I didn't upload them. So I will add your class playlist. This is your class ID here. I'm going to add a playlist here, but you could also look at the last class that I had. That was a pretty good one, and you could see the video there if you guys want to go ahead a little bit and get caught up and watch the videos, and or just refresh if you missed a day or two. You guys can, well, not a day or two. If you guys missed yesterday, you can go and watch the video and get caught up on the class that you missed yesterday and watch the video for the contents. All right. They're pretty good. They're pretty good. Okay, so let's just go now. What are our fiduciary duties again? Let's do it as a choir. Ready? Care, obedience, accounting,
accountability,
loyalty,
loyalty,
and
disclosure.
Wow, you guys like never sang in a choir like in church or anything. Yeah, come on. That was horrible. Come on, everybody. Let's do it together. Ready? Care, obedience,
accountability,
and disclosure.
Horrible. Horrible. Come on, together. Ready? Let's get our time. We got to count time. Ready? Care, obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure. Do it again and again. Care, obedience,
obedience, accounting, loyalty, disclosure.
Care, obedience, accounting,
loyalty, disclosure.
You got to practice it. When you practice it, you'll get better, right? Care, obedience, accounting,
loyalty, disclosure.
Care, obedience, accounting,
loyalty, disclosure.
I know it seems stupid, guys, but by doing this repetition, you need to memorize what your fiduciary duties are, because you will get a question on exam. Which one of these is, or which one of these is not one of your fiduciary duties? Okay, so you need to just simply know the list of fiduciary duties, and you also need to know what they are and what they mean. We're going to go over that. Well, obviously not tomorrow because we don't have class tomorrow, but it'll be the following day. We'll go over all that stuff. But if you want to watch the videos, you can go in advance a little bit and look at your chapter 3 videos and get move up ahead a little bit. I tell you what to highlight, and we go over all that stuff too. But nonetheless, when we come back on the following day, we'll also go over this stuff. Okay?
Can I just say something? I don't want to be singing this in my sleep. Last night I was singing to the left, to the left.
To the left, to the left. Yeah, but you know how many square feet in an acre, right?
Yes, 43,560.
It's stupid, but it works, right?
Right.
You know, I mean, listen, there's no wrong way to learn. You know, I had one person in my class that everything that they had was kind of like, it was kind of perverted. So that was their way of remembering things, was having perverted thoughts about everything. Okay. I had different people have different ways of remembering stuff. There's no wrong way to remember things. Whatever way works for you, listen, use it. You know, it's not like you're yelling it and sharing it with everybody anyway. You're thinking and you're taking tests, you know, so there's no wrong way to learn, guys. Okay. Let me throw out the afternoon poll for you for the attendance. And then, yes, there's no class tomorrow. I will see you guys on Wednesday because we got the real estate instructor seminar tomorrow. So won't be here. So study up, and I'll see you guys on Wednesday. All right.
Bye.
All right, guys.
Bye.
Take care.
We'll go on.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Have a good night.
All right. Have a good night, all. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody answer the poll?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I can close it.
Got it. Yep. Thank you.
Okie doke. Here you.